Chapter 1. Rebirth. Su Li floated in midair, a small orb of white light, about the size of an egg, bouncing erratically around her. So, my life is akin to a book? No, wait, and not even the protagonist just cannon fodder? The kind of character who doesn't survive past the first 3 episodes of a drama? To be precise, she was the type who met her demise right from the outset. Then what's the point of my rebirth? To die again? To continue delivering boxes to others? Upon her death, Su Li realized that the world she inhabited was merely the narrative of a book, and her over 20 years of existence were encapsulated in just a few fleeting sentences within that novel. To her astonishment, she was the psychotic supporting character, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess, yet meeting a tragic end. In her previous life, she had sustained grave injuries while protecting the base, only for its inhabitants to unexpectedly uncover the potent healing abilities hidden within her blood and flesh. Seizing the opportunity while she was severely wounded, they had dragged her into a laboratory, administering suppressive drugs daily, treating her like a mere lab rat for their experiments. However, Su Li had always been resolute in her vengeance, refusing to submit to oppression. She had risked her life to safeguard the base and its survivors. And yet, they had chosen to betray her behind her back? If that was the case, then let them all perish together. Those who stabbed her in the back deserved nothing less. In her final moments, she mustered the last vestiges of her strength to self-destruct, obliterating the defensive walls of the base. Countless zombies and mutated beasts surged into the stronghold, transforming it into a veritable hell on Earth in an instant. Whether those traitors regretted their actions, she could not care less, nor did she wish to know. In any case, she exacted her revenge on the spot. She would not die in vain. Yet, to her bewilderment, her soul did not dissipate after death. The insufferably arrogant system that had proclaimed her demise would lead to an automatic transfer to a new host had also fused with her soul due to the explosion, rendering it unable to depart. This resulted in a system crash, and the little rascal utilized its remaining power to send her back to the time before the apocalypse began. In the dormitory bathroom, the scent of disinfectant suffused the air, causing Su Li to cough twice, her eyes stinging from the acrid odor. Taking a sharp breath, she cursed the little rascal for unceremoniously casting her out without warning. Being a ghost would have been splendid, no worries about sustenance or the elements, and she had hoped to drift for several hundred years. Little rascal? System, are you still there? Is this the end? Can we consider this a successful reboot? No golden fingers? A beginner's gift package would suffice. After all, isn't this like a second marriage? Shouldn't there be some kind of meeting gift? The system you called has been powered off. Please try again later. You are the stingiest system I have ever encountered. Su Li gazed into the mirror above the wash basin. The reflection stared back at her. Before her stood a young woman with waist-length black hair, fair skin, and striking beauty. Her face, small and delicate, bore the faintest traces of youthful cherubic roundness. Her round almond eyes, refined nose, and rosy lips combined to exude an aura of innocence and tranquility. Yet at this moment, her once pristine white shirt clung tightly to her form, sullied with mud, ink, and an unknown foul liquid, creating a grotesque spectacle as muddy water streamed down her hair. The stench mingled with the disinfectant was not only overpowering, but also nauseating. Strands of hair were matted against her forehead with congealed blood, and her neck bore glaring red marks. Her once white shirt was now tainted with grime and blood, rendering it a murky brown, while a distinct slap mark was clearly visible on the right side of her face. Su Li stared blankly at her reflection for a long moment. She turned on the faucet, filling a bucket with water, and then doused herself with it. The icy water jolted her into clarity. She wiped the mist from the mirror. After cleaning herself up and changing into fresh clothes, she strode purposefully toward the abandoned church on the hillside. Upon catching a glimpse of her own reflection in the bathroom mirror, she instantly recognized the juncture to which she had returned. This was something she remembered vividly. After all, a young girl nearly subjected to humiliation is an experience one would never forget. The incident had been sparked by Chen Tao, a secret admirer of Enshiner, who was nothing more than a sycophant. In a bid to curry favor with Enshiner, he had impersonated Oh Huayang and sent her a text inviting her to the hillside. It was common knowledge that she harbored affections for Oh Huayang, having even confessed her feelings, only to be rejected. She had received a good person card in return. Upon receiving the message, Suli had been incredulous, yet she clung to a shred of hope and went. What awaited her was Chun Tao and a few local delinquents. She had narrowly escaped being violated by them while they might have only intended to intimidate her. She had fled with the resolve that she would rather die than submit. Dressed in tattered clothes, she had stumbled back to the dormitory from the hillside church. Within half a day, rumors had spread like wildfire, claiming she had slept with Chun Tao. That scoundrel. He even spread lies about a mole on her waist, with vivid details. This incident had dealt her a crushing blow, plunging her into a haze, only for the apocalypse to arrive shortly thereafter. It was only after seeing her reflection in the mirror that she truly believed she had not perished, but had returned to a time before everything had begun. That system really did have the capability to enact a rebirth. If she were to accidentally die again, would she not come back fully revitalized? It was akin to infinite respawns. You're just daydreaming, the system replied coldly. Inside the abandoned church on the hillside, for young individuals gathered around a bonfire, grilling food. Chun Tao sat with a blank expression, gnawing on a chicken wing, faint traces of scratches from nails marking his face. He quietly lamented among friends. They say they're tough guys, yet they can't even handle a girl. Li Binhai looked at Chun Tao with pity. Tao, what a shame that girl managed to escape. That chick had such smooth skin, I just couldn't hold on to her. Who would have thought that she looked demure, but could be quite fierce when provoked? That reckless determination would suit our lifestyle. Mo Hongwen laughed heartily, interjecting. I touched her a couple of times, not gonna lie, she was tender. Wang Chun, turning the chicken on the grill, licked his lips in satisfaction, the firelight casting a glow on his acne-ridden face, making it appear glossy. I've seen girls before, but she's a rare beauty. What do you think she eats to grow up so smooth? Her skin is so supple and fresh, I can still feel the warmth in my palm from touching her. It's driving me crazy. So tender. A delicate voice chimed in. Really? What makes her so tender? Need I say more? Of course it's... His words were abruptly cut off as he stared, dumbfounded, at the figure that had appeared at the entrance of the church. Dressed in a white shirt, a deep blue pleated skirt, and black shoes, one hand gripping a baseball bat resting on her shoulder. With a smile on her face, her long ponytail danced in the night breeze. She looked like a character straight out of a manga. Impressive. Hey, I knew you'd run fast. Turns out you want to change clothes? With just a glance, Wang Chun had already imagined the perfect pose. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned lecherously. Sister, you enjoy playing with uniforms, huh? Should have told me. I'm one of your kind too. Shall we have a little sparring session? Sparring with your mother. Can't you see she's armed? Chun Tao seized a burning stick from the fire and advanced towards Su Li with purposeful strides, shoving Wang Chun aside, pointing menacingly at her. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty, you dare to run away, and now you come knocking at my door today. You'll witness that my reputation isn't just for show. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Su Li waved her hand, and Chun Tao was engulfed in darkness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. It was swift and decisive. Had the timing been different, the delinquents would have been unable to suppress their applause. This woman was no pushover, chattering away. Haven't you heard that villains perish from excessive talk? Su Li placed her foot on Chun Tao's face, directing her bat toward the trembling Wang Chun. Come on, aren't we fellow practitioners? Let's spar. Wang Chun met her gaze and felt his legs weaken, nearly wetting himself. Though she smiled, her eyes were as cold as death, sending chills down his spine. Li Binhai and Mo Hongwen exchanged glances, shouting in unison. Don't be scared, old Wang. This woman is clearly just bluffing. With the three of us together, how can we fear a single girl? We'd be wasting our training. Exactly. She's just a woman. I could take her down with a single finger. A real man wouldn't back down. All right, let's all go together. With his comrades rallying behind him, Wang Chun suddenly found his courage, picking up a brick as he charged forward. Indeed, 3 men against 1 woman was a numerical advantage. 3 against 1, they were bound to win. Bang! Bang! Crash! 2 bricks flew from Su Li's hands. The windows of the small church shattered, sending 2 individuals climbing through the window tumbling to the ground in agony. One was bloodied and bruised, having knocked out a tooth. The other had a shard of glass embedded in his side. Woe betide you, I won't let you off. My side. Someone call an ambulance. Woe is me. Wang Chun turned to the two, betrayal flooding through him. You traitors. You dared to run. Then, with a thud, he dropped to his knees, the impact causing him to wince. Goddess, listen to me. We only wanted to joke around. It's not what you think. First, dealing with those two who attempted to flee, Su Li seized Wang Chun by the hair and unleashed a flurry of blows that left his face utterly unrecognizable. Martial arts mastery if it comes, let it be in full force. With both fists clenched, she executed the complete return my beautiful face fist, striking him relentlessly until he resembled a pig's head. She hit him so hard that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. A joke? I too enjoy a bit of humor. Smack. Is it amusing? Is it entertaining? Thud. Shall we go for another round? Whack. Do you wish to continue sparring? Witnessing a man weighing over 190 pounds being tossed around like a sandbag was quite the spectacle. Mo Hongwon and Li Binhai struggled to draw closer to one another, trembling in fear. Suddenly, the vast emptiness of this abandoned church felt terrifying. They were merely the lowest of thugs, having engaged in few skirmishes, typically resorting to harsh words and crude jokes. They merely sought to intimidate someone like Chen Tao, who had never seen the world, to derive a sense of superiority. They were just putting on a show for Chen Tao, going through the motions without any real intent. Who could have anticipated encountering a female tiger? Were it not for the intentional leniency, under normal circumstances, how could a woman possibly escape the grasp of four men? Oldly, I think I miss my mom. I ought to behave and strive for improvement. My mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more frightening she can be. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. Ah, she's coming. She's coming. She's approaching with a stick. Help! Help! No! Don't come over. Ah! Mom! P.S. The female protagonist is neither kind nor great. She is absurdly nonsensical and occasionally anti-human. She does not fit the archetype of a strategic, powerful heroine. For those who enjoy characters that are kind and clever, heed my warning. Flee now, immediately. This narrative is whimsical, chaotic, and devoid of logic, with a style that is wildly imaginative, exuding a certain avant-garde quality. Do not take the reading too seriously. Set aside your critical thinking. If you appreciate this type of story, do not hesitate. Jump on board. Chapter 2. Riding my beloved motorcycle. How did an ambulance manage to enter the school? Who has fallen ill? Perhaps someone has succumbed to heat stroke. I heard that several male classmates were playing a game of stacking on the back mountain of the school. It is said that they were all piled together, completely naked. They were playing so recklessly that they ended up covered in blood. What the heck? How thrilling. Which class are they from? Please, do tell me more. What is this stacking game? A new trend, perhaps? Hee hee. Upon returning to her dormitory, Su Li quickly gathered some essential belongings. Preparing to leave, it was no longer safe to remain at school. She had to devise a plan for the time that remained. Going home was out of the question. She needed to find a place to stay, preferably renting an apartment. 2 years ago, Su Li's parents tragically perished in a car accident, leaving her to rely solely on her half-brother, the simple-minded Nyodaba. Not long after, her uncle and aunt moved in under the pretense of caring for the two siblings, bringing their entire family along. Initially, her uncle and aunt treated the siblings kindly, and Su Li felt the warmth of familial love. However, it wasn't long before her parents' compensation came through, a staggering sum of over 3 million for 2 lives lost. At the tender age of 15, Su Li had yet to endure the harsh realities of life, thus placing her trust in her uncle and aunt, while her brother Nyodaba had always been somewhat naive. Consequently, they were deceived into relinquishing the compensation under the guise of temporary custody. Little did she anticipate that the very next day after handing over the funds, her seemingly kind uncle and aunt would reveal their true colors. Her cousin, an ex-Ioner, moved into her room, while her younger cousin, An Lufeng, took over her brother's space, forcing the siblings to the attic. Before long, the family's seafood wholesale business was also rightfully commandeered by her uncle. Su Li was relegated to living at school, her personal belongings shoved into the attic. Nyodaba was treated as free labor, sleeping in a cramped space separated by a few wooden boards in the stairwell. The area was so tiny that even a proper bed could not fit. He had to sleep on the ground regardless of the season, Suli had never liked her brother, not even as a child. Other kids would mock her for having a brother who was somewhat slow-witted, yet Nyodaba would always follow her around, calling out sister, sister. Covered in dirt and sometimes sporting a runny nose, it was utterly embarrassing. As a result, she held little affection for him. But who could have foreseen that in the aftermath of the apocalypse? It would be this very brother, whom she despised, who would protect her at every turn, even to the point of sacrificing himself for her. In school, beautiful girls typically find themselves in one of two situations. Either they are adored and surrounded by friends, or they are isolated and bullied, enduring a level of cruelty far beyond what adults can imagine. Not all students are the innocent and virtuous children that adults perceive. Some are truly malevolent. Following her parents' death, Suli's naturally quiet demeanor became even more withdrawn. She often kept her head down, refraining from speaking to others, clearly the kind of target that anyone could bully. Aside from her simple-minded brother, no one ever came to visit her. She never participated in any class activities that required money, wearing the same 2 or 3 outfits from her first to second year. Even when her clothes became faded, she did not buy new ones, instead opting for hand-me-downs, garments that could be purchased for a mere few yuan at the market, making her appear even more pitiable. Consequently, some girls at school began to bully her. Initially, it was trivial teasing, but as they realized that no parents came to school to confront them, their behavior escalated. At tea times, it felt as if they were using her as a punching bag. Chewing gum stuck in her hair, red ink splattered on her skirt, dead mice hidden in her desk drawer, and maggots in her lunchbox. The instances piled up, and Suli lost count of them all. Some children behaved like children, while others were nothing short of demons. However, the most humiliating moment came when a letter she had concealed in her desk was discovered and read aloud in front of the entire class. It was a love letter addressed to a senior. Amidst laughter, they recited her deepest secret, line by line. She sat there, frozen and exposed, feeling as if she had been stripped bare, overwhelmed by despair. In one's youth, who hasn't harbored a crush? Unfortunately, the object of her affection was Oh Hwayong, the school heartthrob of Haisher No. 1 High School. His family was wealthy, involved in real estate, and he excelled academically, all while possessing striking good looks and a gentle demeanor. He was the epitome of a school idol, reigning as such for 3 consecutive years, with countless admirers. That love letter transformed her from a mere laughingstock within her class to a topic of gossip throughout the entire school. July was at its peak of summer heat, with the streets nearly deserted. Even when someone passed by, they hurried along, desperate to escape the oppressive sun. Suli glanced out the window and then at her phone. May 2nd. She recalled the apocalyptic rain that began on May 14th, pouring relentlessly for an entire day and night. After the rain ceased, the world was irrevocably changed. When the apocalypse erupted, she, like many other students, found herself trapped in the school. Many parents risked their lives to reach the school in search of their children. Some succeeded, while others perished alongside their offspring in the jaws of zombies. 13 days. Only 13 days remained. Suli vividly remembered the bloodied figure of her simple-minded brother appearing at the school gates, wielding a shovel, his eyes red as he rushed in, calling out Ali, drawing the zombies' attention towards him. At this thought, Suli's expression darkened. She longed to leave the school as quickly as possible. However, as a dormitory student, she could not exit without a guardian's consent. The idea of her aunt and uncle agreeing to let her go home was utterly far-fetched. She looked outside. Dusk was approaching. The other students in the dormitory were still attending classes. Do you wish to take a leave? The homeroom teacher, Huang Fa, adjusted his glasses in surprise. With the upcoming college entrance exams, this is a crucial period. Unless it's something significant, it's best not to take leave and disrupt your studies. It is indeed a significant matter. What? My uncle's family has perished in a gas explosion. The entire family was obliterated. My uncle, aunt, cousin, and younger brother. All are gone. Not a single one escaped. That's quite serious. Please don't be too distressed. Once everything is sorted, come back promptly. The college entrance exam is a major event in life. It should not be neglected. With the leave request in hand and her backpack slung over her shoulders, Suli strode confidently out of the dormitory and through the school gates. She needed to return home before her aunt and uncle realized she had left, to retrieve Nyodaba, along with her parents' belongings and the property deed. She intended to leverage the deed for funds. If the teacher were to call home, her plan would be thwarted. The house belonged to her mother's ex-husband, who was also Nyodaba's biological father. To provide Nyodaba with a sense of security, the property deed had been registered in his name. After Nyodaba's father passed away, their mother remarried Su-hai, giving birth to Su-li. Nyodaba had always been somewhat slow-witted, so her aunt had never regarded him as a threat and was reluctant to pay the transfer fee. Moreover, Nyodaba was as strong as an ox, making him an invaluable source of free labor. Thus, for 2 years, the property deed remained in Nyodaba's name. Yuli took a shortcut through the back gate of the school to head home. Behind the school lay a small park, allowing her to scale the wall directly. Traversing the park would save her 3 bus stops. She had not a single yuan on her, making transportation unrealistic. After all, this was still a society governed by the rule of law. The idea of hitching a ride was out of the question. As she crossed the park and prepared to climb the rockery to scale the wall, she exerted herself, only to hear a crack. One of the stones, the size of a human head, tumbled down with a thud. She paused, glancing at the stone on the ground and then at her hand. Was this rockery constructed with subpar materials? How fragile! Yet there was no time to dwell on it. Yuli carefully shifted her grip and climbed up, leaping lightly to land on the ground. Ah, sneaking out of class, are we? Haisher number 1 high school also has its share of underachievers. I thought everyone here was a model student. As soon as she touched down, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, rang out beside her. Turning her head, she saw a young man with bleached hair leaning against the wall, a smirk playing on his lips. He wore the uniform of a nearby technical school and held an ice pop in one hand, the edges sharp and frosty, as if just unwrapped and yet untouched. The other hand rested on an electric bike. Yuli grinned. All underachievers are like family. Borrowing a bike shouldn't be a problem. Right? Borrowing? What for? The blonde-haired youth was still trying to comprehend the meaning behind her words when he suddenly saw the girl lean in closer. In a blink, he felt an emptiness in his hands, as she effortlessly hopped onto his electric scooter and sped away. Riding on my beloved little motorcycle, it shall never be ensnared in traffic. The cheerful melody faded into the distance, and the youth gazed at his empty right hand, then turned to his left hand, where he shouted in exasperation, "What the heck? My popsicle, my ride." In this day and age, the audacity of electric scooter thieves knows no bounds. Chapter 3 Prelude. The heat of the day was so intense that it felt as though one might melt away. By the time the popsicle reached home, only the stick remained. Yuli savored the remnants, relishing the familiar flavor that had endured through generations. Delightful. The sole advantage of being human, as opposed to being a spirit, is the ability to indulge in various flavors and cuisines. After all, it was only after becoming a spirit that she realized the soul could not taste anything at all, though separated by a lifetime. The route from school to home had been etched in her memory through countless repetitions. After parking her scooter downstairs, Suli followed the path imprinted in her mind to Unit 2 of Hongyuan Community. Ah, little Lee is back. Is it vacation time? It's not even Sunday. Have you skipped class? A group of elderly women, fanning themselves under the trees, greeted her warmly. Your uncle struggles to support your education. You must strive for excellence. They were well aware of her family's situation, having been privy to the sordid details of Wang Shuiming's family squandering their parents' compensation. Yet, some people delight in spouting nonsense. Yuli pretended not to hear, finding their thoughtless jests repugnant. Children are such troublemakers. My grandson is the same. He skips class every day, claiming he wants to experience the world. You can't beat him into submission, nor can you scold him into compliance. What a burden! Indeed, misbehaving children deserve a good beating. It was Tuesday. An ex-INR and her brother were still at school, while her uncle Wang Shuiming and his wife were likely still at the shop. She ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, pressed her ear against the door, and confirmed that the house was indeed empty. Only then did she retrieve her keys from her backpack to unlock the door. The house was desolate and silent, just as it had been in her memories. The walls, once adorned with her parents' wedding photos, had been replaced by a family portrait of the Wang family. The old duplex, though charming in its past, now felt dim and cramped, with the 4th floor merely a poorly insulated space, cold in winter and sweltering in summer, primarily used for storing clutter. The once empty space beneath the wooden staircase was now haphazardly partitioned with several planks, and a curtain hung askew in the corner, serving as a makeshift sleeping area for her brother, Nyodaba. Though this was her home, it felt as though she were living like a beggar. Reduced to a pitiful state, Sully took a deep breath to steady herself and moved toward the curtain, crouching as she entered the dim space, which was empty. The corner was poorly lit, damp, and the whitewashed walls were blistered from moisture, covered in patches of dark mold that emitted a foul odor. A tattered mat lay haphazardly on the floor, and a faded quilt, soiled beyond recognition, was strewn about. This cramped stairwell starkly contrasted the clean and orderly rooms outside. In such a confined space, she could barely stand upright, and she could easily imagine how her brother curled up to fit into this chaotic environment. Nyodaba was born to her mother and her previous husband, a difficult birth that nearly resulted in tragedy. Fearing for his safety, her mother named him with the belief that a humble name would ensure a prosperous life. Moreover, his simple-mindedness only added to her disdain for him, and she had never truly cared about the life he led after their parents' passing to her. He was expendable, and with her own life in disarray, she had little room to concern herself with others. However, after the apocalypse, he had been the one to seek her out at school, always protecting her, this fool who could not discern right from wrong. Only understanding that he was to heed his sister's words, he had promised their mother to protect her forever. Even in his final moments, gravely injured while shielding Sully, he repeated her name incessantly. As Sully surveyed Nyodaba's living conditions, an unbidden rage surged within her. She inhaled deeply to calm her emotions and turned to the attic. The attic, a minuscule space barely measuring a few square meters, had a ceiling height of less than 1.5 meters. It was cluttered with all manner of debris, including a broken electric fan and a battered suitcase. In the corner stood a rusty single bed. Covered in dust, Sully switched on her phone's flashlight and crawled beneath the bed, following the wall until she discovered a loose wooden plank. Lifting it revealed a rectangular cookie tin. She retrieved the tin and opened it, finding a bank card and some coins inside. This card had been her childhood savings account, where her parents had deposited her annual red envelope money and pocket money, encouraging her to manage her finances. Over the years, she had relied on this money for school, while her aunt had searched her dormitory for the card, unaware that it had remained at home all along. After taking the cash and bank card, Sully returned downstairs, where she found the property deed, Nyodaba's ID card, and their household registration book. She cleared out the cash from the house, preparing to leave. Just as she opened the door, a thought struck her, and she hurried back to an examiner's room. From the drawer of her vanity, she took a jade pie show pendant. All the valuables in the house had been claimed by her uncle's family, and even her mother's jewelry had been forcibly taken. Over the years, they had sold and altered everything until it bore no resemblance to its original form. This pie show, carved from jade and flawed, had been brought home by her father during a business trip, deemed worthless and thus left for Sully. Yet even this last vestige of hope had been snatched away by an examiner. Sully slipped the pie show into her pocket and left this long-neglected home behind. On a summer evening, not a hint of coolness graced the air. The heat was so intense it seemed to distort the atmosphere, and the city felt like a steaming sauna. If one ventured outside with makeup, it would surely melt away in an instant. The elderly folks cooling off under the willow trees were still engaged in discussions about the greenhouse effect, incessantly lamenting the unusually high temperatures this summer. The climate in Haishur had been extremely erratic. During the late spring cold snap, temperatures had plummeted below -10 degrees, killing many young crops. Now that summer had arrived, it was hotter than ever, with daytime highs reaching a staggering 46 degrees, and the numbers continued to rise. Those unable to withstand the heat longed to remain in air-conditioned rooms around the clock. Experienced elders claimed it was the heavens expressing their displeasure, hence the unpredictable weather. However, the children paid little heed to such matters. They only knew that this summer was exceptionally hot, and many schools had declared heat breaks, allowing them to finish classes early. Occasionally, they enjoyed unexpected days off, reveling in their newfound freedom. This coastal city saw most of its inhabitants well acquainted with the water. Groups of children splashed joyfully in the sea, racing along the beach, unrestrained and carefree. Chapter 4 Wang Shuiming emerges to compensate. She strolled along the narrow path by the docks, weaving through a cluster of fishing boats moored along the shore, until she finally spotted her family's stall. The seafood market buzzed with activity in the morning, but by afternoon, it was generally a time for cleaning and sorting frozen goods. From a distance, she noticed the glass door of the shop was shut, likely to keep the air conditioning in. As she approached, she saw Wang Shuiming reclining in a wicker chair, watching a live football match while sipping on alcohol. Niu Daba was nowhere in sight. The owner of the spice shop was about to lower the rolling shutter when she caught sight of Su Li. She remembered the girl fondly, recalling how she used to frequent the store just a few years prior. The innocent expression of the child now seemed a distant memory in light of the tragic turn of events that had befallen her family. "Have you seen my brother?" Su Li inquired. "Daba?" The woman paused, her face clouding with concern as if recalling something troubling. She opened her mouth to say something but merely sighed heavily, stopping short. "You might want to check the large warehouse. He should be there now. Little Li, your uncle and aunt are not to be trifled with. You must be cautious, as a girl. Protect yourself well. If anything seems amiss, report it to the police. They will assist you. My husband remarked the first time he laid eyes on your uncle and aunt that they were not honest people, and I didn't believe him. But over the years, I've come to see the truth. Your uncle is a real scoundrel. You're just a poor little cabbage. My poor child." Zhang Huifeng could no longer hold back her tears. Though not related by blood, she had watched the two children grow up, and her heart ached for their misfortunes. "Xiaobaikai." "Oh no," Su Li nodded. "I understand. I will take good care of myself, Aunt Zhang. Please do not worry about me. Our teacher mentioned that the recent weather has been dry and hot, leading to reduced crop yields. Furthermore, there is a new virus wreaking havoc abroad, causing food prices to rise. It is anticipated that domestic prices will follow suit soon. You should stock up on food and medicine at home to be prepared for any eventuality." "Food prices rising?" After Su Li left, Zhang Huifeng muttered as she scrolled through her phone. She indeed found various predictions from experts, which made her feel a bit uneasy. Perhaps it would be wise to stock up, as food stored at home will not go to waste. Before long, Zhang Huifeng regretted not having invested in ample supplies back when she had the chance. The large warehouse serves as a hub for the distribution of goods in this area. Functioning as a miniature marketplace, Su Li entered through the grand entrance of the warehouse. Upon stepping inside, she was immediately met with a pungent fishy aroma. A throng of shirtless men of all ages busily maneuvered small carts, surrounded by countless containers filled with frozen seafood. The scent of sweat mingled with that of the seafood, saturating every corner. Amidst the crowd, Su Li easily spotted her target. After all, Niu Dabao's was hard to miss. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and as dark as a lump of coal, he could easily pass for a local in Africa. Having labored under the scorching sun for years, he had developed a physique far more powerful than that of a typical gym-goer. From a distance, he resembled a solid, dark hunk of iron. At that moment, the big fellow was also shirtless, rolled up his pant legs, donned heavy rubber boots, and was dragging a cart piled high like a small mountain behind him. Large beads of sweat streamed down his body, forming rivulets. The cart was at least twice the size of those used by others. "Niu Dabao's brother? Hey!" The cacophony of voices in the warehouse drowned out Su Li's calls. She had no choice but to push her way through the crowd. It was indeed fortunate for Wang Shuiming to have such a strong and free laborer like Niu Dabao's, who was worth 2 men. However, it would be better to refrain from exploiting such a kind-hearted individual, treating him like a machine to work 24 hours a day. That being said, this was the fate of the simpleton. "Hey, if you have such a free laborer, why not take advantage of it?" "Of course. Who wouldn't want that?" Laughter erupted among them. Upon hearing the name Niu Dabao's, Su Li instinctively turned her gaze to a tall young man, clad in a tank top and scribbling notes with a pen, seemingly keeping accounts. Though he was not engaged in manual labor, he was still drenched in sweat, and his face was flushed. Beside him stood a rather stout middle-aged man, who bore some resemblance to him. They appeared to be relatives rather than father and son. The two conversed cheerfully, their laughter unrestrained, drawing smiles from those nearby who were accustomed to their banter. Su Li's gaze lingered on the hard-working Niu Dabao's, a surge of anger bubbling within her. She pushed through the crowd and approached him with quick strides. "I've been calling you for ages. What are you doing?" "Ah, Ali?" Niu Dabao's abruptly halted, his cow-like eyes widening at the sight of Su Li before him. A broad grin spread across his face, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. As he beamed with a foolish charm at Ali, "What brings you here?" Glancing at the ropes around him and the cart he was dragging, Su Li replied, somewhat exasperated, "Why wouldn't I come? Is this the Forbidden City? Do I need a ticket to enter? Quickly remove those ropes and come with me. You're going to roast out here." Ah? What do you mean, ah? Take off the ropes. Without hesitation, Su Li yanked the ropes from his body and kicked the cart, which was tied with thick nylon cords. With a gentle tug, the ropes snapped into several pieces. Crash! The cart spectacularly overturned, sending glistening ice and fish tumbling from the plastic bins, scattering across the ground. Hey, what are you doing? You've ruined my fish. You owe me for this. The fishmonger hurried over, distraught as he gathered the fallen fish, lamenting, "Oh no! My fish! This will ruin their appearance. Which family do you belong to? Where are your elders? They need to come out and compensate me. This cart is worth thousands." The girl appeared no older than 15 or 16, still wearing the uniform of Hai Sha Yizhong. The shopkeeper assumed she was the daughter of one of the vendors in the market and immediately began demanding that her family come forth to pay for the damages. Compensation? Look for Wang Xueming. He is my uncle. Su Li cheerfully approached, lifting the baskets of goods that had been the subject of the earlier conversation. With a flourish, she sent fish and ice flying throughout the warehouse. The crowd's eyes followed the airborne baskets, and before they could react, they were met with the cascade of fish and ice. Ouch, that hurts. My fish, my money. It's that rascally child from Wang Xueming's family. Make him pay. Isn't that his kid? Why do I feel like I have a grudge against her? Of course. Rascally kids are always like this. If she's not related, why would she cause trouble for her own kind? That's a valid point. Let us go after her. Yes, remember to go after Wang Xueming for payment. Don't hold back. The troublemaker dashed far away while still shouting. Chapter 5. Selling the house to raise funds. Neo de Beos had yet to comprehend the situation when he instinctively followed Su Li out. As he ran, he glanced back at the sea of fish strewn across the ground, feeling a pang of fear. If he fled, his uncle would surely punish him upon his return. He could already feel the familiar aches returning. Glancing at Su Li's retreating figure, he hesitated for a moment but decided to pursue her without a second thought. With Neo de Beos gone, who would address the chaos left behind? All those scattered goods represented money. Wang Xueming's name was brought up with curses, prompting several individuals to quickly call him. Old Wang, your de Beos has run off with someone. That's a half-day of absence, and I won't be paying his wages. Old Wang, a girl has caused me to lose 2 carts of big fish, claiming to be your niece. You need to compensate me, 35,000, not a penny less. I have 20,000 worth of goods ruined. My pin for accounting was broken, an American Eagle brand, worth 800. My dad just bought it for me. Typically, when there was downtime in Wang Xueming's store, he would send Neo de Beos to assist other seafood vendors. Neo de Beos, strong and obedient, was willing to work hard for just 200 a day. His wages were even half the market rate, making him a sought-after helper. However, regardless of where he worked, his pay was always sent directly to Wang Xueming, leaving him with not a single penny. Who? De Beos has run off with someone. My niece? Upon hearing the words absence, Wang Xueming's expression darkened. Such an unprovoked absence would impact his income. When he returned, he would be sure to teach that fool a lesson. The girl was a mere 16 or 17, with large, bright eyes, fair-skinned, and quite pretty, wearing the uniform of Hai Sha Yizhong. A girl? A very pretty girl? The girl from Hai Sha Yizhong? Upon hearing this, he immediately thought of Suli.it. Must be said that his niece was indeed quite beautiful. Having inherited her parents' good looks, is she your niece? The voice on the other end inquired. Wang Xueming quickly denied it. No, definitely not. I have no niece, just a foolish nephew. You've been duped. Don't you dare try to shirk your responsibility. She must be related to you. I am telling you, she is not my niece. If you don't believe me, I'll get hit by a car when I go out. Wang Xueming, stop making excuses. Pay up or curse your whole family. Wang Xueming hung up the phone, furious. There is no way I am compensating. Not in this lifetime. However, he could not deny that the girl was indeed his niece, so he could only try to evade responsibility. After hanging up, Wang Xueming immediately called the school. Teacher Huang, I am Su Li's uncle. Is she still at school? Oh, so you're Su Li's uncle. No worries, your niece should be on her way back now. She'll definitely provide you with the necessary paperwork when she arrives. Everything will be fine. Just wait. Wait, what do you mean, uncle? Teacher Huang, why the two exchanged words that seemed to miss each other entirely? And after much explanation, they finally realized that Su Li had already left school. At such a young age, she should be learning to skip class. This is simply outrageous. Wang Xueming hung up the phone in frustration. Do you know how she asked for leave from the teacher? What did she say? She claimed our whole family had been killed in a gas explosion and that she was returning to mourn. That little rascal. Does she wish for my demise? Did you just realize this? Niu Jianhua shot him a disdainful glance. I told you long ago. That girl is a heartless ingrate. At 17, she should not even be in school. One ought to send her to the electronics factory to tighten screws, allowing us to earn a few years' worth of income. And once she turns 20, she can be married off. This would be less burdensome. And we might even receive some bride price in return in our hometown. One can bear children by the age of 17. Niu Jianhua, with a smile that does not reach her eyes, picks at her teeth. Niu de Baal can be kept. He possesses brute strength and is rather simple-minded, making him easy to control. He can serve as a free laborer. What can Su Li do? That girl is nothing but a ravenous wolf, ungrateful and cunning. After all these years, she has tightly guarded her little treasure trove. I dare say you, her uncle, have not seen a single penny, have you? She is always on guard against us. Wang Xueming's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He harbored some resentment towards this ungrateful niece. The couple completely forgot that the house they reside in and the shop they use were left behind by Su Li's parents. Even the money they spend on their lavish meals comes from the compensation left by her parents. During the 2 years Su Li has been in school, they have not given her a single penny. She has been living frugally on her saved New Year's money. Yet the couple wishes to pry into her meager savings. Their greed knows no bounds. They speak of caring for their sister's underage child, but what do they do instead? They drain her dry and then complain about the taste. They may look human, yet neither of them lift a finger to help. The little girl has run away. The couple did not think much of it. A 16 or 17-year-old girl accompanied by a simpleton cannot go far. Right? There is no need to search. In a couple of days, when the money runs out, she will return on her own. If she does not return, all the better. It saves the household from feeding 2 extra mouths. The couple calculated carefully, thinking it would be best if these 2 perished outside. That way, they could rightfully inherit their sister and brother-in-law's estate, without any lingering concerns. Although the inheritance is currently in their hands, there are still those who occasionally cast envious remarks. Umitba, it would be best if those 2 little rascals met their demise outside and never returned home again. Wang Xueming had a pleasant dream one night, receiving a phone call to collect a corpse. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, the people at the seafood market noticed that Boss Wang seemed to be in high spirits, even smiling at passing dogs. However, when a week later, several burly gangsters barged into their home to collect rent, they realized how gravely mistaken they had been. They regretted it deeply. Su Li, quick on her feet, after leaving with Niu de Baal, sought out a private lending company, colloquially known as a loan shark, for a mortgage loan. A truly fair lending company? This is it. You? Mortgage loan? The burly owner, Hu Guoqiang, with a cigar dangling from his mouth and a menacing air about him, inquired, Where are the adults? Can you make decisions on this matter? Su Li nodded. I can decide. My parents are deceased. The head of the household is my brother, who is already 21 and of legal age. Hu Guoqiang glanced at the hulking figure beside Su Li. Is he the one calling the shots? Niu de Baal replied. I listened to my sister. All right then, the little girl has some guts. Hu Guoqiang chuckled. Summoned the manager, and led the 2 to finalize the loan. In this line of work, if one clings too tightly to rules and regulations, they would surely starve. These 2, the younger one likely still a minor, and the older one being rather dim-witted, were clearly at a disadvantage. But what of it? As long as the paperwork is in order, that suffices. If you want money, I will provide it. However, if you fail to repay, do not blame me. Firstly, let it be known that this company operates as a legitimate lending institution. All dealings are lawful and above board. The property and shop's title are registered under Niu de Baal. Please present your ID, read the mortgage contract thoroughly, and sign. Once verified, this company will transfer 70% of the market value of the property to your provided bank account, totaling 16,500,000 yuan. Lastly, we remind you to repay on time. We wish you a pleasant cooperation and welcome you to return next time. If you fail to repay, the property will serve as collateral. The market price is 70% of the house. If sold normally, the profit margin could yield several million. Even if repaid on time, the high interest ensures they will not incur losses that a businessman calculates and never loses. Yet what they do not realize is that soon, the money earned through hard work will merely be a pile of worthless paper. In truth, had they sought a real estate agent to sell the property, they could have fetched a higher price. But time was of the essence. Additionally, Suli is not yet 18, and considering Nyo Dobeal's situation, they possess no legal autonomy, as their guardians are Wang Xueming and his wife. Following proper channels necessitates the involvement of guardians, which is extremely disadvantageous for them. Once the guardians are notified, Wang Xueming and his wife would become aware of the situation. If they were to report it to the authorities, the transaction could not proceed. Even if they ultimately won a lawsuit, it would require time. And what Suli lacks most is time. She needs to acquire funds quickly to purchase necessities. Chapter 6. Eating double portions Nyo Dobeal. Having received instructions from Suli, merely nodded throughout, not uttering a word. Though he did not comprehend what Suli was doing, his mother had instructed him to heed his sister's words. It was only when a text message confirmed the funds had arrived that Suli let out a sigh of relief. They hurriedly departed at 7 in the evening. While the intermediary company had not yet closed, Suli hurriedly viewed several properties and ultimately rented an apartment on the 7th floor of Sunshine Community in the Old District. This is an aging complex from over a decade ago, with the top floor being the 6th. The exterior of the building appeared somewhat worn. However, it was fortunate that the apartment was fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. The landlord initially requested a minimum of 6 months' rent, with 2 months deposit and 6 months advance. Yet Suli only needed to rent for 1 month, thus paying a little over 1,000 yuan extra compared to long-term rental rates. She promptly made the payment, securing a place to stay. The reason for choosing this location was its proximity to several large shopping malls and supermarkets within a 3-kilometer radius, as well as being not far from the largest wholesale market in Haisha City, where warehouses abound, likely remaining unemptied for some time after the apocalypse. After receiving the keys from the agent, Suli found a locksmith downstairs to change the locks, tidied up the apartment a bit, and then took Nyo Dobeal, who reeked of fish and sweat, to the nearest supermarket. Nyo Dobeal diligently followed Suli, filled with questions but too timid to voice them. For instance, why not return home now that it was dark? Why was Ali not at school? She seemed rather peculiar today. Nyo Dobeal was not entirely devoid of independent thought. He was simply somewhat simple-minded and not very clever. His reflexes were slow, likely able to wrap around the earth once. Thus, many things did not require explanation. He merely needed to be told what to do. In a sense, he was a competent soldier. Along the way, Nyo Dobeal, still clad in his sweaty tank top and reeking of fish, quietly followed Suli, silently observing her figure ahead. His sister had grown up, yet remained very obedient. Ali is the gentlest and most well-behaved sister in the world. When Ali was born, she was small and soft. Their mother gently told him, "Dobeal, this is your sister. You must be a brother to her from now on, protecting her for a lifetime." He still wore the same tattered tank top during the day, trailing behind Suli, afraid to stray too far lest his sister get lost. He also dared not get too close, knowing Ali disliked him encroaching upon her space. On summer nights, some laborers, unable to bear the sweltering heat, walk around shirtless, yet Nyo Dobeal, wrapped in his fishy odor, was a unique sight indeed. Wherever he went, he resembled a humanoid biochemical weapon, with an offensive presence far surpassing that of any stinky snail noodles. Those within 100-meter radius would pinch their noses and hurriedly retreat, as if fleeing from a toxic cloud. In the bustling streets, a natural vacuum zone formed around him, as people instinctively avoided him. Upon entering the supermarket, even the sales clerks regarded him with admiration. Nyo Dobeal, in his Na'vi manner, grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites that contrasted sharply with his dark complexion. Suli headed straight to the clothing section on the 3rd floor, purchasing pants and tops for Nyo Dobeal according to his size while also picking out some items for herself, as she certainly could not go without clean clothes for the coming days. After settling the bill and handing the bags to Nyo Dobeal, she then proceeded to the 2nd floor to acquire bed linens and other essentials. Finally, she made her way to the 1st floor to buy a plethora of food items. The supermarket offered delivery service for purchases over 2,000 yuan. Although the items from the 2nd and 3rd floors far exceeded that amount, Suli could not help but indulge when it came to food. Her mind clearly recognized that the wholesale market would offer cheaper prices, yet her hands acted independently. Having endured the hunger of a post-apocalyptic world, she now beheld an array of sumptuous food before her. Despite her utmost efforts to suppress the desires bubbling within, she felt an overwhelming urge to clear the entire supermarket. From chocolate, candies, and cookies to fresh produce and grains, Suli resembled a desperate refugee, fervently loading her shopping cart with an assortment of delicacies. Once she regained her composure, she realized that she had filled 6 shopping carts to the brim. Several nearby middle-aged women observed her frenzied purchasing, with some even mistakenly believing there was a grand sale at the supermarket, prompting them to buy more than usual. Ultimately, after settling the bill, Suli left her home address for the supermarket staff to arrange delivery. Before stepping out with Nyo de Bao, "Brother, are you hungry? Shall we go have dinner? What would you like to eat?" Not far from the supermarket lay a vibrant night market. As darkness fell, the streets illuminated with neon lights, a kaleidoscope of colors resembling the stars above. The nearby streets bustled with people, some seeking refuge from the heat, others walking their dogs, or simply enjoying a leisurely meal. This flourishing era had taken millennia to cultivate. Yet destruction could ensue in a single day. Buns. Pork buns. Nyo de Bao declared emphatically, for to him, nothing was more delectable than buns. It had been ages since he had savored the taste of pork and green onion filling since his parents departed. He was on the verge of forgetting its flavor altogether. Suli nodded, guiding him on a quest, eventually halting before a late-night stall renowned for its buns. The proprietor, a portly middle-aged man who seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps from previous visits, eagerly presented them with menus as the stall, still in its infancy of the night, boasted several unoccupied tables. "What would you two like to eat?" he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "We have just received a fresh batch of crayfish, spicy, fragrant and garlic-flavored. 88 for a portion, 3 pounds. Care to try some? We also offer cold beef salad, our signature dish, spicy pigeon stew, pepper chicken, all delightful." Holding the menu, Suli scanned it from top to bottom. 2 portions of spicy crayfish, 2 of garlic, and 2 of fragrant, 10 baskets of beef buns and pork buns each. If that's not enough, we can order more, and let us add some cold dishes, cucumber salad, vinegar-soaked peanuts, and duck neck. The proprietor glanced at the two of them and advised, "You might not finish this much food. Our portions are quite generous. Perhaps you should order less and add more if needed. This amount could easily satisfy 10 people. Just the two of you. Even if he can eat a lot, you won't manage to finish it. We are big eaters, no worries. This is just a light meal for us," Suli replied with a smile. Then turned to Nyo de Bao, asking, "Brother, what would you like to drink? The restaurant is currently running a promotion. Beer is free." The proprietor quickly interjected. Nyo de Bao pondered for a moment, cautiously glancing at Suli. "Ali, if I don't want free beer because it's not sweet, can I have cola instead?" The memory of being punished by his uncle for drinking half a bottle of leftover cola from his cousin made him instinctively shrink his neck. Yet, the thought of the fizzy sensation bubbling in his throat fueled an uncontrollable longing as he gazed at Suli. "Drink. Have it chilled. 2 bottles of 2L cola to start." Suli found his cautious demeanor amusing yet somewhat heart-wrenching. With a smile, she reassured Nyo de Bao, "Brother, the cola and buns are all yours. Eat to your heart's content. No one else is having them." Nyo de Bao, however, shook his head vigorously, his eyes wide as he earnestly insisted. "Give them to Ali, let Ali eat." In no time, 20 baskets of buns and various dishes were laid out before them. Nyo de Bao, ravenous, devoured bun after bun, hastily washing them down with cola, his burps resonating loudly as he relished each bite. "Delicious, truly delicious. Ali, I feel I could eat so much more. Go ahead, eat as much as you like." Nyo de Bao savored his meat, showing little interest in the crayfish that required peeling. He was firmly committed to the buns. Born with an exceptionally large stature, his birth had been fraught with complications, resulting in a prolonged stay in the womb that led to oxygen deprivation. When he finally arrived, the nurse had been taken aback by his size, his skin resembling that of a purple yam. Upon seeing the first photograph of Nyo de Bao as a newborn, swaddled and a striking shade of deep purple, Suli had been astonished. Was he a reincarnation of Thanos, or had a yam come to life? This hefty infant, with a round head and robust limbs, exceeded the size of typical 2- or 3-month-old babies. It was no wonder he had been difficult to deliver. The specifications were evidently not suited for the situation. Consequently, having spent so long in the womb, Nyo de Bao's cognitive development was affected. He only began to speak at 6 and was rather slow to react. However, he was an insatiable eater, a natural glutton, capable of consuming over 40 handmade dumplings in a single sitting, his appetite rivaling that of 2 adults combined. Su Li herself was also feeling peckish. After nibbling on some buns, she began peeling shrimp. God knows how long she had craved these crayfish, for 2 lifetimes. Once she began, she continued for over an hour, the heaps of baskets and shrimp shells before them standing as a testament to their culinary triumph. Even the proprietor occasionally glanced their way, likely believing he had encountered a pair of competitive eaters from a viral video. As they feasted, passers-by couldn't help but feel their appetites stirred. After all, what difference did it make where one dined? This lively eatery appeared quite appealing, and witnessing the duo indulge, their faces glistening with grease, made the food seem irresistibly delicious. Unintentionally, they had showcased the stall, attracting numerous customers. The proprietor grinned broadly, his eyes gleaming with delight, and even sent over an additional portion of crayfish. Nyo de Bao managed to consume 30 or 40 large buns on his own, patting his round belly and letting out a lengthy belch, exuding the joy of a child weighing over 200 pounds. By the time they returned home, satiated and content, it was already 9 in the evening. Their rented apartment was a 3-bedroom layout, perfectly accommodating each of them in separate rooms, while the remaining room served as a storage space. Su Li instructed Nyo de Bao to take a shower while she organized the groceries delivered from the supermarket. She placed the perishable meats into the refrigerator, while the non-perishables were stacked neatly in the storage room. Once finished, she sliced a watermelon in half and stored it in the fridge. After tidying up, she switched on the television, settling onto the sofa to scan through the local channels, hoping to find news about the virus. Disappointingly, after a lengthy search, she found nothing related to the zombie virus. Only reports on rising temperatures across various regions. Just then, Nyo de Bao emerged from the bathroom, standing at the doorway with a bewildered expression. He wore the white tank top Su Li had purchased for him and colorful beach shorts, which made him appear even darker, like a piece of glowing charcoal. Without turning her head, Su Li addressed him. "Would you like some watermelon? There's some in the fridge. Go help yourself." Nyo de Bao obediently grabbed half a watermelon and approached Su Li, sitting upright on the sofa like a child, offering the watermelon to her. "Ali, you eat first." It was then that Su Li noticed the myriad scars adorning Nyo de Bao's exposed thighs, some long and linear, suggesting he had been whipped, while others bore the unmistakable round marks of cigarette burns. Her expression darkened, and she gently ruffled his hair, her voice tinged with emotion. "I still have some. You eat it. If you find it insufficient, go get more." Some of those scars were old, faded remnants of past wounds, while others were fresh, the infections oozing from them evident. Initially, she had thought that Wang Xueming's family merely exploited him for free labor, never fathoming the extent of their cruelty and abuse. This wicked couple had cunningly ensured that Nyo de Bao, who often worked bare-chested, would not be seen with scars, choosing to strike only on his lower body. No wonder they insisted he wear long pants year-round, even in summer. How despicable! A nest of scoundrels. Her gaze, unmasked with hatred, burned sharply like a searing knife, wishing only to inflict 1,000 tortures upon that family, reducing their bodies to mere pulp. There are individuals born with intellects that may not match the average, yet possess a keen intuition, acutely attuned to the emotional shifts of those around them. Nyo de Bao was one such individual. At this moment, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Su Li. Memories of being beaten by his uncle and cousin flooded his mind, the sensation of a knife piercing him during his cousin's foul moods, and the iron rod and cigarette burns inflicted by his uncle. This was the same threatening feeling. Instinctively, he wished to retreat into the stairwell, but upon glancing around, he realized he couldn't locate the stairs. Only then did he comprehend that this was no longer his uncle's home. But did Ali also dislike him? Would Ali also come to despise him like his uncle? He feared that feeling, not the fear of harm, but the dread of Ali rejecting him. "Ali, do you not want me anymore?" After a long silence, Nyo de Bao's trembling voice echoed softly in her ear. The moment jolted Su Li back to reality, and she stared blankly ahead. Before her stood Nyo de Bao, his eyes swollen and red, his fists clenched tightly on his knees. "I won't eat buns anymore, and I won't drink cola. I promise to be obedient. I won't stay too close to Ali, nor will I stray too far and lose myself, making it difficult for Ali to find me. Ali, please don't abandon me. I don't want to go back. I know you have somewhere else to go. Will you take me with you? I will be good and won't cause trouble." In an instant, tears and snot streamed down his face, and Nyo de Bao, clutching a half-eaten melon, trembled like a frightened dog afraid of being abandoned. This sight resonated with Su Lie's own memories of helplessness and fear when she had once been cast aside. "No, you're my brother. You must protect me. How could you leave me?" Su Lie reached out and gently stroked Nyo Debeo's hair, which felt soft to her touch, reminiscent of the Caucasian dog they had kept at home. Years ago, Nyo Debeo had been the best of friends with that dog. They would spend entire days together, returning only when it was dark. Then the dog went missing and never returned. Perhaps it had found new owners. Or perhaps it had already met a tragic fate. So, will we go back? Upon hearing Su Lie assure him that she would not abandon him, Nyo Debeo gradually calmed down. "Ali, please don't go back. Uncle will hit you, and my cousin will too. They are bad people. Please don't go back." Saying this, he slid off the sofa, crouching before Su Lie, gripping her pant leg and looking up at her with a dread of her leaving. Su Lie was oblivious to how he had fared under the care of his uncle's family. She vaguely remembered that before her parents passed away, Nyo Debeo had not been like this. Though a bit simple-minded, he had been perpetually cheerful, fearless like a mischievous husky. When had this fear appeared in him? With this thought, Su Lie straightened her posture and asked, "Debeo, do you believe me?" "Of course." Nyo Debeo nodded without hesitation. "Then listen well. From now on, neither of us will go back. We will always live together. I will protect you and ensure that Uncle and the others will never bully you again." She looked at him earnestly, her dark eyes seeming to cast a spell, gradually soothing Nyo Debeo's anxious heart. For reasons unknown, he instinctively believed her words. "All right, I am the big brother, and I will protect you too." Nyo Debeo nodded vigorously and, in a whimsical moment, pulled a spoon from his pocket and began eating watermelon. With the reassurance he had longed for, all his worries faded away, and he grinned as he scooped the fruit into his mouth. Is there anything more delightful than eating watermelon in summer? Certainly not. Meanwhile, Su Lie remained melancholic as she observed him, carefree and lighthearted, which left her both amused and exasperated, prompting her to freshen up. Upon her return, the television was playing a melodramatic soap opera. Nyo Debeo, still munching on his watermelon, watched with wide, gleaming eyes. "How can you be so cruel and selfish? Your sister didn't mean to. You lost only a leg, but Xiling has lost her love." Su Lie's lips twitched slightly, shaking her head as she retreated to her room. The city had fallen into a tranquil silence, with the sound of thunderous snores emanating from the adjacent room. Downstairs, rhythmic clattering echoed, and after a few minutes, this duet of intermittent activity ceased. "Is that all? This doesn't bode well," Su Lie thought aimlessly before yawning and drifting off to sleep. In the dead of night, the moon hung high in the sky, accompanied by a few scattered stars. In Su Lie's room, a faint glow radiated. At that moment, she was soaked in sweat, her face pallid. Straining with all her might to curl into a ball, her bones creaking under pressure. Every inch of her skin, every pore, was desperately expanding, the sensation of pain magnified infinitely. Upon closer inspection, the walls glimmered with tightly coiled serpentine vines that twisted and writhed, filling the room as if it were a colossal cocoon. The source of these vines was Su Lie herself. Chapter 8. Space. These serpent-like vines enveloped the entire room. Resembling magical creatures from a film, fine tendrils emerged from Su Lie's body, slithering like snakes as they explored the world. Yet, no matter how far they ventured, the other end of the tendril remained connected to Su Lie. It was akin to a silkworm striving to empty itself to spin its own chrysalis. The inexplicably severed stone from the artificial mountain earlier that day, along with the hundreds of pounds of fish she had kicked over at the market, all pointed to one undeniable truth. The blood vine had been reborn alongside her. Or perhaps, more boldly, it could be speculated that she had been reborn with the blood vine. After all, the entire facility, amalgamated with countless scientists, had failed to decipher the nature of the blood vine. How could it so easily vanish after her self-detonation? The blood vine had been inserted into her body as a seed for experimentation. To put it bluntly, she was merely a vessel for the blood vine, with the true architect being the vine itself. If her body could no longer provide the energy it required, she could be drained to a husk at any moment, and it could seamlessly transition to a new host. However, the situation was different now. Perhaps due to the rebirth, a strange fusion had begun between the two. She could sense the roots of the blood vine coursing through her veins, merging with her very being. This signified that from this moment forth, the blood vine could no longer be severed. They would live and die as one. Fine vines erupted from her palms, and she could even feel the exhilaration of the blood vine as it was released. Countless tendrils continued to divide within her, almost to the point of bursting. Fortunately, with her rebirth, the blood vine's power had diminished to its lowest ebb. Thus, she had to seize this moment of vulnerability to guide the blood vine toward complete integration within her. Only then could she avoid the fate of being consumed by the blood vine. She needed to fuse the blood vine into an inseparable part of herself. The tendrils within her writhed incessantly, every inch of her skin prickling with pain, as if the delicate strands wished to break free from their human confines. The vines on the walls twisted and danced, pulling excitedly outward. The surface of the walls glowed, and at that moment, a voice echoed in her ear. "How did I turn into a bug? Who?" She quickly withdrew her outstretched hand and turned around, only to find the surroundings utterly deserted. Could it be that she had misheard? A hallucination? Suli pondered in confusion. Just then, the voice resounded again. "Help! I don't want to be a bug." The tone was exceedingly juvenile, reminiscent of a child's wail. Following the sound, she spotted a wobbly bug resting on the steps before a small house. Its size comparable to that of an adult's calf. If her memory served her correctly, it resembled the cabbage worm she had seen in her grandmother's garden during her childhood. But could cabbage worms grow to such a size? Plus version, perhaps? In the apocalyptic world, she had encountered numerous mutated animals and plants, yet she had never heard of cabbage worms evolving to the point of speaking. Host, you must take a look at me." Just as Suli was lost in her thoughts, the cabbage worm spoke once more. "Are you talking to me? Do I know you? Who are you?" She furrowed her brow, gazing incredulously at the worm. Calling her host, could it mean that it was Little Spicy Chicken? "I am your subordinate. I am Little Spicy Chicken." Suli crouched down, extending a finger to poke the worm's round, plump body. "How did you end up like this? Is this your system's ultimate form? Quite unique. And where is this?" "In my dream." Little Spicy Chicken felt a tingling sensation where she poked it, an odd combination of electric shock and itchiness. After all, it was its first experience of having a body, and the sensations were utterly unfamiliar. This is not a dream. It is a space. Look, that tree over there, do you recognize it? It is the seed within your body. It has uprooted the Pai-Shio amulet you had. It turns out it was a subspace, my lord. I cannot believe I did not sense the special energy wave from that amulet with a sudden jolt. My residual data stream was dragged into this space, inside the body of a bug, and thus, I became like this. So now, the three of us, myself, you, and the tree, are a trinity, an invincible iron triangle team. Little Spicy Chicken proudly wiggled its antennae, which curved outward like steel wires, while its several pairs of furry red legs propelled its rotund body as it descended the steps, reminiscent of a chubby baby just awakening. Speaking as it crawled, two antennae rubbed against its bean-like eyes, and it accidentally tumbled down the steps. Its body flipped over, and its short legs flailed aimlessly, attempting to right itself, yet it only ended up squirming like a turtle on its back. "Ah, help! Turn me over! You mustn't look! You shameless woman! Don't look!" The rotund body writhed incessantly on the ground. Two antennae bent down to shield its abdomen, fearing Suli would glimpse something. "Could it be that you are a male?" Suli teased. Little Spicy Chicken paused, and to her astonishment, its green body slowly transformed into pink. Was it a color-changing worm? Seeing her stand there unmoving, it anxiously shouted, "Host, what are you doing? Hurry and save me." Yet Suli merely crouched there, smiling at it. "You say that tree is so powerful, yet you couldn't handle it. How did you manage to bring it back to life? This doesn't seem scientific." What's unscientific about it? The space exists, so what science are you talking about? Anyway, I didn't lie. I genuinely contributed to its resurrection. Suli retorted, "What contribution? What are you doing?" "I attached my data stream to the blood vine effortlessly. If I hadn't done that, my residual data stream would have dissipated and I would be forever frozen in place. How could you interrogate me? Am I not your beloved Little Spicy Chicken?" "Boo-hoo, do you have another subordinate out there?" This worm perfectly embodied what it meant to throw a tantrum. "Although I have no justification, although I lied, I am not at fault." Was it not a dramatic worm? Caught lying and yet unrepentant, it continued to pester her. Indeed, it was just like before. Well then, you can continue lying there, basking in the sun, you little liar. Suli scoffed. And you dare say you became so weak because you brought me back in time? I thought you were so wonderful, but it turns out you are simply a parasitic crab, clinging to others for support, bullying a tree that cannot speak, taking all the credit for yourself. You deceived me. Little trickster, humph. Ah, you cold-hearted woman. You are heartless, unreasonable, and a troublemaker. If it weren't for your inexplicable self-detonation, would I be in this state? I would have long returned to the embrace of the great Lord. Ha! Your Lord has so many subordinates. He has long forgotten you. Ah, you mustn't slander my master. Little Spicy Chicken kicked its little legs vigorously, attempting to perform a flip and confront this insufferable woman. It was merely a newly born, pitiful system, yet its first host treated it this way. It had exhausted its original points to purchase items from the system shop, claiming it was a loan that would be repaid in double. Yet throughout its life, it had hardly seen her complete any tasks. What nonsense! All she did was chase after men. The crucial point was that the man was not even the destined child the system required to pursue. What terrible taste! Now that it had been reborn, it realized it was left with only residual data, and yet she bullied it even more shamelessly. The other hosts in the group were all obedient and compliant, doing whatever they pleased. Each one was a relief. How had it ended up with such a host? What a misfortune! After shouting for a while, seeing Suli remain unfazed, it sighed in resignation, allowing itself to lie there like a corpse. The fate of a subordinate was bleak. It couldn't help but feel sorrowful, singing a mournful tune, Little Cabbage, oh how wilted in the field, a mere 3.5 years old, and mother is gone. Chapter 9. That tree. Following the method that Little Spicy Chicken had instructed, Suli focused her mind and returned to her room. She surveyed the walls and the floor around her. Everything was back to its original state. This was merely an ordinary room, and the clock on the wall indicated the current time. 3 o'clock in the morning. She glanced towards the head of her bed. The Paisho ornament had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few dull fragments of stone, faintly revealing the outline of the Paisho. The Paisho ornament, the space? Suli grasped the fragments. And a sudden thought struck her mind. In her previous life, an Exioner seemed to be a dual ability wielder of spatial and water powers. After the apocalypse erupted, the surviving classmates largely congregated in the cafeteria awaiting rescue. However, instead of rescue, they were met by Nyodebeo, who had come looking for Suli. After being trapped for 2 days, opinions among the group diverged, splitting into 2 factions. One that wished to continue waiting for rescue, unwilling to venture outside, and another that wanted to escape and save themselves. Many classmates who had bullied her in the past began to flatter her, including an Exioner. She pitifully informed Suli that despite her parents' disdain for the 2 siblings, she had always regarded Suli and Nyodebeo as family. Although she had never shown it, blood ties could not be altered. Perhaps it was because she had never been valued by anyone before. Or maybe she had lost her mind. Suli's foolishly compassionate heart was ignited, and she found an inexplicable courage to charge outside with over 20 classmates and Nyodebeo. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Some classmates were bitten by zombies before they could even leave the school, and out of the 20-odd people, only a few survived. This group of sheltered flowers, unaccustomed to the harshness of life and death, faced the horrifying reality up close. The sight of decaying zombies and former classmates who had perished was utterly terrifying. They regretted their decision, believing they should have remained in the cafeteria. The youth was the hope of a nation. Surely, the government would not abandon them. With patience, a military force would come to rescue them. They felt they had been deceived and manipulated by Suli and Nyodebeo, completely refusing to acknowledge that they had sought out others to lead them. They believed that those in charge should eliminate all dangers, and since they had consented to lead them, they should protect them at all costs. Their sense of entitlement turned into resentment, that time. Suli was still the victim of bullying, unable to refuse or resist, even though she knew deep down that the entire situation was unreasonable. If it had not been for Nyodebeo awakening his power early on, leading them for a while, these people would have likely perished. Eventually, others awakened their abilities. Yet those who did so still felt entitled to hide in the back. The ones fighting in the front were always Nyodebeo and Suli, who had only awakened her plant-based powers. Even after witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse, Suli never considered abandoning her classmates. She felt responsible for leading them out of the school, believing she should be accountable. Little did she realize how ridiculous such a mindset was, living a life of being PUA'd, believing that it was unforgivable not to sacrifice herself for others. As time progressed, with the emergence of more mutated species and the evolution of zombies, resources became increasingly difficult to procure. Life grew ever more arduous, and it was during this trying period that Enshiner suddenly awakened her abilities related to water and space. Subsequently, she departed from her group, taking along other supernatural beings within the team. Those left behind were merely ordinary individuals unable to leave. Not only were they of no assistance, but they also became burdens in the following days. Nyo de Beos also vanished. Relying on her audacity and combat prowess, Enshiner's abilities continuously upgraded, transforming her from an inconspicuous pawn into one of the 3 guardian deities of the Hengyang base. However, fate took an unexpected turn during a large-scale zombie siege when she sustained grave injuries. The classmates she had always protected betrayed her, administering inhibitors into her food, and she was forcibly sent to a laboratory. Over the years, Enshiner's reputation grew immensely. It was said that her water-based abilities were inexhaustible, providing not only water but also possessing healing properties. Whispers circulated about her unique spatial abilities, boundless and limitless. It was also rumored that she married the highest-ranking leader of the Hengyang base, Oh Huayang, a man who had never once regarded her with a glance throughout his life. She heard countless tales. Yet she never harbored resentment or jealousy. Each individual had their own destiny. If hers was unfortunate, she could not blame others. Until the moment she was informed that Nyo de Beos had been killed by her own hand, and that she had personally delivered the inhibitors to her old classmate. At that instant, Su Li found the entire world utterly absurd. What she believed was a lie. Those she had protected had turned against her. Her loved ones suffered untimely deaths. Was Enshiner's power somehow linked to that Jade Paixio? It must be, for after the apocalypse, she had asked Enshiner for the Jade Pendant, to which Enshiner had claimed it was lost. Her expression at that time had been peculiar, as if she had not hesitated for even a second before nodding, eager to ensure Su Li believed her, repeating her certainty multiple times. Such an impatient denial was inherently suspicious. Reflecting on this, Su Li recalled the enormous plant by the well. With a flick of her right hand, a tender green sprout wobbled into view from her palm. Wasn't it the blood vine? Staring at the tiny sprout in her hand, she connected it to the gigantic plant in the space. It was hard to believe that it was indeed the true form of the blood vine. The contrast was too stark. The base had named this never-before-seen plant blood vine, believing it to be a creeping vine. Little did they know it was a tree, and such a large one at that. Returning to the space, she casually flipped the small creature over and began to inquire about various matters regarding the realm. The little creature waited patiently, its plump body wriggling proudly as it sensed that the woman had finally come to believe in its existence. This little creature now resembled a guardian spirit of the space, resonating with every blade of grass and tree within. The main body of the blood vine had already entered a deep slumber, and it remained uncertain how many years would pass before it awakened. In any case, it had instructed her to be a good steward and protect the space. Can you understand its speech? Of course. It also wants me to inform you that the space requires an abundance of plants, and animals will suffice as well. It needs vitality. The more life force present in the space, the better it will thrive. As you integrate with it, the more vitality it absorbs, the more you will automatically upgrade, enhancing your combat prowess. It requires an immense amount of life force as sustenance. Your body cannot withstand its full power. Thus, it can only serve as a medium, splitting its essence and anchoring the main body within the space. The blood vine within your body is merely a fraction of its split branches. Goodness, this tree is incredible. Can you discern its origins? What kind of entity is it? I can't tell. I'm just a newly born entity myself, after all. I've never seen much of the world. Still holding a grudge. Su Li entered the space, carefully observing her surroundings. The entire area spanned roughly 20 acres, with a boundary formed by a misty barrier. Apart from a dilapidated wooden cabin, a solitary tree, and a talking insect, there was not a single blade of grass to be found. Near the great tree lay a winding stream, both ends obscured in the white mist. Su Li inspected it, finding the water crystal clear. Not a single fish or shrimp could be seen, not even a leech. However, the stones at the bottom of the stream were quite beautiful, resembling various colors of agate or jade. Little creature, what are these stones? Are they gems? Do they possess any special energy? Aside from their beauty, they are utterly useless. The little creature cast a glance at Suli with its black, bean-like eyes, internally lamenting, just like the host. Was the space like this when you arrived? Not a single blade of grass? No, there were some wildflowers and weeds before. The little creature drooled nostalgically. It was that tree. It drained the vitality from the entire space in an instant, leaving nothing behind. All the flora and fauna turned to ash. Even I was nearly consumed by it. At this moment, the little creature appeared somewhat aggrieved, its small black eyes glimmering with unshed tears. But it's okay. The great tree says the space will grow with vitality. Tears dripped onto the ground. Hearing this, Suli lost her desire to delve deeper, realizing that this creature was simply a glutton, having devoured all other life within the space. She finally understood why the thousands of supernatural beings sent to merge with the bloodvine before her had never emerged from the laboratory again. She couldn't help but feel fortunate. What incredible luck she had. Otherwise, she could have been drained during the merging process. Glancing at the bloodvine by the well, she began to comprehend why it had claimed territory, forbidding this creature from approaching it. The image of a rotund, meaty worm gnawing on a great tree made Suli shudder involuntarily. Chapter 10. I can't hold it in anymore the next day. In a taxi, Suli withdrew her gaze, biting down on the lollipop in her mouth, donning her headphones, and raising the car window, continuing to observe the streets outside through the glass. After approximately half an hour, the towering buildings along the street began to dwindle, and a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs permeated the AI. IT was the pesticide factory on the outskirts of Haisha City, notorious for its stench within 100 miles. Over the past few decades, the city had rapidly developed, with numerous heavy industries and high-pollution enterprises relocating to the periphery. Among them were several infamous pesticide factories. Consequently, this region, aside from factory workers, had seen the original inhabitants largely migrate elsewhere. This route was also a necessary passage to the Jianghu. Originally, Suli had planned to rent 2 warehouses for storing supplies, while her home would suffice for whatever could be accommodated. Every corner would be stuffed to the ceiling. No one would ever complain about having too many resources. However, this approach posed significant safety risks. If someone discovered the warehouse, she would have no means to swiftly relocate her supplies. In that case, all her painstakingly gathered resources would merely serve to benefit others. Now that she possessed a space, Suli certainly would not let this ready-made asset go to waste. Warehouses were still necessary. After all, it would be too conspicuous to have trucks delivering supplies directly to the community. Initially, she thought that a reserve of over 10 million would be more than sufficient, but now, with the space, the potential storage capacity appeared nearly limitless. Over 10 million could be transformed into various foodstuffs, clothing, medicine, and other essential items, along with the myriad plants required by the space. When calculated, even over 10 million seemed insufficient. It must be noted that in the apocalypse, resources, especially food and medicine, were the most precious and vital in that chaotic and terrifying world. Even a single biscuit or a moldy loaf of bread could cost a life. When people were driven to the brink of starvation, they could resort to any desperate actions. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. With this thought in mind, Suli quickly retrieved paper and pen, drafting an extensive shopping list. Opening a certain treasure website, she commenced her frenzied shopping spree. From the smallest needle and thread to the necessities of daily life, especially various grains, instant foods, and snacks, she bought in bulk whatever was available. Additionally, she made sure to stock up on her favorite treats: sunflower seeds, spicy chicken feet, 5-spice pig trotters, salt-baked chicken, and beef jerky. Sniff, it would be hard to indulge in these delights after the apocalypse. So she had to buy them all. Due to the vast quantity of her purchases, many vendors offered various discounts. This shopping frenzy persisted until the early morning of the next day, with an energetic Suli having not slept a wink. Owing to years of early risings and late nights at the fish market, Nyo de Beos was accustomed to waking early. Before dawn, he climbed out of bed, dressed, and prepared for work. After washing up, he groggily recalled the events of the previous day. His sister had come to pick him up. He didn't need to go back. Perhaps he could steal a few more hours of sleep. Nyo de Beos glanced at the bed. Although he had risen early, he felt no fatigue, clearly indicating that his biological clock had yet to adjust. Suddenly faced with an absence of work, he felt a vague sense of panic. However, he hesitated to knock on the door, fearing that he might disturb Su Li's rest. So, he sat alone on the sofa, staring intently at the closed door, awaiting the emergence of its occupant. After an entire night of online shopping, Su Li remained in a state of exhilaration, her mind consumed by a singular thought: buy. Unbeknownst to her, the dawn had already broken outside, revealing a pale light on the horizon. Her old mobile phone, which she had charged 3 times throughout the night, began to emit low battery alerts, incessantly beeping. Only then did Su Li realize that it was morning. Despite her apparent vigor, there was no trace of the fatigue that typically accompanies an all-nighter. The fair-skinned young woman furrowed her brow as she glanced at the reminder of her bank balance on her phone. After just one night, over 3 million had vanished. Money truly does slip away too easily. Stepping out of her room, she spotted a dark silhouette slumped on the sofa. "Oh, you startled me. When did you wake up?" Su Li, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, yawned and ambled toward the bathroom. Nyo Dabo quickly rose from the sofa, following closely behind her. "I don't know, maybe around 4 or 5. Ali, is it really all right if we don't go home?" Happiness had come so abruptly that Nyo Dabo still found it hard to believe. Su Li entered the restroom to wash her face. "If you want to go back, feel free to do so. I won't be returning. Have you forgotten what we talked about last night?" Nyo Dabo shook his head, his large eyes wide with determination. "I won't go back either. I want to eat meat buns with Ali every day." He stood motionless in the bathroom, patiently waiting for Su Li to engage him in conversation. He watched as she washed her face, squeezed toothpaste for her, and handed her a comb as she tied her hair. When Su Li approached the toilet, Nyo Dabo unexpectedly brought over some toilet paper. Showing no awareness of the need for privacy, "Brother, I need to use the toilet. Can you please step outside? I can help you wipe. When you were little and needed to go, sometimes when Mama was busy, I was the one who wiped you. I've grown up now. There's a difference between boys and girls. It's fine. I don't mind if your poop stinks. It's not like mine does." She could no longer contain herself and shouted, "You get out. I can hardly hold it in." After breakfast, she instructed Nyo Dabo to keep an eye on the house and to return home once any packages arrived. With that, she stepped out. Su Li's supply procurement plan consisted of 2 parts: online shopping and bulk purchases from the wholesale market in Haishur. The Lianghu Wholesale City, a colossal market comprising numerous specialized sections, sprawled over 2,000 acres, offering everything from clothing and food to daily necessities and agricultural products. Anything that isn't extremely niche can be found there. Many small business owners from Haisha source their goods from this market. Items bought online would take several days to arrive, and she could not afford to waste any time in these remaining days. In a post-apocalyptic world, resources are paramount. Any money left unspent would become worthless scraps of paper. Thus, she had to procure everything she needed as thoroughly as possible. However, to purchase supplies at the wholesale market, one must have a warehouse. Having truckloads of goods delivered to an apartment complex would likely land her on the front page of the local news in no time. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, the entire city of Haishur had awakened. The rush hour swelled with a torrent of pedestrians, an overwhelming number of cars, buses, trams, and young people struggling through the congested streets atop shared bicycles. Across the street was a youth center, offering a variety of tutoring classes. Despite the summer heat, many children were enrolled in classes, as evidenced by the long queues of parents dropping them off early in the morning. Sitting in a taxi, Su Li occasionally leaned out to gaze at the bustling scene outside. How she yearned for this vibrancy. The thought of the city's devastation in the aftermath of the apocalypse filled her with an unexpected sorrow. If given a choice, who would willingly endure such a catastrophe? She would much prefer to lead a simple life as an ordinary office worker during this flourishing era, with a modest home entirely her own. A balcony adorned with blooming flowers, a refrigerator stocked with food, and a cat waiting for her return from work. In a post-apocalyptic world, no amount of skill could guarantee a peaceful night's sleep. Nor could one rely on friends for life and death. The middle-aged driver, speaking in a distinctly Cantonese-accented Mandarin, remarked, "It's rush hour. So it's always like this. You'll get used to it. Pretty lady, don't be in such a hurry. Roll up your window. The air conditioning is escaping, and this heat is unbearable." Chapter 11. Renting a warehouse gazing at the pesticide factory, Su Li suddenly recalled that in her previous life, This area had been relatively free from zombies, becoming Haishi's first safe haven. Could it be that zombies detest the smell of pesticides? That would be quite fantastical. Arriving at the Southern Development Zone by 11 in the morning, she sought out a rental company nearby. Within a small storefront of about 10 square meters, 2 or 3 employees languidly slumped over their desks, some watching television, others napping, while one idly twirled a pen. Upon hearing the door open, all 3 lifted their heads simultaneously, only to groan in disappointment at the sight of a young girl in denim shorts. One lean young man, seemingly the most alert, spoke lazily, "Turn right out of the bus station and walk 600 meters. If you need to use the restroom, there's a gas station 100 meters from the bus station." Suli paused, taken aback. Did he think she was merely asking for directions? Clearing her throat, she stated, "I would like to rent several warehouses. Do you have any available?" Upon realizing she was not asking for directions, Suyang perked up. Yes. Warehouses in this area are fairly easy to find. Let me check the information. How large of a warehouse do you need? Do you have any specific location requirements?" As he spoke, he grabbed a disposable cup, poured some water, and handed her a cup of chrysanthemum tea. "I need 4 or 5 warehouses, preferably connected. Location isn't crucial, just something accessible. I need them by tomorrow," Suli replied as she settled down. Rummaging through her backpack for a sausage, which she munched on while sipping her tea, her cheeks puffing up. The warehouses should ideally be spacious to accommodate a larger inventory. For some reason, since waking up that morning, she had felt perpetually hungry, not from lack of food, but from a sensation of hunger that returned shortly after eating. Thus, she had been snacking on various candies, chocolates, and biscuits in the taxi, yet still felt famished. "All right, based on your requirements, there are 4 connected warehouses available on Dongfang Avenue, each over 300 square meters, quite spacious and should meet your needs. The landlord is abroad, so it's under our management. And you can view it at any time, and if you like it, we can sign the contract immediately," Suyang earnestly continued, trying to ignore the young girl before him, who had suddenly produced a box of biscuits and was munching away like a hamster at feeding time. Watching her enjoy her snack made him feel hungry as well. As Suli continued to eat, she nodded vigorously. Yes, perfect. Let us go take a look. If it's suitable, I'll finalize the deal right away." Upon arriving at the destination on Suyang's electric scooter, Suli was greeted by what appeared to be a junkyard, surrounded by several small waste disposal stations and a few unsavory eateries. Inside was a vast cluster of warehouses, with trucks continuously coming and going. Shirtless laborers, their skin glistening from the sun, were nearby, while a group of people of varying ages, some young and some older, squatted under a tree, waiting that as soon as a truck arrived, they hurried over to offer their assistance with unloading. The 4 warehouses mentioned by the agency were situated at the far end of the warehouse complex. These individuals were local residents, coming here to earn some extra cash during the agricultural off-season. If she needed help unloading, they would be available to assist. Suyang tirelessly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, gesturing towards the group of individuals previously seen carrying yokes. The temperature soared to nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Under the sweltering sun, the air shimmered with heat distortion, while swarms of flies danced over the towering mounds of refuse not far away. The pungent odor of garbage, mingled with various nauseating and acrid scents of decay, was truly overwhelming. The location of this warehouse was far from ideal, yet its affordability was a silver lining. Suyang furrowed his brows. Keen to vacate this place as quickly as possible, the heat was unbearable, and he longed to return to the comfort of air conditioning. Other locations also offered warehouses, but few were interconnected like this, and none boasted such ample space. This cluster of warehouses was situated right along Dongfang Avenue, facilitating easy access for trucks. As you can see, the other warehouses here are leased by nearby factories. A section ahead had been designated as a garbage dump, with refuse steadily accumulating and encroaching upon this area. Over the years, the local population has dwindled, leaving those of us in the brokerage business struggling to survive. Only 2 brokerage firms remain in the entire southern part of the city, barely hanging on. After this summer, I too shall seek opportunities elsewhere. Suli opened the door to the warehouse, which spanned 300 to 400 square meters and lacked even a small window. The darkness within contrasted starkly with the bright sunlight outside. However, this suited her perfectly. With 4 spacious warehouses at her disposal, she felt assured. Without hesitation, she signed the contract with the broker. The sweltering heat of the dog days of summer was maddening, especially at noon, as the ground felt as if it had been scorched by flames. The workers, busy with their tasks, were drenched in sweat, which evaporated almost instantly upon touching the ground. A few of them, during their brief moments of respite, cast furtive glances at Suli. After all, encountering a delicate young girl in this setting was a rare occurrence. Having secured the keys to the warehouse, Suli waved at a group of individuals sitting under a tree, engrossed in a card game during their break. The first to notice her was a middle-aged man with dark skin, who was eagerly awaiting work. He rushed over ahead of the others. "Excuse me? Do you need assistance?" Zhang Liang asked, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. His sun-kissed face flushed slightly, and he stood at about 1.7 meters tall, with a buzz cut and a muscular upper body. Clearly a result of years of labor, he wore faded work pants and a pair of old Liberation shoes. His square face seemed quite proper. Suli got straight to the point. "I need someone to guard the warehouse. When trucks arrive, you'll call a few others to help unload. I'll pay you 800 a day, and any additional labor will be compensated separately. Will you take this job? 800 a day?" Zhang Liang exclaimed in disbelief. Here, they only earn a maximum of 300 to 500, and that's on a good day. Such a windfall from the heavens was an opportunity he could not refuse. "Absolutely, I'm in," he replied with an enthusiastic nod. Suli pointed to the warehouses behind her. "These are numbered 161, 162, 163, and 164. From tomorrow onwards, a large volume of goods will be delivered daily. You will be here to receive them, and you must not leave. Here is your payment. I will advance you for 3 days." She handed him the keys. Zhang Liang accepted the keys and the money, momentarily stunned at it. No ID verification or anything? His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Suli. Not only was he astonished, but he also wondered if she was not concerned that he might abscond with the money. However, he dared not voice this doubt. The boss's trust in him felt like a precious gift. He resolved to work diligently, fearing that if he did not perform well, he might be replaced. "Thank you for your trust, boss. Rest assured, I will guard your goods with utmost diligence," he promised earnestly. After a long day of labor, the most they could hope to earn was 500 to 600 yuan, and on most days, 300 was considered fortunate. Now, someone was offering him a staggering salary of 800 a day. That amounted to 24,000 a month. Tonight, he could send gifts to the beautiful streamer with rockets. Despite the exhausting work during the day, the thought of hearing her sweet voice thank him filled him with renewed vigor. She had promised that once he sent her 100 rockets, they would finally meet offline. The very idea thrilled him to bits. Suli nodded. "Aside from unloading, do not allow anyone else into the warehouse. If you perform well after a month, I will double your salary." Such promises were easy to make. Don't say a month. In just 12 days, the world will witness a monumental change. Chapter 12. The procurement before the apocalypse. Haisha City, Lianghu Eco Wholesale Market, is situated in the western part of the old city. Surrounded by vintage buildings from the 80s and 90s, yet, the foot traffic here rivals that of the current city center. Looking back 2 decades, this was the most densely populated commercial hub. This is Haisha's largest wholesale market. It started as a market for agricultural products, but has since expanded into a one-stop shop for daily necessities, offering a wide array of goods from agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fisheries. The wholesale market is generally divided into sections for fruits and vegetables, dried goods, condiments, and snacks. As the sun climbed higher, the crowd began to swell, and the market outside buzzed with activity, though this was merely the periphery of the wholesale hub. Trucks were constantly coming and going. Laden with goods, Suli had vague memories of this place. It was both a wholesale and retail market where prices were slightly lower than outside. Before her parents passed, she often accompanied her father here for shopping, particularly during the new year when they stocked up on festive supplies. Years had slipped by, and that carefree, chubby little girl had long faded from memory. As she ventured deeper, she noted the significant changes. A flower shop and a candy store that didn't tea seemed to exist in her recollections, though she felt a sense of familiarity with these scenes. Holding her black umbrella, Suli tried to push aside the tangled thoughts. Memory itself is alive, with its own growth and essence, housing stories that evolve over time, thus transforming into something unrecognizable. She approached a grain store, which had just opened for the day. The market was still quiet, with most of the movement attributed to the merchants within the owner. clad in a red shirt and shorts, trudged about, his ample frame moving sluggishly as he tidied up. Sweat trickled down his dark cheeks. And as he worked, he yawned, the flesh of his body jiggling with every movement, resembling a soft, steamed piece of braised pork in this heat. Yuli found herself unconsciously swallowing, only to quickly shake her head and dismiss the bizarre notion. No, what was she thinking? He was a person. Ever since merging with the blood vine, she felt as if she had become half-crazed, wanting to bite into people she encountered on the street. Quickly, she fished out a Snickers bar, taking a bite to ground herself. This infernal weather was unbearable. Yang Pengzi, while mopping, raised a hand to wipe his forehead, leaving a wet streak on the ground. At the end of the streak were a pair of black leather shoes. And Yang Pengzi squinted as he realized a customer had arrived. It was a young girl. In such scorching weather, she was clad in long sleeves and pants, with a pair of small leather shoes that seemed stifling. Her petite face bore a hint of baby fat, with round almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and soft pink lips, creating an impression of innocence and tranquility. Yang Pengzi had not intended to scrutinize her. It was simply that, in this heat, most people would prefer to wear as little clothing as possible. Yet here was this girl, bundled up so thoroughly that it felt somewhat peculiar, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. Her sun protection was taken to an extreme. What a formidable character. What could this young lady be looking to purchase? As a good business owner, Yang Pengzi, adhering to the ethos of hospitality, inquired politely. Despite not expecting her to be a significant customer, to his surprise, this seemingly unremarkable young girl was about to bring him immense fortune. Yuli smiled gently and nodded. As she knew, this grain store was one of the largest in the market. She stepped inside and surveyed the displayed goods. After several minutes, she slowly retrieved a list from her backpack and handed it to Yang Pengzi. Please prepare the items on this list. Yang Pengzi, whose real name was Yang Tianhua, had earned the nickname Yang Pengzi due to his stout physique, which had become well known over time, overshadowing his actual name. 10 tons of rice? He read with a dazed expression. His attention peaked as he scrutinized the list again. 10 tons of millet, 10 tons of sorghum, flour, corn, glutinous rice, wheat seeds. The list encompassed nearly every type of grain available in his store, along with various seeds. Moreover, the measuring units were all in tons. Was she planning to support Africa or something? The supermarket does not stock goods in such a manner. Could it be that this girl is a mischievous child from a rival family? He cast a curious glance at the little girl before him and said, Child, do you know how many kilograms are in a ton? We do not engage in such jest, purchasing this much grain. What do you need the seeds for? You wouldn't be able to consume it in 10 lifetimes. Of course I know, the little girl replied, looking at him as if he were a fool. With a strikingly handsome demeanor, she pulled out a card from her pocket. Enough of the chatter. I'll pay, you deliver, and I won't owe you a single cent. Is there no business to be had? Who says only men can appear dashing when settling the bill? Women can be just as impressive. Suli held her head high, feeling a sense of satisfaction akin to striking back at a snobbish clerk in a luxury boutique. Yang, the hefty man, took the card with skepticism. Let me take a look, don't mind me. He retrieved the POS machine and swiped the card. A balance of 100008611. With countless decimal points following. Oh dear, miss, please sit and rest a moment. Quick, have a seat. You clearly have an eye for quality. Our establishment has been around for a century. Yang hurriedly dragged over a chair and closed the glass door, turning on the air conditioning. We mustn't let the god of wealth get too hot, he shouted towards the back. Zhang Cuihua, where are you? Hurry and bring tea. Serve my treasured ginseng oolong. Please rest a moment, it will cool down shortly. 10 tons of each type daily, starting today. This is the delivery address. Before Yang could finish his sentence, Suli wrote down the warehouse address for him. Ahem, you mean delivered each day, not a total? Of course not. Suli's words startled Yang. He coughed for a while, caught off guard by his own saliva. Blushing, he shouted hoarsely towards the back door. Zhang Cuihua, get out here. Bring the tea, if you don't come out soon. I won't be buying you that gold necklace this month. Coming. Why the rush? Suli thoroughly relished the joy of being wealthy. Yang busily circled around her, while the proprietress Zhang Cuihua handed out tea and fanned herself. Such a substantial purchase left him puzzled about the identity of this little girl. Surely, Someone capable of producing such funds must hail from a prominent family. Could they have insider information about a potential rise in grain prices? These affluent families typically possess their own channels, information that is elusive to the average person. With that thought, Yang resolved to follow suit, stockpiling grain just in case prices truly soared. After all, grain is something that can always be sold. He wouldn't suffer total losses, perhaps just a slight hit. He mentally reviewed his competitors, then silently vowed to amass grain before those scoundrels caught wind of the news, thus claiming the throne for himself. In the end, he'd profit while they watched. Enviously, Suli ignored his wandering eyes, lowering her head to calculate roughly on her phone's calculator. 50% as a deposit. I need deliveries for half a month. The remaining 50% will be settled after all goods are delivered. Swipe the card. Hee. Wait until the apocalypse, and if you manage to find me, then you can settle the balance. Very well, please hold on. Yang's face, round and oily, broke into a silly grin, his already small eyes squinting into slits. After leaving the grain store, Suli spent the entire day visiting nearly every wholesale outlet in the market, purchasing grains, oils, condiments, seeds, saplings, and various livestock. She also acquired clothes, fabrics, cotton jackets, downcoats, shoes, socks, and an array of daily necessities, ensuring to buy in bulk. Each vendor agreed to supply a specific quantity daily for 2 weeks, with a portion of the deposit paid up front. Once the goods were delivered, they would settle the remainder. After all, once the deliveries concluded, the apocalypse would have arrived, and with cash in hand, she feared no one would want to engage with her. This old debtor, she was certain of it, hee. In just one day, her bank card balance dwindled to a mere single digit. She realized her ambitions were still too modest. The money from selling a house was hardly sufficient. Fortunately, she had already exploited every online loan platform available. Every type of loan was taken. Student loans, microloans, and ant loans were all utilized. We wish to inform you that we are a legitimate company, duly registered and licensed to operate. Spreading falsehoods about us could result in legal repercussions. Our company conducts its affairs with a sense of humanity and compassion, and we grant you a mere day to vacate the premises. Failure to do so will have consequences that you alone must bear. The bald man unceremoniously threw someone to the ground, rallying his companions with an air of impending aggression. Wang Shuiming remained dazed on the ground for an extended period, struggling to rise, his legs weak. Ultimately, it was a passing neighbor who helped him to his feet. At that moment, the fear began to creep into Wang Shuiming and his wife. They had initially thought the 2 children were merely throwing tantrums, believing they posed no real threat. To their astonishment, they discovered that the children had actually mortgaged the house. He promptly went to the police station to report 2 individuals missing. However, the usurers were not to be trifled with. Suli had made it clear that the arrangement involved trading the house for cash, which is why they were willing to offer 10% above market value. After all, the property was situated in the city center and was part of a desirable school district, making it a lucrative investment worth over $1 million once reclaimed. Those who navigate the underworld rarely lack connections that allow them to act with impunity. Despite Wang Shuiming's report to the authorities in a moment, I shall venture downstairs to procure an assortment of food and beverages, Xiao Baibai commented. This year's weather is undeniably unseasonably hot. Have you ever encountered temperatures soaring above 50 degrees? Therefore, I wholeheartedly concur with the aforementioned sentiment. De Tang Xuanzong remarked, which summer has not been deemed the hottest in history? Global warming has rendered each summer increasingly sweltering, which is quite normal. Let us not sow discord. Indulge in what one must. For even in the face of the apocalypse, one must still honor their mortgage. Lousy, the epitome of handsomeness, interjected. What is normal? Which summer has ever reached such extremes? Even my aunt, who toils in the fields of our rural abode, has lamented that nearly all the vegetables in her greenhouse have perished, leading to a skyrocketing increase in the price of greens, nearly rivaling that of meat. This is a harbinger of the end times. Niuemo Wang, my brother, added. Enough with your speculations. The original poster of this thread is merely a hack attempting to garner attention for their apocalyptic fiction, utterly lacking in quality, with even a harem plot that never materialized. This post serves merely as an advertisement for their novel, and yet a flock of fools takes it seriously. Xiao Bingbing shared. I work in the inpatient department of the central hospital, and currently, the hospital is overflowing with patients. Even the corridors lack available beds. One patient who regained consciousness was taken away, seemingly in a frenzy, with visitation prohibited. How frightening! My mother has already urged me to take leave and return home. Hu Lijing exclaimed. How terrifying! Just in case, stockpile provisions. Wang Tiantian concurred. Indeed, believe it or not, we who have faith will stock up on provisions. If the apocalypse does not come, we shall simply enjoy an abundant feast for a few extra months. Ergu mused. Speaking of which, back in 2012, I purchased 200 bags of salt, and I have yet to finish them. Should I buy more this year? Lao Hu quipped. Do not jest. I have scarcely endured to the position of deputy manager, and you speak of the apocalypse? The screen was constantly refreshing with messages as Suli perused the comments below. There was a plethora of opinions, some even summarizing cinematic methods to combat zombies. Just as she was about to delve deeper, the post suddenly vanished, only to reveal a notice stating it was no longer available. IT had been taken down. However, not long after, another new post emerged, and Suli lost interest in reading further. Her phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, she saw it was an ex-sinner. It appeared that this family was truly frantic, likely having inquired with classmates or teachers to obtain her phone number. Ironically, this family did not even possess her number yet boldly claimed to be a family. Let them fret in their own time. When she borrowed money from a loan shark, she had specifically inquired about which lenders were the most ruthless in their collections. After hanging up, she tore open a large Russian sausage and savored it slowly. She also ordered a mountain of hamburgers, fried chicken, and cola for delivery, and since her rebirth, she found herself increasingly drawn to such calorically dense junk food. During the wait for her takeout, Suli entered the space she had created. In just a brief 10 days, the space had undergone a remarkable transformation. The saplings she initially planted had grown to a height comparable to that of a person. To prevent these young trees from being harmed, Suli temporarily confined all living creatures to an open area. Once the saplings grew taller, she would no longer have to fear for their safety, and given their growth rate, it would not be long before that happened. The stream and pond were teeming with fish and shrimp, and she had released all the fish fry she had purchased into the water, allowing them to thrive freely. Unexpectedly, with the introduction of life into the space, it seemed to have expanded slightly, a delightful surprise. If this trend continued, the space would grow ever larger. Might it ultimately evolve into a world of its own? This thought flitted through her mind when she noticed the little spicy chick looking at her with disdain. Indeed, she had perceived a scornful expression in the eyes of a mere caterpillar, as if judging her foolishness. You know, there are countless parallel worlds, both large and small, akin to the stars in the sky. Otherwise, if all our uniquely numbered systems were confined to a single world, it would be riddled with traversals. The space you currently possess is, in fact, an infinitely compressed microcosm. Its present form does not represent its complete state. Under normal circumstances, as the vitality of the space and other energies replenish it, this little world will continue to expand. However, it shall never truly become a small world. It is akin to a small village claiming to be a nation. The little spicy chick glanced at the large tree in the center of the courtyard, which appeared peculiar. It was a species not found in the system's database. You certainly possess an abundance of knowledge. Well done. Suli offered a half-hearted smile and gave a thumbs up. Naturally, we underwent professional training prior to our assignments. The little spicy chick, proudly lifting its head, felt a surge of confidence. When she went downstairs to retrieve her delivery, Suli noticed a few patches of land along the public greenbelt that had been cultivated for vegetables. The leaves of the crops were now yellowing and withered, resembling autumn foliage. Watering was futile, and it seemed they would soon perish completely. The street trees on either side were no longer as lush and verdant as they once were. The apocalypse had quietly begun, and under the relentless heat, vegetables and grains were gradually dying. The atmosphere in the community began to grow tense. As the weather grew increasingly sweltering, people hurried about. They were determined to remain indoors and avoid lingering outside for even a moment longer than necessary to enjoy the cool air conditioning. Every household was straining to keep their air conditioning units running, shielding themselves from the oppressive heat. Even the elderly, who usually spent their days in the garden, playing chess or taking leisurely strolls, had ceased their activities. An increasing number of elderly individuals and children, even some young people with frail constitutions, were fainting in the sweltering heat, and the sounds of ambulances passing by became a daily occurrence. In such weather, stepping outside without air conditioning felt akin to entering a steamer. Chapter 15. The bear appears, however. Suli was not particularly afraid of the heat. Thanks to the blood vine, she felt quite comfortable even in such sweltering weather, possessing a remarkable resilience to heat. The only drawback was that she could not be exposed to sunlight for extended periods. Otherwise, her skin would experience a painful stinging sensation, accompanied by heart palpitations and a choking feeling that was unbearable. The advantage was her heat resistance, while the disadvantage was her inability to bask in the sun. This duality of effects seemed to balance each other out. After lounging at home for a while, Suli ventured out in the afternoon. She visited the supermarket, where she returned home with an abundance of food, albeit after waiting in a long line to check out. Upon arriving home, she retrieved a watermelon from the fridge and sliced it in half. As usual, she and Yodabeo each took a half and sat on the sofa, scooping out the flesh with spoons. Each bite was so cold it made her teeth ache. Yet she relished that icy sweetness. On the television, the news was ablaze with reports of widespread crop failures across the globe. Some crops were withered, while others were rotting from the roots, rendering them inedible. Even some fruit trees had begun to wither and die. Switching channels, she saw footage of frantic crowds in supermarkets across the country and even abroad, scrambling to purchase supplies. Usually, the elderly who would graciously offer their seats on public transport now exhibited astonishing vigor. Pushing to the forefront, they bought anything edible they could find, and some, lacking scruples, resorted to stealing from others' shopping carts. If caught, they would brazenly snatch it back. Chaos erupted, with old and young alike thrown into disarray. The scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. If anyone were to fall in such a place, they would undoubtedly be trampled to death. Sure enough, before Suli could finish her thoughts, a stampede broke out in the overcrowded supermarket on the screen. An elderly woman with graying hair was desperately pushing her way through the throng when she was accidentally knocked to the ground. The people behind her could not stop, and in the surge, they trampled over her. Cries for help, wails, and screams erupted in a cacophony. Those outside were unaware of the turmoil within, only pushing harder to get inside. Meanwhile, those who had completed their purchases were frantically trying to escape, creating a tumultuous sea of voices. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed from outside. Suli turned her gaze to the window, where dark clouds had swiftly gathered in the sky. The oppressive clouds loomed ominously, and the thunder boomed like war drums. Almost at that moment, a massive bolt of lightning split the sky, cleaving it in two. With the flash of lightning came torrential rain, cascading down in sheets. The weather was truly about to change. Yodabeo trembled as he approached. Ali, it's thundering. I'm so scared. Fear not, it's merely thunder. How about we watch television? Today, they're airing bear infestation. The battle against Lungza Luala. I'm on my way. Ali, what is Luala? The following morning. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? Is anyone there? Yodabeo set down the watermelon and walked toward the door. He remembered Ali's instructions not to open the door without good reason. Peering through the peephole, he saw a man wearing a hat, holding a pen and a notebook. What do you want? Who are you looking for? The property management. Gongwei addressed the individual before him, stating, recently, some residents have reported incidents of theft in this community. Should you encounter any suspicious strangers, please do not hesitate to contact the property management. Upon receiving no report of dubious characters, he continued, in that case, please sign here to acknowledge that I have duly informed you. Suli stepped forward, took the pen from the registrar, and inscribed both her name and that of Yodabeo's. With her right hand writing, her left clutched a bucket of fried chicken she had just retrieved. The young girl before him was clad in home attire, her lips glistening with grease, the delectable aroma of fried chicken wafting through the air. Rendering Gongwei unable to suppress a swallow, before departing, Gongwei routinely conveyed several points of caution, then hurried on to the next household. His pace was brisk, anxiety gnawing at him. Initially, his wife was the one employed by the property management. However, just the night prior, she had suddenly fallen ill, experiencing severe vomiting and diarrhea. Alarmed, he had swiftly driven her to the hospital. Upon their arrival, after a brief examination, the doctors had whisked her away to the intensive care unit. To this day, he remained in the dark regarding her condition. With no option left, he had to substitute for her, fulfilling the community's safety notification tasks. There were still 3 households left to visit for signatures. Once he completed the notifications, he would have to rush out to procure supplies to stock the home. Given the current climate, circumstances were changing daily. It was prudent to stock up on food and drink at home, just in case. Regrettably, it seemed that the nearby convenience stores had all closed, and the supermarkets had been nearly stripped bare. He would need to venture further afield to see if he could find the necessities. The torrential rain continued to pour outside, the sky appearing as if it had torn, water cascading down in torrents. When he stepped outside, riding his electric bike with a helmet on, the road ahead remained obscured. Despite it being daytime, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of nightfall, with all the streetlights ablaze. He wondered if this downpour could alleviate the oppressive heat that had persisted for months. If the temperatures continued to soar, venturing outdoors would become unbearable, stiflingly hot. Finally some rain after a prolonged drought of over half a month. Cabbage prices have soared to 8 yuan per jean. If the heat continues, we might not be able to afford vegetables at all. Little Gong, are you heading out? The rain is heavy. Do exercise caution. I have a raincoat. Please take it with you. And when you return, could you bring me a bag of rice? The Daosheng brand, please. Also, a bottle of soy sauce and a tub of oil. The elderly lady on the first floor, clutching the raincoat, pursued him, hoping the young registrar could also fetch some meat. However, she soon witnessed the lad on the electric bike hastily speeding away. These young people today have no respect for the elderly or the young. They are unwilling to lend a hand, she muttered discontentedly, grasping her tattered raincoat and retreating. Gong Wei heard her but pretended not to. The elderly lady had always been a handful, often bartering her homemade pickles for meat from others. And at mealtime, she would take her grandson door to door, seeking favors. When asking for assistance in carrying items, she would inevitably insist on being shortchanged by 3 to 5 yuan upon their return. These daily antics continued, with others overlooking her age, while she seemed to believe the world was filled with fools except for herself. Under normal circumstances, a few yuan here or there would be inconsequential. But in the present situation, with everything hard to come by, needing oil and rice, how much could he possibly carry on a small electric bike? Furthermore, whether he could even procure food was still in question. Like himself, everyone assumed this timely rain would save the world. Yet, none anticipated that this very downpour would not only fail to rescue the long-suffering crops and relentless heat, but would also contaminate the water supply and soil. Eventually, this rain would come to be known as the Black Dawn, the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 16. Is this really Ultraman? Ali, I heard Xiao Hu say downstairs today that the apocalypse is upon us. Nyo de Beos blurted out suddenly. Oh, and what then? Su Li glanced at him before turning her attention back to the news, her expression as calm as if she had just learned of a cabbage for lunch. The end of the world, Nyo de Beos exclaimed, eyes wide. The end of the world, and then? Su Li remained glued to the television, not even sparing him a glance. Nyo de Beos flushed, murmuring softly, aren't you scared? That's not what Xiao Hu said. What did Xiao Hu tell you? Su Li sighed in exasperation. He said the apocalypse is coming soon, and monsters will appear, and they are very powerful, and then Xiao Hu gave me an Ultraman toy, saying I could fight the little monsters with it, and I wouldn't be scared anymore. What did you trade for it? A whole box of chocolate from home. That little rascal. Su Li glared at the small, disfigured figure on the coffee table, the kind sold for 10 yuan each at the supermarket, complete with a complimentary lollipop. How can you fight monsters with a broken toy? You should have at least traded for a complete one. Su Li was exasperated. This child named Xiao Hu, whom she had seen around the neighborhood, seemed to be merely 7 or 8 years old. A group of children frequently played downstairs. He had previously tricked Nyo de Beos out of hundreds of yuan using marbles. Later, when Nyo de Beos wasn't paying attention, a group of kids had stolen a whole box of bread and vanished without a trace. She had no way of knowing which child belonged to which family. Well, it seems he has tasted success, even bringing out Ultraman now. You can't keep plucking wool from the same sheep. It's all gone bald. While these were trivial matters, Nyo de Beo's naive and gullible nature would undoubtedly lead to more trouble in the future. Su Li's expression turned serious as she looked at him sternly. Bao, this is the last time. From today onwards, regardless of the circumstances, anything I entrust to you, or anything that belongs to us, must not be given to anyone else. Whether lost, gifted, or exchanged for something, it must be done with my consent. Otherwise, I will be very angry, and the consequences of my anger are severe. You will have no buns to eat, no cola, no chicken legs, no meat, not even water, and I will hit you. Su Li's solemn demeanor already frightened Nyo DeBeos, and after hearing her words, he nodded repeatedly like a well-trained dog, terrified that she might follow through on her threats. Furthermore, if you see that Xiao Hu and his gang, do not engage with them. They are deceiving you. Ultraman cannot defeat the little monsters. It's all a ruse to fool children. You are growing up now? And as an adult, you must face the monsters yourself. You must learn to fend for yourself, understand? And what he gave you is a salted egg, Ultraman. What? Xiao Hu tricked me again. Ali, I am so angry. That's all right, don't be upset. Next time you see Xiao Hu, just give him a good smack. But Mom said we can't hit people. A good smack doesn't count as hitting. Su Li never anticipated that her words that day would turn Nyo DeBeos into a master of iron palm in the future. Anyone who crossed him would receive a swift slap, capable of spinning their head a full 360 degrees. She did not intend to frighten Nyo DeBeos. The dangers of the apocalypse were already plentiful. Filled with uncontrollable factors, if Nyo DeBeos continued as he had before, he would easily fall prey to others. Su Li suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to attend to certain matters. Her bank card was now depleted, and all that remained was to wait for deliveries and gather supplies from the warehouse. However, she had overlooked the fact that Nyo DeBeos was still an ordinary person. He was not an ability user with strength. He was simply a regular child. The onset of the apocalypse posed a grave danger to him. In her previous life, she had been trapped in school when she encountered Nyo DeBeos, who had already awakened his abilities. She knew not the extent of his struggles, but he truly lived up to his name, possessing immense strength. Yet now, he was still an ordinary boy. Nyo DeBeos had no inkling that this Ultraman toy would lead to days of torment at Su Li's hands. Had he known, he would have refused it regardless of what Xiao Hu said. It was due to the experiences in the subsequent days that his fear of Su Li escalated to a level incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. Su Li, unbeknownst to him, had procured 2 pairs of boxing gloves and took Nyo DeBeos to an empty park daily for sparring. Although Nyo DeBeos was tall and muscular, Su Li had experienced her share of hardships. And with her blood vine fusion, she utterly overwhelmed him in strength. Her movements were swift and precise, each strike aimed at vital points, devoid of any flashy techniques. Every action was honed through life-and-death training. She taught him no specific techniques but rather urged him to rely on instinct for defense and attack. He'll learn to fight. One must first learn to endure blows. Don't be afraid again. Playing dead won't work. Get up. Defend yourself. Have you not eaten? Put some effort into it. Come on, you're almost there. You can defeat me, really. All right, this last punch will be your victory. Just a tiny bit more. You are on the verge of defeating me. Truly, keep it up. You are about to triumph. Su Li has completely grasped the essence of bargaining on the platform. Nyo DeBeo feels as though he is living in a hell on earth. Although every meal is delicious, he cannot endure the daily beatings. His body is covered in wounds, and not a single part of his skin is unscathed. Lying in bed, every inch of him aches. He sorrowfully cries out to the moon, "Mama, my sister no longer loves me. It hurts so much, woo-woo." Su Li is genuinely angry. Nyo DeBeo naively believes that Su Li's fury stems from that Ultraman. He silently reminds himself that he must never provoke Su Li's anger again. He must protect even a single grain of rice, not allowing it to be given to others. Time flies swiftly, and Nyo DeBeo spends each day enduring one-sided beatings. Although it is called training, the disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. All he does is take blows. On this particular day, Nyo DeBeo, with a bruised face, squats in front of the television, munching on watermelon. Meanwhile, Su Li sits cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely enjoying a bucket of fried chicken just delivered by the courier. The golden, crispy skin crackles with each bite, filling the living room with an enticing aroma that makes the neighboring children drool. Nyo DeBeo suddenly finds his watermelon tasteless, yet he lacks the courage to approach. After all, even eating watermelon now causes him pain in his mouth. Su Li is terrifying when she is angry. In the evening news broadcast on the local station, the host continues to repeat information about the flu, stating that effective antiviral medications are being researched, with initial positive results indicating imminent success. They strive to reassure viewers, urging them to minimize outings and maintain personal hygiene. Each day brings the same monotonous script. Failing to calm the public, observing residents struggling with heavy bags from the supermarket in the pouring rain below, it is evident that panic has begun to set in. Yuli retrieves 3 or 4 bags of frozen dumplings from the fridge, enters the kitchen, boils water, and prepares the dumplings. For her, who is a culinary novice, the only ingredients she knows how to prepare, aside from instant noodles, are frozen dumplings. Chapter 17. Uncle, they are eating people. I still remember when I was young. I believed instant noodles looked as sumptuous as depicted in the pictures, particularly with braised beef noodles. I always thought there was indeed beef inside, only to grow up and discover that the label states, image for reference only. Just like these frozen dumplings, the pictures always appear appetizing, but once tasted, you realize the truth. Suli decides to order dozens of elaborate dishes from a nearby restaurant, packing them into her storage space. Cooking for herself is out of the question. Around 6 in the evening, typically at this hour, the sky should still be bright. Summer days tend to linger longer. However, now the lights in the kitchen and living room must be turned on, as the outside is as dark as night, with streetlights illuminating the streets. Even with torrential rain, the oppressive heat shows no sign of abating. In the security room of Taiyan building, several individuals gather in the monitoring room, enjoying air conditioning while eating hot pot. 4 security guards surround a small square table, where a miniature hot pot simmers. Let me tell you, I've disliked that dead dog for a long time. Last time it almost bit me. Those owners look down on me, and a mere dog thinks it can bully me. I heard it's a foreign brand. Tomorrow, I'll drag you into the latrine. Let us see if your owner can tell that it's imported poop. Ha ha ha. Hey, don't say that. This pet dog's meat is even tastier than that of ordinary village dogs, a bit fatty. A thin, dark man chews on meat, speaking. Another short, bald man squats on a bench, extending his chopsticks into the pot to fish out dog meat. He picks up a thick piece, dips it in vinegar, and shoves it into his mouth, smacking his lips. I actually find it quite tasty. After all, it's a precious breed. It's incomparable to the mutts we raise back home. Stop rambling, everyone eat quickly. If anyone finds out we're eating dog meat, we'll definitely be fined. A man who appears to be in his 40s, cheeks bulging, continues to eat while incessantly piling meat into the bowl of a pail. Young man beside him. Xiao, you have been warned against incessantly watching those foreign films. It seems you have developed a critical eye. Xiao Guang stared blankly at the screen, yet moments ago, he had indeed witnessed something. Beneath the streetlight, the dark crimson stains of blood faded increasingly under the relentless rain, with only a few tattered remnants of clothing clinging to the ground, barely discernible unless one approached closely. Chapter 18. Have you returned as well? Suli braved the torrential rain to visit the warehouse, collecting its contents into her space, and then informed Zhang Liang that he could take a few days off. As there was no need to guard the warehouse during this time, on her way home, she packed an abundance of food. The once bustling streets were now nearly deserted. The influenza virus, coupled with apocalyptic rhetoric, had instilled a deep sense of unease throughout the city of Hai. Except for a few chain supermarkets that continued operations, most small businesses had shuttered, their owners retreating to the safety of their homes. Only one day remained, the final day. When the rain ceased, everything would vanish, as was her custom. Suli returned home, laden with boxes and bags. Yet, to her surprise, she encountered an unexpected visitor at her doorstep, Jiang Mu. Ah, you're still alive. What brings you here? Suli smiled faintly. There's something you need? Under the dim light, his pallor was striking as he leaned against the wall, his chiseled features appearing somewhat subdued yet undeniably weary. He gazed intently at Suli, offering no response to her inquiry. Suli, you've returned? Haven to you. Upon hearing this, her heart sank, and she pressed her lips together in silence for a few moments. Turning, she unlocked the security door. Please, come in. Jiang Mu followed her into the house. Suli placed the food on the table and poured herself a glass of water. Nyo Debeo was in the living room, engrossed in a melodramatic television series, and upon noticing Suli, was about to speak. However, upon seeing the person who had entered behind her, he swallowed his words. Humph, what are you doing here? I can't stand you. He shot a glare at Jiang Mu, his displeasure evident as he retreated to his room. The name Jiang Mu, for both Suli and Nyo Debeo, was far from a cherished memory. It had been nearly a decade. Including memories from a previous life, Suli had not laid eyes on this youth for roughly 10 years. In her recollections, Jiang Mu was nothing short of a madman, both before and after the collapse of civilization. Suli vividly recalled that summer, the day she first met Jiang Mu, A gang of delinquent youths sped past her on bicycles, their raucous laughter carried away by the wind. It was only later that she learned this audacious troublemaker was the grandson of Grandma Wong from next door, who had inexplicably transferred from the capital to High City. From that moment on, she began to feel as though she were being watched. She could not comprehend why she had become Jiang Mu's prey. Yes, prey. Had someone told her that Jiang Mu harbored feelings for her, she would have scoffed. Affection based solely on one's appearance was nothing more than lust. True love at first sight was akin to admiring a beautiful flower, wishing to pluck it from its stem, only to watch it wither away. To Su Li, Jiang Mu was merely a youthful folly, the stubborn obsession of a boy who could not attain what he desired. She regarded the figure on the sofa coldly, repeating, "How did you find your way here?" To be fair, Jiang Mu was undeniably handsome. He did not fit the mold of the popular, effeminate young men of today. Rather, he exuded a rugged masculinity. His physique was exceptional, muscles well-defined, and with sharp features that lent him an air of wildness. Seeing that he remained silent, seemingly drifting off to sleep on the sofa with heavy breaths, Su Li approached and placed a hand on his forehead. "Ah, you have a fever? Would it be so bad if you burned yourself to ashes?" Memories long buried surged forth, at this time in her previous life. She had been dutifully attending classes at school, where everyone knew that Su Li had a troublemaker from the neighboring technical school pursuing her. He would escort her with an umbrella in the rain, bring her meals on sunny days, shower her with love letters and flowers, leaving no stone unturned. Anyone who had bullied Su Li had been thoroughly beaten by him, who exhibited no gentlemanly decorum, often disregarding the fact that he was striking girls as well, and without mercy. However, Su Li was reluctant to associate with Jiang Mu, so even when she was bullied, she would not inform him. He was like a fire, bursting into her world with searing heat, pursuing her relentlessly, leaving her no escape. Day after day, even the coldest heart must eventually find warmth. Yet, merely a year later, the day after he confessed his feelings to Su Li, he vanished without a trace. Just as he had appeared suddenly, he evaporated from her world. Jiang Mu transferred back to the capital. Without his protective presence, those who had tormented Su Li began to stir once more. Some who had suffered at Jiang Mu's hands even doubled their resentment towards Su Li, venting their frustrations upon her. Thus, Jiang Mu's misguided sense of protection ultimately subjected Su Li to even greater suffering. Su Li had never been one for words. Having been confined in a laboratory for so many years during the apocalypse, she was even less equipped to interact with others. She gazed at the defenseless boy sleeping on the sofa, feeling inexplicably vexed. Were it not for the fact that he had saved her after the collapse of civilization, she might have longed to strike him down. "Damn it, this fool, brother, Nyo de Bao," she called out loudly. Nyo de Bao, who had been eavesdropping by the door, burst into the room with a wooden stick in hand. "Sister, what's wrong? Get him cleaned up, find him some clothes to wear, and give him some fever medicine." He burning up, Su Li felt a surge of irritation. His opening line was clearly that of someone who had been reborn. Next, would there be talk of transmigration? Never mind. What did it matter to her? Just get him out of here, quickly. Upon hearing Su Li's instructions, Nyo de Bao huffed in annoyance, but obediently helped Jiang Mu from the sofa towards the bathroom. He grumbled as he tossed him into the bathtub. This guy, this guy, who used to stick to Ali like glue, couldn't he be shaken off, causing Ali to get scolded by uncle and aunt. Then he just ran off, leaving my sister to cry under the covers. I hadn't seen Jiang Mu in so long. I thought he had finally disappeared, yet here he is again. Bad guy, wicked scoundrel. I'll make you take a bath. Nyo de Bao shifted his gaze to the toilet brush in the corner. Chapter 19. Kneel and sing for submission. Regardless of how Nyo de Bao rambled on in the bathroom, he diligently carried out every step of his sister's orders, wielding the small brush as if he were determined to scrub Jiang Mu's skin off. As for Su Li, upon returning to her room, she immediately entered her space. She began sorting through the recently stored supplies in the cellar and then inquired of the little spicy chicken. In this world, aside from me, could there be others who have been reborn? I suspect there might be other reincarnators. After a long pause, the little spicy chicken, covered in red oil, poked its head out from a bowl of snail noodles and replied, "Not necessarily. After all, the heavenly path in this world has already been disrupted. Therefore, if there is one reincarnator, it's entirely possible there may be a second, or even a third." There's no reason you would be the only one. As it spoke, it slurped up another mouthful of snail noodles. Do you think you're the leading lady or something? By the way, boss, I want to eat duck feet. Snail noodles without duck feet lack soul. Suli could hardly bear to look at it. Had this system completely given up on rehabilitation? Still craving duck feet, she mused that it was more plausible for it to have consumed something foul. Previously, it had at least been somewhat useful. Now that it had been reborn, it seemed to have given up even faster than she had. All it did was eat, eat, eat. How infuriating. Don't. I just want to be like an atomic bomb. Even if it's not needed daily, it's invaluable in critical moments. You may not need it, but it shouldn't be absent. Ha! While other systems are all powerful, mine seems utterly useless. Perhaps it was sent by its main god to retire. She had initially thought that if she could enter, then others might as well. If she encountered danger in the future, she could bring Yodabeo into her space as well. However, after several attempts, she found that others could not enter the space, no matter how hard she tried. The little spicy chicken, sprawled in the bowl of oily snail noodles, slurped the noodle strips with abandon. The sound of the crunchy pickled bamboo shoots echoed in the air. Suli could not shake the feeling that this worm had grown even plumper. Indifferent to the little spicy chicken, Suli continued to tidy up. After the last drop of soup was consumed, the little spicy chicken leisurely crawled out, just as a large shadow loomed over it, and its scream was abruptly silenced with a loud thud. Suli casually tossed out a piece of broken wood. Smack! It appears as though something has been flattened. Suli turned around in confusion to take a look. Is it an auditory hallucination? Surely, it must be due to exhaustion. The master of a certain space was completely oblivious to the fact that a worm was missing from his domain. As he tidied up his supplies and departed. When Suli stepped out of her room, the only person in the house was Jiangmu, sitting upright on the sofa. Good morning, Suli greeted him. There was breakfast on the table, meant to be enjoyed while hot. Your brother went downstairs to fetch a package. There's a pot of porridge, a dozen fried dough sticks, and 20 large buns. Knowing you might not have enough to eat, there's more in the pot. Kept warm. I checked with your brother beforehand and knew your appetite was quite substantial, so I prepared a bit extra. Suli nodded. With someone cooking, it would be a shame not to indulge. Thank you. Seeing her calm demeanor and her apparent reluctance to address the main topic, Jiangmu grew somewhat anxious. Su Xiaoli, I know you have also been reborn. When I went to your home to look for you, you were not there. Your uncle mentioned that you took your brother away and sold the house. I knew you were like me. We are both chosen ones, having witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse. With our foresight, we can cultivate a pure land in the future, benefiting all of humanity. We can rely on each other. My love for you will remain unwavering. I shall never betray you. Come with me. The situation outside is spiraling out of control. We have located a safe place. A safe place? Is there truly any safe haven left? One beneath another? How repugnant. If I must do it, I shall aim for the highest pinnacle. Suli regarded the calm figure on the sofa with a cold smile. Jiangmu, you remain as self-righteous as ever. In my world, you cannot come and go as you please, and now you wish for me to follow you. On what grounds? Just because of your unfounded words, you expect me to hand over my entire life trajectory to you. You are less significant than a black hole. Were you Wu Dalong in your past life? Such grandiose dreams. In her previous life, Suli had only encountered him once. She knew nothing of his experiences or how he had been reborn. Yet, in her eyes, Jiangmu's credibility was zero. Su Li, do you know how long I searched for you? When I learned of your death, I wished to obliterate the entire world. Jiangmu's eyes reddened. Gazing at her sorrowfully, is my suffering merely a joke to you? How have you become so sharp-tongued and unfeeling? Your personal matters do not concern the world. Have you been reading too many quotes from domineering CEOs? Suli shot him a glare, slurping a mouthful of porridge, mercilessly delivering a verbal jab. Regarding her first love before her now, all she could feel was a sense of calm indifference, save for a fleeting thought that he was rather good-looking. If I am so important to you, then why not stay with me? After all, the world is ending. You can remain here with me, leaving everything else behind. Let us roam the world together. Suli looked playfully at the lovesick figure not far away. As the leader of the Dawn base, Jiangmu was no stranger to the news, and even though he had been searching for her, his entangled family, all members being officials of the base, made her believe he might harbor some feelings for her. However, He was too burdened by attachments. He desired too much: family, love, power. He did not wish to sacrifice anything. Wanting it all, Li, you must come with me today. I am doing this for your own good. Jiangmu fell silent for a moment, as if making a decision. He stood up from the sofa and approached Li. Li, I truly mean it for your benefit. As he drew near, crackling currents of electricity sparked in the air, forming a surrounding circle, slowly closing in. Snap! Li gently set down her chopsticks, sneering, for my benefit? Go to hell. Why resort to force when soft methods fail? Jiangmu, I have overestimated you. Still trying to play the captor? You are quite the performer. If it weren't for the fact that he had once saved her life, she would have punched him into oblivion yesterday. Li spread her palm, and dozens of vines surged through the electricity, flying towards Jiangmu. You think I'm a soft persimmon? Let me show you why the flowers are so vibrant. Jiangmu's electric currents failed to impede the vines for even a second. In the blink of an eye, his left shoulder was pierced by dozens of tendrils. If he hadn't dodged quickly, those vines would have struck his heart. You've awakened your powers ahead of time. He clutched his shoulder, staring at Li in disbelief. You intend to kill me? You genuinely wish to kill me? Li, is your heart made of stone? Li bound him with vines, pressing him down as if he were a pig being tenderized, before hanging him from the ceiling fan and turning it on to the lowest speed. She leisurely continued sipping her porridge, not once leaving her seat. Propping her chin, she spoke slowly. I used to find it fascinating to read certain novels. The male leads were so domineering, often imprisoning the female leads and restricting their freedom. They claimed it was out of love and insecurity. Yet, upon feeling a twinge of jealousy or provocation, they would start to abuse them, even going so far as to extract hearts or kidneys. By the end, the female leads were hardly whole. It's as if they had practically committed half a book's worth of criminal acts. Once the female lead finally escapes, why not call the police? But as soon as the male lead shows a hint of weakness or sheds a few tears, she forgives him instantly. Isn't he that pathetic? Jiangmu, I have no desire to engage in any heart extraction games. I am exhausted. This time, I simply wish to rest peacefully while you pursue your grand ambitions. The idea of saving humanity? I lack such noble morals and capabilities. You do not interest me. You should go after those girls suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. This kind of she escapes, he pursues. She cannot fly away. Twisted script is not suited for someone of my age. Not killing you now is my final respect for the civilized order of humanity. The next time we meet, you had better steer clear. I will make you kneel and sing conquer. Humph. Chapter 20. The apocalypse descends. Li, it is all right if you do not like me now. You are still young and do not understand how to judge character. I will wait for you. Jiangmu fled as if escaping. When he arrived, he was a brooding tycoon. When he left, he was limping. Devoid of grace, a complete fool. It was not that she wished to strike him. She simply could not suppress her fist upon seeing his ridiculous demeanor. And that crooked smile. Do you think you're Nike? What a lunatic. This foolish fellow always appeared suddenly, engaging in absurd antics he believed to be touching, but were, in reality, utterly foolish. She had no idea what he truly wanted. Jiangmu's arrival and departure did not alter Nyodaba's life in the slightest. Even in the rain, he could not escape the fate of being a human punching bag. No matter how hard he tried, he ended up battered. Now he felt a deep aversion to that park, unwilling to even glance in that direction. The torrential rain over the past few days had only intensified. Day by day the sky was overcast, and thunder roared. It became so dark that sometimes it was difficult to distinguish between night and day. In the afternoon, Nyodaba crawled back from the park, soaked and resembling a dead dog. After showering and eating, he accompanied Li to watch television as per usual. Midway through the news, suddenly, the television screen went black, and the surrounding lights extinguished. Nyodaba hurriedly rushed to the balcony to look outside. The streetlights and distant buildings were shrouded in darkness, only occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Sister, it seems there's a power outage. Everything is out. Erkong is still suffering in Myanmar, and Ziwei has yet to find him. How can there be a power outage? Nyodaba lamented. Yuli stuffed her fingers in her ears, lit a candle, and slowly stood up to walk to the balcony. Once known as the city that never sleeps, this city had truly welcomed the night. The flickering neon lights extinguished in an instant. plunging the entire city into darkness. Due to the blackout, the community suddenly buzzed with activity. Exclamations erupted throughout the neighborhood. A child from an upstairs household cried inconsolably due to the inability to watch cartoons. The sounds of the child stomping and rolling on the floor could be felt through the ceiling. The community chat was abuzz. 101 Wang Shufan. Is the property management electrician around? My house has lost power. Please come fix it quickly. My grandson wants to watch Shi Yang Yang. 4th floor Chandafa. Damn. I just finished my document and hadn't saved it. 6th floor Jiang Lily. My rice cooker was just cooking. How did it lose power? The usually reticent Dong Min. Stop the noise. It seems the entire city has lost power. My friends in the East District say they are out too. The streetlights outside have all gone out. 3rd floor Mei Li. Without air conditioning, it's so hot. The usually reticent Dong Min. What's going on? The internet speed is so slow. It takes forever to send a message. I can't even make calls now. Dong Min uttered a phrase, only to find himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of spinning. He had just remarked in the group chat about the poor signal, and as he attempted to convey another message, he realized his information could not be sent. His phone continued to spin in frustration. In a flurry, he dialed a friend, only to discover that calls could not be made, not even to the official emergency number. Within mere minutes, his phone was devoid of any signal. The cacophony of children crying, adults arguing, and the relentless patter of rain created a symphony of chaos that no glass could muffle, nor walls could shield. The torrential downpour that had persisted for 2 to 3 days finally ceased as dawn broke. It was yet another sun-drenched morning, the air now cooler than the sweltering days prior. Some elderly individuals, having been confined indoors for 2 days, rose early to partake in morning exercises. However, due to the recent outbreak of influenza, the majority opted to remain indoors, with only a handful of habitual morning walkers meandering through the park. My dear, look how splendid the weather is today. We ought to step outside for some fresh air. Staying cooped up will only lead to illness, she urged. Indeed, my esteemed ancestor, I implore you, let us take a brief stroll before returning home. Shall we? Have you not noticed the streets are nearly deserted? The influenza epidemic is rampant. Let us not exacerbate the situation. A young couple, adorned in masks, ambled leisurely through the community entrance. The woman, with a pronounced belly, tenderly caressed her abdomen. It is not my whim, but our son who desires to venture out for a stroll. You cannot hold it against me. Humphed. As they conversed, an eerie silence enveloped them, and upon looking up, they discovered that all around had ceased movement, gazing skyward. Heavens above, what is this? Unbeknownst to them, the once clear sky had been abruptly shrouded in darkness. Dark clouds rolled in, swallowing the sunlight like a beast lurking in the shadows, finally revealing its sharp claws. Goodness, it's the celestial dog devouring the sun. Quick, capture a video. I must share this on Weibo. Posted on Moments. In an instant, the silence erupted into a chorus of discussions and cheers. As the crowd reveled in the extraordinary celestial phenomenon, youngsters brandished their phones, capturing various images and videos, relieved to be liberated from the oppressive atmosphere that had previously stifled them. Yet, those with a sense of foreboding sensed something amiss. Some recalled the apocalyptic discussions circulating online earlier that day, compounded by the city's sudden blackout the previous night, prompting them to hastily retreat. The pregnant couple exchanged glances and promptly made their way towards the corridor. Su Li was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of screams. Startled, she sprang from her bed and hurried to the balcony, her eyes peering down from the 6th floor. The view was clear, and the panicked screams resonated from every corner. Those still engulfed in fear, immobilized by terror, were awakened by the screams, scrambling in all directions to escape. From the alleyways emerged figures. No, perhaps they could no longer be called human. Witnessing this, Su Li felt a shiver run down her spine, not from fear, but from a strange thrill that weighed heavily upon her heart. This emotion was not hers to claim. She opened her palm to reveal a tiny vine. Vibrant green shoots twisting eagerly as if yearning for sustenance. Suppressing her own desires, she clenched her fist, retracting the vine, and directed her gaze once more to the turmoil below. Some individuals darted into vehicles, while others rushed into open stores, and many more fled aimlessly in sheer panic. In the midst of this chaos, no one paid heed to those beside them. The usual decorum of society crumbled in the face of life and death. When danger loomed, Some hastily shut glass doors, cowering behind them, while others outside cried for help, only to be devoured by the ravenous zombies pursuing them. In the midst of their flight, a young man stumbled, tripping over a leg, and fell to the ground. The force caused his companion to tumble down alongside him. The girl, disregarding her own injuries, struggled to her feet and dragged her partner toward a nearby convenience store. The zombies, grotesquely decayed, wore tattered hospital gowns, work attire, pajamas, and even nothing at all. One particle having spoken, Suli could no longer maintain her composure. Her body swayed, and she plunged herself forcefully into the spring water pool behind the house. Chapter 21. Li Wenwen. 6 days later. The streets outside were teeming with wandering zombies. The tap water exuded a strong, repugnant odor, rendering it utterly undrinkable. The communication networks lay in ruins, and dwindling supplies of food had driven humanity to the precipice of despair. Li Wenwen, lying on the sofa with a rumbling stomach, battled the oppressive heat of summer. Her once sleek, black hair, cascading down to her waist, had become greasy and matted. The pantry held only a few packets of instant noodles and some uncooked rice. While the water supply dwindled to half a barrel. In the kitchen, a middle-aged woman clad in only her underwear and a tank top, without even a bra, was her mother, Zhang Hongmei. She was using the last remnants of gas to boil water for her precious son, Li Wenwen's younger brother, preparing 2 packets of instant noodles at once. A true extravagance. Li Wenwen licked the beads of sweat from her hand, and as her cracked lips parted slightly, the taste of rust filled her mouth. She had gone a day and a night without a drop of water, and under the sweltering heat, she was nearing the brink of dehydration. "Mom, could you spare me just a bite? Just a bite would suffice. Or perhaps ask Xiao Jun to save me a bit of soup," Li Wenwen weakly murmured, struggling to rise. Clatter! As her words fell, a metallic clang echoed through the air. Zhang Hongmei, seemingly oblivious, slammed the pot lid onto the stove and poured the noodles into a bowl without leaving a single strand behind. She then walked out of the kitchen, circumventing the sofa where Li Wenwen lay, and knocked on the door of the room. With a frosty demeanor, it was as if she hadn't even seen her daughter. "Xiao Jun, the noodles are ready. Mom even added an egg for you. Hurry out to eat," she called affectionately to the closed door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a boy who appeared to be merely 17 or 18. Bare-chested and clad in oversized shorts. One hand scratched at his unruly, dyed yellow hair, while the other impatiently accepted the bowl from Zhang Hongmei. With a lazy plod, he plopped himself down at the dining table, devouring the noodles ravenously. "Eating the same instant noodles for days on end? Can't we have something different? I'm about to gag," Li Xiaojun complained, though his mouth never paused in its consumption. Li Wenwen, her parched lips licked dry, gazed longingly at her brother. Her leg had been injured during the chaos a few days prior, and without timely treatment, her right ankle had swelled to the size of a bun, rendering her unable to stand. The aroma of the instant noodles wafted through the air, simple yet brutally enticing. "Xiao Jun, please let me have a sip of your soup. I'm dying of thirst," Li Wenwen pleaded, crawling toward her brother. Zhang Hongmei, her eyes fixed intently on the bowl in her son's hands, swallowed hard, an insatiable thirst in her throat. Perhaps sensing the weight of their gazes, Li Xiaojun swiftly shielded his bowl with one hand as he continued to eat. Fearful of being robbed, he consumed the noodles at a rapid pace, finishing them in a minute or two, sipping some soup before casting a disdainful glance at the nearly lifeless Li Wenwen and retreating to his room. As soon as Li Xiaojun entered his room, Zhang Hongmei promptly polished off the remaining noodles and broth, perhaps feeling a twinge of compassion that Li Wenwen might truly perish from thirst. She returned to the kitchen to fetch some cool water, rinsing the bowl before handing it to Li Wenwen. The clear water bore a few lonely droplets of oil, held within a dirty white porcelain bowl. Under normal circumstances, the fastidious Li Wenwen would never dream of touching such a bowl, but this was a different time. Starved and parched, she eagerly accepted it, disregarding its filth, and gulped it down without hesitation. Although the water bore only scant traces of red oil and lacked any flavor, the lingering aroma of instant noodles compelled Li Wenwen to lick the bowl clean, leaving not a single drop behind. "Truly a glutton. One would think you were starved," Zhang Hongmei remarked, snatching the empty bowl away with irritation. Li Wenwen bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. Zhang Hongmei tossed the bowl into the kitchen without washing it. Where the sink was already piled high with used dishes, a swarm of flies buzzing about. With a growl of frustration, she lamented, "I wonder when this hellish existence will come to an end." Outside lurks a horde of man-eating monsters, and who knows when the army will come to restore order. Every mouth to feed feels like a debt to repay. Listening to her mother's tirade in the kitchen, Li Wenwen clenched her fists in silence. While Zhang Hongmei viewed this as merely a temporary crisis, Li Wenwen believed it to be the true apocalypse. It had been 6 whole days without any news. Everyone had hidden away, and the streets were devoid of life, save for those cinematic zombies. Calls could not be made, and the internet was down. Just days prior, their radio had still transmitted pleas from authorities urging the public to fend for themselves. But now it emitted nothing but static. She grasped her cane and hobbled onto the balcony. The balconies of these old-style apartment buildings all faced the same direction. She surveyed her surroundings. A few neighbors, like her, wore expressions of anxiety as they gazed outside. Upon catching sight of her, they offered bittersweet smiles, some unable to muster even a grin. Her gaze drifted to the adjacent balcony, where a pair of siblings had moved in just half a month ago. For days, there had been no sign of life from them, and the neighboring unit remained eerily quiet. Had they too succumbed like so many others? Did they leave behind any food? The thought gnawed at Li Wenwen, compelling her to lean over the balcony rail, peering through the security bars towards the neighboring unit. The mere possibility that food might remain there set her heart racing, and her throat flooded with saliva. If only she could sneak in and scavenge for something to eat. Yet, the dread of encountering a zombie there loomed large in her mind. She could vividly picture herself opening the door only to be met by a rotting corpse lunging towards her, sending a shiver down her spine and extinguishing her desire to search for food next door. After all, she could barely stand, and venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, deep down, she felt an undeniable reluctance. She had to devise a plan. She could not simply starve to death. Wenwen, lost in thought, Li Wenwen suddenly heard someone call her name. She turned her head toward the sound, only to see a wrinkled old face peering through the neighboring balcony. The woman's yellowing teeth bared in a smile that crinkled her skin like a dried chrysanthemum. She blinked in surprise before responding, "Grandma Wang." This was her neighbor, Wang Tsuehua, an elderly woman who, along with her husband, had retired from their jobs and lived here with their grandson while their daughter and son-in-law resided abroad. The couple had lived in this area for decades, often looking down upon others with a sense of superiority. Today, however, Grandma Wang was smiling at her, a rare occurrence. "Wenwen, is your mother home?" "She is." Li Wenwen nodded in a wonder. "I was napping when I suddenly heard Hao crying, saying he was hungry. I thought, how could he be hungry all of a sudden? Then I caught a whiff of instant noodles. I asked that from your place. If there are any left, could you spare me a few packets? I'd be willing to pay handsomely." Grandma Wang's face, filled with wrinkles, twisted into an eager expression. In her mind, Grandma Wang believed that since she had asked, Li Wenwen would surely comply. What were a few packets of instant noodles after all? She was prepared to offer several times their worth, convinced that no one could resist the allure of money. Yet, she had clearly overlooked the fact that times had changed. The value of a few packets of instant noodles was no longer trivial. Upon hearing this, Li Wenwen shook her head resolutely. "Grandma Wang, we have nothing left." "Why, Mom just boiled the last packet." She was not foolish. In this dire situation, lending food to others would be akin to throwing away the last morsel of sustenance, a classic case of giving without return. Although she had no claim over the food, if she dared to agree, her mother would surely scold her mercilessly. Moreover, Grandma Wang had always looked down on them, her demeanor dripping with condescension, and had quarreled with her fiery mother on several occasions. Really nothing left? Grandma Wang's disbelief was palpable. "Truly nothing," Li Wenwen affirmed, her expression reflecting her helplessness. Grandma Wang appeared ready to protest further when Zhang Hongmei suddenly emerged from the house, casting a fierce glare at Grandma Wang before dragging Li Wenwen back inside. "Why waste your breath out here? You'd be better off using that energy to find something for your brother to eat. Useless creature. What else with the incessant chatter with that old hag next door?" Buried up to her neck in yellow earth, the old woman still found herself coveting the food of others. It was no wonder that she met her demise. Chapter 22. The museum heist. Su Li had inadvertently slept for a full 6 days. Upon awakening, she discovered herself stark naked by the edge of a pool, Half her body sprawled on the ground while the other half languished in the water, her nostrils assaulted by an indescribable stench. A glance at herself revealed the source of the foul odor. The portion submerged in water was relatively clean, but the half resting on the bank was encrusted with a thick, dark, viscous substance. Exuding a putrid aroma reminiscent of fish left to rot in the kitchen for 3 days. Quickly, she plunged into the water, scrubbing herself thoroughly before consuming a copious amount of food, gradually regaining her strength. Her wood-based abilities had returned, much like in her previous life. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy coursing through her body. The sensation was entirely different from that of merging with the blood vine. This power was gentle and warm, far less domineering than the blood vines. Extending her hand, a tender shoot broke through her palm, shedding a faint luminescence, appearing as an ordinary plant. A sigh of relief escaped her. There was no need to fear detection. Reflecting on her appearance upon waking, Suli felt a twinge of confusion in her past life. She had not experienced such a phenomenon when awakening her powers. Could it be related to the spring water in this space? Or perhaps a consequence of the blood vine? Her thoughts drifted to an Exioner, whose increasingly delicate and fair skin in the apocalypse stood in stark contrast to those around her, appearing like a beam of light. "Little spicy chicken, little spicy chicken," she called out, searching the space but finding no trace of the plump white creature. Had it gone off to play somewhere? Suli pondered helplessly before exiting the space. Meanwhile, the creature, trapped beneath a mattress, was exerting all its strength to crawl out, only to be interrupted by the sound of its name. "Woo-woo, has my master finally noticed me? Helpa, master, master. I'm here." Yet after calling out for some time, it realized the outside had fallen silent. Its master had departed. "Little spicy chicken. I'm feeling emo now," winky face, determined never to be trapped beneath the mattress again. The creature's life of waiting for death was inadvertently transformed due to this incident. If Suli were to learn that little spicy chicken's motivation to strive arose from this moment, she would likely laugh until her belly hurt, but that was a matter for another time. Half an hour later, Suli reappeared in her room, immediately sensing the oppressive heat in the air. A glance at the thermometer on the living room wall revealed it was in the 40s. While slightly cooler than before, the absence of air conditioning or fans made it evident how many lives were claimed by the sweltering heat. "Where's Nyodaba?" After searching the house thoroughly, she stumbled upon a startling realization. Nyodaba was missing. "Didn't I tell him to wait here?" Suli inspected the lock on the front door, confirming it had not been tampered with. He must have left of his own accord. Casually glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, she froze. She had been unconscious for 6 days. Goodness! Looking toward the storage room, she noted there was still uneaten food inside, ruling out the possibility of him having left due to hunger. What if something had happened, prompting him to depart voluntarily? She hurried to the balcony to observe the movements and speed of the zombies on the street below. After assessing the situation, she donned a long-sleeved outfit, a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, wrapping herself tightly to avoid detection. Grasping a specially reinforced iron rod, she stealthily descended the stairs in this low-rise complex. There were no elevators, and even if there were, it would be useless due to the power outage. Fortunately, residing on the 6th floor made it easier to descend. When renting the apartment, she had considered this. Too high a floor would be inconvenient, while too low would be unsafe. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, the initial zombies had yet to evolve, but humanity remained gripped by panic. Though the zombies moved sluggishly, few dared to venture outside. Most chose to remain indoors, rationing their limited supplies while hoping for government rescue. After all, for thousands of years, the nation had always been prompt in its response to natural disasters and calamities. However, this time, no one had anticipated a global apocalyptic crisis from which no one could escape. As Suli descended, she felt several pairs of eyes upon her, likely the survivors in the building. Exiting through the garage on the first basement level, she swiftly dispatched a few wandering zombies, pulling one from a vehicle and dispatching it before driving off in an SUV through the rear exit of the complex. The streets of the city were eerily deserted, all shops shuttered. Occasionally, a few survivors armed with various weapons cautiously traversed the sidewalks. She could sense the blood vine within her stirring. Since awakening her powers, it had been influencing her emotions. The insatiable hunger emanating from the depths of her soul was something food could not quell, driving her nearly to madness. Before locating Yodaba, she had to find a way to satiate her hunger. Otherwise, she would likely perish in the wilderness before even finding him. Starving, how could she muster the strength? The sustenance required by the blood vine bore no relation to the supplies she had gathered. It craved spiritual energy, antique jade, meteorites, or the brain cores of mutated zombies and the blood of mutated beasts. Yet, the dilemma was that at the onset of the apocalypse, most zombies had yet to evolve to possess brain cores. The evidence she had gleaned from the parking garage confirmed her suspicions. When she had crushed a few skulls, all that remained was a foul-smelling, yellowish-white mush. The blood of ability users was even less attainable. She had no desire to attract military attention, even in the apocalypse. The power of the military was something she could never provoke. Thus, only one path remained. With her foot pressing the accelerator to the limit, a black Hummer careened onto the empty street. As the vehicle turned, the tires screeched against the pavement, instantly drawing the attention of the aimless zombies nearby, who began to lurch toward the sound. This commotion also caught the attention of other survivors. Li Xiaojun dashed to the balcony, gripping the railing as he craned his neck to see below. "What the heck? Who's that fearless person? That vehicle looks like it belongs to our complex," exclaimed an elderly man from above. "It's definitely from the Wang family. They even gave me a ride once, I remember it well," a middle-aged woman chimed in. Wang Shuji out of his mind. "Going out at this time is tantamount to seeking death," Zhang Cuihua remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Seeking death might not be such a bad idea. It could draw the zombies away from our complex. Perhaps we could venture downstairs to scavenge for food. We're all running low on supplies." Old Wang from the fourth floor interjected, causing a momentary silence as others absorbed his cold-blooded suggestion. However, within half a minute, opinions began to surface. "Yes, my daughter hasn't eaten in 2 days. Count me in if anyone goes out to find food. Bring me along. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. This waiting game isn't viable. We can't starve to death before rescue arrives. I refuse to go out, not even if you beat me. Those monsters outside are terrifying and will eat people." For a moment, no one paid any attention to Wang Shuji's fate as they debated the merits of searching for food. Humans, once stripped of rules and constraints, would always prove to be the most adaptable species. Yuli sped toward the city center museum, where ancient antiques absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth over time. The older the artifact, the more abundant the spiritual energy. Where else, if not the museum, could she find such genuine antiques? Suli had lived 2 lifetimes and never once imagined that she would one day resort to robbing a museum. However, circumstances were far more complex than she had anticipated. The vehicle had scarcely traversed half the distance when it became immobilized, the road entirely obstructed by an array of haphazardly parked cars. As she drove on, a dark mass of zombies loomed behind her. Fortunately, the basic zombies moved sluggishly, or else the vehicle would have been engulfed by the horde long ago. Acting decisively, Suli abandoned the car and swiftly darted into a nearby alley. Upon opening the door, she was met by 2 staggering zombies, a man and a woman, their decayed features rendered unrecognizable. With a swift motion, she struck one with her club, shattering its skull. Using the momentum, she pivoted and dispatched the second in quick succession. In under 5 seconds, both zombies lay lifeless on the ground. Having swiftly dealt with the obstruction, she darted into the narrow lane, relying on her memory to navigate toward the city center. The horde, having lost its target, began to disperse, wandering aimlessly. After more than an hour, drenched in sweat, Suli finally arrived at the museum's entrance. Along her route, most shops had been ransacked, particularly jewelry stores and convenience shops. Even some ATMs had been smashed, likely looted during the initial chaos of the apocalypse. Those who had seized gold and jewels must now be lamenting their foolishness, unaware of where they might be sobbing in despair. Inside the museum, chaos reigned. The glass doors left ajar. Suli quickly neutralized the guard zombie at the entrance and stepped into the museum, which was eerily silent. About 20 zombies meandered aimlessly. Upon catching the scent of a living human, they became invigorated, frantically charging towards Suli. Time was of the essence. As the blood vine within her stirred restlessly, she felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. With a determined gaze, she surged forward in a series of rapid strides, her iron club whirling with ferocity. With one decisive swing, A dull thud echoed as the zombie's head burst like a ripe watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. Her obsidian eyes glinted with a hint of crimson, and soon she was drenched in the gruesome fluids of the undead, sticky and foul. The air thick with a putrid stench, making her appear as if she had emerged from the depths of a hellish nightmare. After a moment, Suli leaned against the cool gray tiles of the museum floor, gasping for breath, her back pressed against the wall. The glass display cases lay shattered, and emerald vines unfurled from her palms. Creeping like ivy across the museum's walls, slithering through every nook and cranny. Like avaricious serpents, they writhed and twisted, leaving no stone unturned. Upon entering, she had observed that most of the antiques had been vandalized by rioters. These individuals had not taken the treasures. Rather, they had vented their rage by smashing the glass, reducing the artifacts to rubble. Some bronze and iron pieces that could not be shattered lay haphazardly strewn across the floor. One bronze sword stained with blood. Yet, Suli paid little heed to these remnants. She was solely interested in acquiring the antiques. Whether broken or intact was of no consequence. The greedy vines consumed every bit of spiritual energy within the museum before she retracted her hand. The antiques, devoid of spiritual essence, retained their archaeological value, yet left to languish here, they would inevitably meet a similar fate. After some contemplation, Suli gathered a few relatively intact artifacts into her space. Perhaps one day, humanity would require these historical remnants. Sensing the blood vine within her grow satiated, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips and stepped toward the exit. She bore no aversion to the blood vine. After all, its power had granted her rebirth, endowing her with formidable strength. Having reaped its benefits, it was only natural to shoulder some cost. Her next destination, Sui Shui City Street. The zombies would not yield crystal cores in such a short span. The duration for which the antiques could sustain the absorbed spiritual energy remained uncertain. She needed to amass more relics in preparation for the unknown. Armed with the lessons learned from earlier, Suli chose not to drive this time. Fortunately, Sui Shui City Street was merely 2 blocks away. She sprinted with her backpack, arriving in under an hour. The once bustling street did not appear desolate, as hordes of zombies roamed freely, giving the impression of a tourist destination. Yet, this time Suli exercised caution. She refrained from provoking the countless zombies and instead selected a large tree as cover. Carefully guiding the vines inching toward a nearby antique shop, these vines possessed an innate sense for food, autonomously branching out and commencing their mission upon entering Sui Shui City Street. Countless precious jade antiques, having absorbed spiritual energy, quietly materialized in the corners of her spatial cellar, awaiting the day they might bask in the light once more. Though the wandering zombies exhibited a peculiar restlessness, they remained oblivious to the presence of the blood vine. Within her space, the little creature, Xiao La Ji, trembled in fear, biting its own antennae, hidden among the haystack, too terrified to make a sound. What had transpired during its time of confinement? Why had this being become so terrifying? The blood vine by the well writhed frantically, its numerous tendrils dancing in the air. Black roots erupted from the ground, pulsating with darkness and crimson, resembling colossal serpents emerging, creaking ominously. Some roots snapped under their own weight. Elongating with each drag as the blood vine twisted, the water in the well began to gurgle, releasing white vapor, as if boiling. Soon, the well water spilled forth, clear and bubbling, saturating the surrounding earth, ceaselessly roiling. The water began to shift from pale green to deep emerald, and any land touched by the well's waters emitted a sizzling sound, transforming small grasses, flowers, and even the little chicks that had ventured through the fence into a soupy mass. Yet, the roots grew increasingly exuberant, their reach expanding ever outward. Oh dear, so terrifying, so many colossal serpents. It curled its rotund body, tears glistening in its small, black eyes, yearning to cry but too frightened to utter a sound. It feared that a careless move would reveal its presence, resulting in a fate akin to that of the little chick it had taken so long to crawl out from beneath the mattress. Oh dear, Master, Jiomin, I do not wish to die. What manner of tree is this? The little creature, gripped by fear, scurried into the cellar where Suli concealed her supplies, finding it seemingly untouched, a haven of safety. Once it had gorged itself and emerged, it discovered that the entire space had expanded. Lush greenery flourished, vibrant and verdant, Life abounded, teeming with fish, insects, birds, and beasts. If the original space resembled a prairie, now it resembled a primordial forest. However, the little house remained largely unchanged, much like before, though adorned with more flowers and plants. More beautiful than ever. The space had evolved. Meanwhile, Suli remained blissfully unaware of the transformations taking place within her realm. After departing Sui Shui City Street, she returned to the vicinity of Yangguang Community, diligently searching through convenience stores and supermarkets where Nyo Debeo might have wandered. Carefully evading zombies, she resorted to dispatching any that drew too near with her baseball bat, executing the task swiftly and efficiently. As she traversed the area, the iron club became increasingly smeared with the sticky, foul-smelling remains of brain matter. After scouring several nearby blocks, she still found no sign of Nyo Debeo. The supermarket was deserted. The park void of life. Where could he have gone? Growing increasingly agitated, Suli pressed on, scanning the shops. Suddenly, she halted before a store window. It was a bookstore, its entrance evidently smashed open, the transparent glass display cluttered with books and stationery. A school? A disquieting suspicion arose in her mind. If she had not been reborn, if everything followed the trajectory of her past life, she should be at school now. What of Nyo Debeo? If she had escaped the shackles of fate? What of him? Could it be that the original narrative was in the process of self-restoration? Suli, in a state of confusion, raised her head and gazed into a certain direction. Then, gritting her teeth, she seemed to have made a resolute decision. She found a vehicle and pressed the accelerator towards the school. The first high school of Haishur is situated in a prime educational district in the city center, where properties are exceedingly expensive. Suli vaguely recalled that this area once boasted a house that set the record for the smallest living space in Haishur, measuring merely 2 or 3 square meters, less than the size of a restroom. Yet, it was ultimately sold for an exorbitant sum of 10 million, all for the sake of being labeled as a school district property. In the school cafeteria, the oppressive heat was nearly maddening. A group of students sought refuge in the dimly lit cafeteria, where the occasional sound of the shutter door crashing echoed through the space, causing them to flinch with each impact. Each individual strove to suppress their presence, even their breaths taken with utmost caution. The summer heat was unbearable, with no air conditioning or fans to alleviate their discomfort. The closed shutters and windows transformed the cafeteria into a veritable furnace, leaving them drenched in sweat, their damp clothing clinging to their skin. For 6 long days, they had resolved all their needs within this cafeteria, the stench of excrement becoming intolerable. Maggots could occasionally be seen crawling across the floor. Yet no one dared to open the door. After 6 days, an examiner looked up in despair at the row of exhaust fans above her, still slowly turning in the faint breeze, pondering why the world had suddenly turned so dire. "Examiner," she said, "do you think we will die here? I'm so scared. I want to find my dad." A girl from the same dormitory sat beside an examiner, her usually pristine doll-like face now smeared with dirt. But no one had the heart to notice. An examiner uttered a soft sound from her throat. The cafeteria's cooked food had been consumed by the following day. They had survived on stale steamed buns, uncooked rice and flour from the kitchen, along with raw radishes and potatoes. Yet even these meager provisions were insufficient. She glanced at the others around her, including the motionless figure of Nyo Debeo in the corner. Uncertain of his fate, "I believe someone will come to rescue us. Don't lose hope. We must persevere." But fear gnawed at her. What if we really die here? There are monsters everywhere that devour people. And our phones won't connect. There's no electricity here. What are we to do? She lamented. What if by the time my dad finds me, my body has already begun to rot? I don't want to die. The two spoke in hushed tones. In this tense and quiet atmosphere, even the faintest sound could startle everyone. Xian Wan, feeling utterly powerless, leaned against an examiner, covering her face with her hands as she quietly wept. In this desolate environment where neither heaven nor earth responded to their pleas, despair spread like an unstoppable virus, resonating with their muffled sobs and reaching into the hearts of all present. Chapter 24. She has lost her mind. In a corner of the cafeteria lay the bloated, decaying corpse of a girl clad in the uniform of Haishur First High School. She appeared to be of similar age, also a student of the school. Beside the corpse sat another girl who bore an uncanny resemblance. They were twin sisters. Suddenly, the living girl propped herself against the wall and stood up, her her steps unsteady as she made her way towards the kitchen. The moment she stood, she drew everyone's attention, causing the students to instinctively huddle closer together, avoiding her gaze as they watched her approach the back kitchen. After hiding in the cafeteria for 6 days, all edible provisions had been consumed in the back kitchen. Only a bucket of foul-smelling slop remained, filled with rotting remnants of meals. The sight of the slop, having sat in the sweltering heat for 6 days, was unimaginable. The contents were no longer fit for consumption. A layer of white foam floated on the surface, and flies buzzed about, with tiny white maggots wriggling at the edge of the bucket. Yet, seemingly oblivious to the grotesque scene, she bent down and began to scoop the remnants of rice and leftovers into her mouth, choking back tears as she forced herself to swallow. "My sister is dead. She sacrificed herself to save me. I must survive, carrying her hopes with me. I will live to see Mom and Dad." Not far behind the shelves, a figure in a school uniform stumbled towards the exit. "Chin Si! Chin Si! She has lost her mind. She is actually eating from that slop bucket. It's full of maggots," exclaimed a girl with short hair, rushing out of the back kitchen, her voice trembling with terror as she fought back nausea. "Has she gone mad? What if she gets sick from eating something unsanitary? There's no doctor here," they murmured. Did her sister South Death drive her mad? But wasn't she the one who killed her? They pondered, recalling that Chin Si's sister had been bitten by a zombie. If she didn't kill her, she too would transform into a monster. The wave of horror swept through the crowd as they imagined the contents of that slop bucket, filled with rotting meat and vegetables, teeming with maggots. Many in the group couldn't help but cover their mouths, gagging at the thought. An Exiner and Xian Wan exchanged a glance, both sharing a silent understanding as they looked towards the kitchen, incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. "She has truly lost her mind," they thought in unison. Everyone felt the chill of fear. These children had lived their lives without significant hardship, their greatest trials often involving petty squabbles. They had no concept of the courage required to take a life. The thought of a potential murderer amongst them sent shivers down their spines. A clear-headed killer might have at least some semblance of logic. But with a lunatic, no one knew where her next strike might land. At that moment, the shutter door was suddenly slammed against, producing a thunderous sound. Following this were inhuman, ravenous growls that persisted for several minutes, causing everyone to hold their breath in silence. After 10 or so minutes, the zombies seemed to have lost interest and staggered away. Just as Suli stepped onto the school grounds, a zombie clad in a security uniform lunged at her from the shadows. She swiftly turned, her iron rod infused with a fierce determination, and swung it down with force. The sound of a decaying skull shattering echoed sharply, yet she did not relent. Her weapon pivoted and struck in another direction. A small zombie, appearing to be no more than 5 or 6 years old, cowered in a corner, revealing its sharp teeth, clearly intent on ambushing her. Its chubby cheeks were a sickly hue. It was unmistakably a zombie. Is this a psychic zombie? In just 3 days, they've already evolved. No wonder I felt someone watching me the moment I entered the school. Suli's movements were swift. The small zombie, evidently newly transformed and lacking in intelligence, had not anticipated being detected, by the time it attempted to evade. It was too late. It stared in horror as the stick, stained with the remains of its kind, came hurtling towards it, its claws still poised for an attack. With a sharp cry, the small zombie collapsed to the ground. In truth, the initial stage zombies, while possessing greater strength, exhibited slower reactions and movements compared to humans. If one could overcome their fear, even a girl could potentially slay a zombie with sheer determination. However, it was easier said than done. Conquering the fear of the unknown was no simple feat. As Suli prodded the sticky brain matter with her stick, she felt as though she had uncovered something. Her eyes brightened as she reached into the gooey mass and retrieved a transparent, peanut-sized crystalline object. A crystal core. It was merely a beginner-level core, just recently formed, with little energy to speak of. Yet, a small morsel is still a morsel, she thought to herself as she casually tossed it into her storage space. After wiping her stick against the zombie's clothing, she tightened her backpack and headed towards the cafeteria. She stealthily approached the building, evading the wandering zombies, and crouched beneath the window. The cafeteria's second-floor window was ajar. She crept up the wall on tiptoe, cautiously advancing along the edge of the wall panels, scaling the wall, and then climbing through a shattered window on the second floor of the cafeteria. The school cafeteria was divided into two levels. The first floor served the students, while the second floor catered to the faculty and staff. The second floor cafeteria was spacious, with round tables seating 8 to the left, a small fry window in the center, and several small private rooms to the right. Adjacent to the private rooms was the staircase leading down to the first floor. The second floor was deserted. It appeared that everyone had taken refuge on the first floor. As Suli descended the staircase to the first floor, the entire cafeteria hall was eerily silent. Chapter 25. Crossing the line at that moment, the students inside the cafeteria had been enduring hunger for a full 6 days. They had escaped death and emerged as survivors, yet the fear within them left no room for joy. Once, this world had brimmed with hope, and their future seemed bright. Now, the uncertainty of whether they would survive the next moment loomed over them. Tomorrow might bring a fate worse than death, a dismembered corpse. Or worse, a transformation into the monstrous, flesh-eating creatures that roamed under the sun outside. Regardless of which scenario awaited them, despair enveloped them entirely. Suli had but a singular purpose. Nyo Dabeod asked for the other students. Those who dared to rush out alongside her would do so fueled by their own courage. She would not hinder them, nor would she concern herself with those too afraid to join. She had long abandoned the foolish notion of selflessly protecting others, for such blind altruism was tantamount to inviting doom. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled how others had warned her, cautioned her. Yet she had remained obstinate, leading to her own downfall. She had only seen the delicate and beautiful flowers in the desert, oblivious to the ferocious beasts lurking beneath, poised to devour her. Each person ought to possess a sense of self-awareness. Suddenly, a new figure emerged from the crowd, particularly alarming in such a tense atmosphere. Suli descended the stairs without making an effort to lighten her footsteps. Upon entering, she was met with an overwhelming stench, a nauseating blend of decaying corpses, urine and excrement, indescribably foul. In an instant, countless terrified gazes fell upon her. Initially, fear and wariness gripped everyone. But once they confirmed she was not a zombie, a collective sigh of relief washed over them, swiftly replaced by a flicker of hope. A survivor. Was she here to rescue them? Why was there only one? Suli? An exiner gazed at the suddenly appearing woman from a distance, uncertainly murmuring to exiner, "Do you know her?" Xian Wan inquired. "Yes, she is my cousin." She pursed her lips, observing Suli with a sense of unfamiliarity. Suli was clad in a long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, her dark hair tied back in a ponytail, and beneath her neatly trimmed bangs. Her eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. Though she seemed unchanged, there was an unmistakable air about her that suggested she had transformed significantly. "Who are you? Have you been hiding on the second floor all this time?" A girl from the crowd stood up, questioning, "Or did you come from outside?" "Wait, look at the stick in her hand. She must have come from outside," another exclaimed, pointing at the iron rod smeared with zombie remains. "From outside? She fought her way in alone, just like that big guy," a boy wearing glasses whispered, trembling as he gazed at Suli, his eyes filled with an inexplicable fervor. Suli swept her gaze around coldly, failing to spot Nyo Dabeo. Upon hearing the mention of the big guy, an instinctive realization struck her. The person the boy referred to was likely the one she sought. She approached the boy directly and asked, "Where is the big guy you mentioned?" "There, over there. I'll take you to him." Seeing her approach, the boy excitedly pointed towards a corner and then led Suli there. As she followed, she discovered Nyo Dabeo lying motionless in the corner. The cafeteria was shrouded in darkness, the doors tightly shut, casting an already dim space into deeper gloom. Nyo Dabeo, dark-skinned from sun exposure, lay still in the corner, making him difficult to notice. Suli crouched down, feeling his forehead and checking his breathing. He showed no signs of fever, and his breathing seemed normal, appearing uninjured. The bespectacled boy spoke up. "He appeared here yesterday afternoon while we were hiding inside the cafeteria. Suddenly, we heard someone calling out a name from outside. I peeked through the door and saw him. He was wielding a shovel, fighting off zombies while shouting loudly, attracting numerous zombies. We were afraid he would draw all the zombies in the school. So we opened the door to let him in." At that moment, others began to gather around. Yes. He looked incredibly fierce, showing no fear of those zombies, smashing away with the shovel. So impressive. We thought he could lead us out. But once he came in, he kept searching for someone, acting like a madman. When he couldn't find anyone, He wanted to rush back outside. We were afraid he would be in danger, so we stopped him. And then he inexplicably fainted. It wasn't us. We didn't touch him. The crowd babbled excitedly. Afraid he would be in danger. More like they feared he would unwittingly draw the zombies to them. Suli mused inwardly, yet she did not hold it against them. In this apocalyptic world, such a response could be deemed quite benevolent. Had it been her, she might have resolved the issue of this person exposing their hiding place without hesitation. But fainting inexplicably? Was it a sign of awakening powers? Suli pondered uncertainly, yet Nyo Debeo had already recovered from his fever. Even if he had awakened abilities, he should have succeeded by now. He fainted from hunger. Suddenly, a childish voice echoed in Suli's mind. "Little spicy chicken?" Suli quickly glanced around. "Don't worry, they can't hear me. I'm communicating directly with you in your mind." The voice of Little Spicy Chicken chimed in again. "After all, I'm now considered a spirit of space, attuned to your thoughts." "All right, how do you know it's from hunger?" Suli inquired mentally. "I can see his dreams. He dreams of eating buns with you, a mountain of buns, towering dozens of meters high." Suli almost visualized the gluttonous insect drooling at the sight. Contemplating, she retrieved a bottle of sugary drink from her backpack and poured it into his mouth. Although he was unconscious, he instinctively swallowed the liquid. Then, she took off her backpack, tore open a bag of salted chicken legs, and placed it beside Nyo Debeo's face. The savory aroma gradually permeated the air. And it seemed Nyo Debeo's nose twitched slightly, witnessing her actions. The surrounding onlookers collectively swallowed hard. Can I?" No, before anyone could finish their sentence, Suli swiftly interjected. The other end of the iron rod drew a line on the ground. "You'd best not cross this line, or I'll make sure your heads will bloom." The questioner, a refined-looking boy, glanced at the stick still stained with brain matter. Although he was tempted, he promptly closed his mouth. However, his embarrassment did not extend to others. Observing the unfolding scene, many were drawn closer. In the crowd, someone recognized her. "Suli? Is that you?" A girl with short hair exclaimed in astonishment. "It's really her." Suli turned to look. Behind the short-haired girl were several boys and girls, all staring at her in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend that this lone figure who had fought her way through a horde of zombies was the same Suli who had once been bullied relentlessly. These seemed to be her classmates. Gazing at their familiar yet distant faces, Suli turned her head away with indifference. Lin Qin, Yin Ping, Zhang Xiaoyan, Zhu Yuqing, and the silent and exiner who was hiding behind the crowd. All watched her intently. Among them, some she remembered vividly, while others had faded from her memory. Many were comrades with whom she had survived the apocalypse. The girl leading the group, seeing her lack of response, felt a surge of anger, instinctively wanting to bully her as she had in the past. However, upon catching sight of the iron rod beside Suli, she clenched her fists in frustration. They had been starving for several days, and this Suli had food but made no effort to share with anyone. How selfish. "Suli, this isn't right. Regardless, we are classmates. Why are you acting so aloof? Since you have food, you should share it with everyone. Only one person eating alone. How can you be so shameless?" Zhang Xiaoyan, the self-proclaimed queen bee of the school, who had bullied Suli for so long, was now trying to intimidate her again. She believed Suli was merely trying to scare everyone, thinking she couldn't possibly kill in the past. Suli's attitude would have invited a brutal beating. Yet now, she sensed an unusual fear emanating from them. "Indeed, your attitude is excessive. How about this? We won't hold it against you. Just share some food from your backpack, and we'll let bygones be bygones." Zhu Yuqing chimed in, reaching for Suli's backpack at her feet. Others looked at Suli with eager anticipation. What a shameless line of reasoning. Suli gazed at the group with an expression devoid of emotion, her eyes unwavering as she picked up the iron rod from the ground. With a twist of her wrist, she swung it mercilessly towards the hand that had crossed the line. The gasp escaped the lips of many nearby. If that blow landed, it would surely render Zhu Yuqing's hand useless. As Zhu Yuqing watched the rod hurtling towards her, fear paralyzed her, and her legs felt as if they had lost all strength, leaving her rooted to the spot. Just then, a pair of strong hands reached out, grasping her waist and pulling her back, narrowly averting the catastrophe of a severed limb. "This classmate of yours has acted rather excessively, don't you think? After all, we are classmates. Even if you are unwilling to lend a hand, There's no need to resort to such brutality. It would be wise for a young lady to refrain from being too vicious. A man emerged from the crowd, disapproval etched across his face. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a close-cropped hairstyle and a robust physique, standing at approximately 175 centimeters tall. He seemed somewhat familiar, though she couldn't quite place him. Thank you. Teacher Zhang, if it weren't for you. I might have. Zhu Yuqing stammered, her petite face streaked with tears, her body trembling in the aftermath of fright. I never anticipated that Su Li would actually try to break my hand. Oh, teacher, I am so terrified. She was taken aback by Su Li's willingness to strike, or perhaps her audacity to do so. It dawned on her that someone who dared to venture through a horde of zombies could hardly be the same timid victim she had once bullied. Teacher Zhang. Su Li pondered for a moment, recalling that this man was indeed their school's physical education instructor, Zhang Chong. Although Zhang Chong had no recollection of Su Li, she vividly remembered him. Once, when her menstrual cramps incapacitated her, Zhang Chong had accused her of laziness, refusing to believe her plight and insisting she run 10 laps around the track. Blood had stained her trousers, and she had hidden in the girls' restroom all afternoon, only daring to return to the dormitory once darkness fell. Another figure appeared beside Zhang Chong. Su Li, is that really you? I am so relieved to see you safe. I was terrified something might have happened to you. Ah, your joy is a tad premature. Su Li shot a glance at her. An Exiner momentarily froze before regaining her composure. With an expression of concern, she stepped forward and tugged at Su Li's sleeve. You left home with Dabao without a word, and my parents have been frantic searching for you. You know very well that Dabao isn't quite right in the head. How could you leave with him? Do you have any idea how worried our family has been? Looking for me? Is it because you have nowhere to live? Has the loan shark come knocking? Have they thrown your family out? Is your father all right? What about your mother? Is your younger brother safe? It would be a pity if anything happened to him. How can you say such things? After your parents passed, our family took you both in as our own. Providing for your education and caring for Dabao, I treated you as if you were my own siblings. How could you harbor such disdain for us? An Exiner gazed at Su Li in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the coldness of her words. The onlookers shared similar sentiments, and Zhang Chong, upon hearing an Exiner's words, regarded Su Li with even greater disdain. To him, she appeared not only cruel but also ungrateful. Having been cared for by another family yet repaying their kindness with malice. You have a heart of stone, to be so ungrateful and selfish. Do you think everyone else shares your dark disposition? Nearby, a male student, witnessing the typically lively and charming Exiner in tears, turned to Su Li with a scornful remark. The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiments, their voices rising in condemnation. Su Li, unwilling to engage in a futile debate with them, coldly regarded an Exiner, her gaze sharp as a dagger, sending a chill down an Exiner's spine. In a sudden movement, Su Li seized a handful of an Exiner's hair and unleashed a flurry of slaps. Your family's supposed kindness? Are you out of your mind? You and your family have been living off my parents' blood money all this time. The money you used was my parents' compensation. The house you live in was purchased by my mother and father. After my parents died, your family of 4 occupied my home, along with my family's store. You even devoured the over 2 million in compensation left by my parents. Your father is my uncle. Does he not fear the heavens' wrath for such betrayal? Did you ever contribute a single penny of your so-called support towards my education? Your family's nurturing only consisted of treating my brother like a beast of burden, working from dawn till dusk, never allowing him a moment's rest or a full meal. What kind of audacity allows you to twist the truth before me? Is your skin made of titanium alloy? Even after delivering those words, Su Li felt unsatisfied. She pressed an Exiner to the ground and unleashed a barrage of blows. An Exiner's cries for help echoed in the air, her bones cracking with each impact. Bloodied teeth scattered across the ground, painting a grim picture of her suffering. Upon realizing she had inadvertently broken an Exiner's hand, Su Li retaliated with a couple more strikes. An Exiner, on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain, remained shockingly alert. With one hand gripping her throat, Su Li leaned in closely, her voice a venomous whisper. I truly wish to end your life right now, but that would be too merciful. Instead, I want to watch you lose everything. To suffer endlessly, caught between life and death. Such a beautiful face. Surely many will admire you in the future. An Exiner, her face bruised and gasping for air, clawed desperately at Su Li's hand, feeling the last vestiges of oxygen slipping away. The moment Su Li released her grip, she gasped for breath, struggling to regain her composure. No, it can't be like this. You're lying. You're lying. The expressions of the surrounding crowd, once filled with righteous indignation, now shifted to a mixture of awe and fear as they witnessed Su Li's brutal demeanor. They instinctively took a step back, their gazes now directed at an exiner with a newfound scrutiny. Even Zhang Chong, who had previously voiced his discontent, fell silent in the face of Su Li's ferocity. An Xen's carefully cultivated image lay in ruin. Su Li, initially disinterested in engaging further, merely wished to extricate herself from the situation. She had already been reborn, yet the narrative had inexplicably brought Niu Debo back into her life. Must she relive the trials of her past existence? No, she refused to allow that. Impatience began to gnaw at her. If only these noisy individuals could transform into corpses. Dead men do not chatter, nor are they burdensome. She surveyed the crowd with a gaze akin to that of a predator sizing up its prey. The atmosphere grew tense, even Zhang Chong fell silent. After a few moments, Su Li was startled by her own thoughts. She had almost forgotten that humans were also food for the blood vines. The visions she had just witnessed were but manifestations of their desires. Turning, she approached Niu Debo, noticing the boy who had led the way still lingering nearby. She cast him a cold glance, but revealed no other emotion. As long as he did not cross the line, his presence was inconsequential to her. She pried open Niu Debo's mouth and poured a bottle of water into him. Despite being unconscious, he automatically drank the cola poured into him without hesitation. Truly a glutton. Leaning against the wall, she closed her eyes to rest. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to wait for Niu Debo to awaken. She could not simply carry him out. Glancing at Niu Debo's condition, she shook her head in secret. The cafeteria seemed to have divided into two worlds, the other survivors and the two individuals on Su Li's side. Oh, and there was one more, the boy lingering just outside the 0.1 millimeter boundary. Hey, I'm Yang Lu. I just wanted to ask, boss lady, do you need any leg accessories? I eat little, can work, and I'm not clingy. Su Li cracked her eyes open just a sliver. Casting him a glance. You should leave. I don't need anyone to feed. She gestured toward her classmates on the other side. Go back. Who has the luxury to feed another mouth? Yang Lu turned back to look. Her entire face contorted with bitterness. Among the throng of people, several leading boys distributed a batch of spoiled buns to the crowd. Even such unpalatable food yielded a miserly portion for each individual, barely sufficient for a single bite. The cafeteria's edible supplies had been nearly depleted, and this was the last of the food. Next time, even these spoiled buns would be gone, as people gazed at the meager rations in their hands. Many cast their eyes towards Su Li. Su Li noticed that the boy distributing the food had given away all his buns without partaking himself. He appeared more feeble than the others. Yet his demeanor was markedly cleaner and less frantic than that of his peers. It seemed he noticed Su Li's gaze, nodding in her direction before quickly averting his eyes. Seeing Su Li's unwavering attention toward that direction, Yang Le grinned silently and leaned in with a whisper. That guy is our school's student council president, Oh Huayang. Quite handsome, isn't he? Comes from a wealthy family too. Just last month, a girl confessed her feelings for him publicly, and it was a real disaster for her. Su Li turned her head, casting a cold glance at Yang Lu. Disaster? Yang Lu felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. Suddenly, it struck him that the disaster she referred to might indeed be Su Li. Yang Lu exclaimed, Get lost, a qualified sidekick knows how to flatter. Clearly, you're lacking. Get lost. Where to? From now on, you're my boss. I'll follow you wherever you go. Yang Lu cautiously sidled up to the boundary line, completely discarding his dignity. I can do it. I'm a potential asset, a version 2.0 of a sidekick. Really? You absolutely have to accept me. I'm skilled in cooking, laundry, foot massages, anything you need. By the end of his sentence, he blushed and looked at Su Li bashfully. Su Li arched an eyebrow. What I meant was, I can also do Thai massages. They're incredibly relaxing. My family runs a foot massage parlor. Su Li's lips twitched. She suddenly felt as though she had encountered someone not entirely sane. Chapter 27. We are not on the same path. Su Li had always found it peculiar that, whether in her past life or this one, the cafeteria was excessively safe. eyeing the vast dining hall filled with hundreds of students. Not a single zombie had managed to intrude. She observed that the occasional zombies attempting to bang on the doors were merely putting on a show. Lacking any real intent to breach the premises, it was as if they were trying to scare the lambs in a pen, preventing them from escaping. With so many wandering zombies outside, under normal circumstances, they would have gone berserk upon catching the scent of so many living beings. It wouldn't matter if there was a rolling shutter. Even tempered glass might not hold them back. Yet, the zombies outside, though they occasionally slammed against the heavy doors, seemed to sense the unmistakable presence of the living and refrained from entering. It was evidently illogical. Suli didn't dwell on it. After all, what did it have to do with her? Nyo Debeo woke from his slumber after a good while, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a pair of dark orbs. Suli was observing him. And when he suddenly opened his eyes and glared at her, she nearly jumped. "You're finally awake. I was about to carry you out of here." Nyo Debeo then let out a loud wail. "Ali, where did you go?" "I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, you vanished. I searched everywhere but couldn't find you. The outside is so terrifying, filled with monsters. I thought you had gone to heaven like Mom." "You re the one who should go to heaven. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at home? Why did you run around?" Suli retorted, giving him a light smack. Wasn't he that just a dream? I thought I dreamt you said you'd be gone for a few days, and then when I woke up, you were gone." Nyo Debeo believed that Suli's departure was merely a figment of his imagination. He recounted everything from when he first noticed her absence to how he ended up at the school. His face, smeared with snot and tears, was indeed a challenge to the stomach. All right, don't smear your snot all over me. If you keep crying, you'll just attract the zombies outside for a feast." After a long while, Nyo Debeo finally quieted down. The towering black boy, feeling aggrieved, wiped away his tears and mucus, only to discover that a bespectacled boy was sitting next to Suli. His vigilance skyrocketed. Yanglu was just about to greet this hefty fellow when he realized that the man was glaring at him with hostility. Glaring with wide eyes, Nyo Debeo rose, disregarding Yanglu's protests, and lifted him as if he were a chick. Yanglu felt a tightness in his chest. "Bro, what are you doing?" Big sister, help," just when he thought Nyo Debeo meant to harm him. He found himself unscathed and gently set down on the ground, albeit further from the boundary line than before. Nyo Debeo then plopped down beside Suli, baring his teeth at Yanglu with an expression of territorial defiance. His eyes wide open in a fierce glare, he turned to Suli, smiling sweetly. "This is my sister. You should go find your own." "I'm an only child," Yanglu stammered. "I don't have a sister." The onlookers fell silent, realizing Nyo Debeo's peculiarities. Indeed, as an examiner had pointed out, this guy's logic was somewhat off. Suli couldn't help but reach out, ruffling Nyo Debeo's hair before realizing what she was doing. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she coughed lightly and withdrew her hand. Now that Nyo Debeo was awake, they needed to leave this eerie cafeteria. She had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Handing him her backpack, she whispered, "Are you hungry? Eat something quickly. We're leaving soon." "Home." Nyo Debeo obediently accepted the backpack, unzipping it to pull out a large sausage, stuffing it into his mouth, cheeks bulging. Some could fill up after just a few bites, while others could still consume more even when full. "Home." Suli paused, pondering whether they should return. After a moment's thought, she nodded, "Yes, home." After all, she had enough food and drink, so there was no rush. They could relax at home for a while before making plans. Upon hearing home, Nyo Debeo devoured his food even faster. The aroma wafted through the air, drawing greedy gazes, yet no one dared to speak up after the earlier incidents. After dealing with an examiner, many still hoped to snatch food from Suli. Several towering boys, armed with bench legs and kitchen knives, approached to rob her. However, it took only a few moments before they found themselves with broken limbs, left to moan in the heaps where they had previously congregated. From that point onward, people dared not approach Suli, and examiner watched Nyo Debeo with the large sausage in his hand. Swallowing hard, it wasn't that she was coveting it. Her mouth simply watered involuntarily, gurgle. Her stomach growled louder. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have clashed with Suli. After so many years of belittling her, she had struggled to adapt. If she had simply reminisced with Suli, she might not have ended up beaten and could have eaten something instead. Suli was someone she knew well. She was soft-hearted and nostalgic. A few kind words would have sufficed. If only she hadn't acted on impulse. An exiner felt a twinge of regret. Yang Lu tiptoed over, his demeanor servile. Big sister, are we leaving? Where to next? Do we need to prepare anything? Yang Lu grinned broadly, shamelessly inching closer, yet he didn't dare cross the line Su Li had drawn. Nyo de Bao's expression darkened further. Clearly, he was a bad guy trying to steal from a Li. Just like Jiang Mu. We aren't on the same path. Your classmates are over there. Su Li glanced at him and pointed in another direction. You should return to your group. Chapter 28. Damn. Don't pinch my panda. Nyo de Bao munched on his food rapidly, letting out a sound from his throat. Yang Lu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of sorrow. Then, as if making a decision, he stopped his playful demeanor, saying earnestly, Big sister. I know what you're worried about. I want to hold you back. Upon finishing his statement, he glanced around and lowered his voice. In truth, I had spotted you even before you entered the cafeteria. I would crouch by the door daily, hoping to await a rescue. It was I who opened the door for that gentleman when he arrived. And I also noticed you when you came in. Both of you are quite remarkable, certainly more so than us, I assure you. I shall not become a hindrance. Trust me, once a leader, always a leader. I will never betray you. Moreover, I am not a classmate of theirs. I hail from the vocational school next door, having scaled the wall to meet my girlfriend. However, she has turned into a zombie and nearly bit me. Speaking of my girlfriend's transformation into a zombie, Yang Li's demeanor grew somber. He then produced a kitchen knife from somewhere, raising it in his hand. I will not require your protection. I merely wish to charge out alongside you. I possess a weapon. I will follow closely behind, big sister. In this apocalypse, being a lackey is no easy feat. Yang Lu understood that relying on others for protection, especially a newly acquainted leader, was implausible. He needed to demonstrate his worth to eventually become the most valued subordinate of the leader, the very core of the team. His father had once said, to thrive in the underworld, one must find an impressive and trustworthy leader. He felt that the big sister before him was indeed promising, with the most charming face and the fiercest combat skills. As for sixth sense, he had never missed a beat, being naturally lucky. There are zombies. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierced the AI art. Su Li sprang to her feet, grasping an iron rod, and turned to look. Nyo Daba also immediately stood up. It turned out two zombies had inadvertently stumbled into the cafeteria from the back kitchen. A beautiful girl with an oval face happened to be at the back. Upon hearing the strange sounds, she turned around only to discover two zombies were right behind her, a mere 2 meters away. The two zombies, clad in school uniforms, included one with long hair, their bodies decayed, with skin hanging off their faces. The girl, terrified, screamed as she scrambled to her feet and ran forward. Those nearby, witnessing the zombies, also fled in terror, while some timid girls even joined in the screaming. The cafeteria instantly descended into chaos. Various cries erupted. Don't come any closer. Calm down, everyone, do not scream. It will attract the zombies. Stop shouting. What are you yelling for? Help me, teacher. Save me. Let me go first. I am the class leader. A throng of people rushed towards the exit, the rolling shutter door clattering from the impacts. If this continues, the zombies lurking throughout the campus might be drawn here. Su Li's gaze sharpened as she stepped forward swiftly. She leaped atop a bench, her right hand sweeping cleanly to cleave the first zombie's skull. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she seized the long-haired zombie's hair and forcefully slammed her to the ground, placing her foot upon the decaying chest of the female zombie. With a foul stench, she drove the bloodied iron rod down onto the face that had rotted beyond recognition. Accompanied by a scream, a few drops of dark red liquid splattered onto Su Li, and the female zombie's body became rigid on the ground. She killed. She has murdered. Fool. That was no longer a human. She is terrifying. Although it was a zombie, she was once our classmate. She killed her without batting an eye? Stupid fool. If she was your classmate, what did you call her just now? Why don't you go and hug her? That is a monster. The onlookers were stunned by this scene. In a matter of mere seconds, the two zombies had been dealt with in a brutally straightforward manner. Those girls who had always bullied Su Li instinctively took a few steps back, hiding themselves. The oval-faced girl trembled in shock, as in that fleeting moment, everyone forgot to resist. Zhang Chong, the only teacher among the group. A male physical education teacher had also been consumed by the instinct to flee when the incident first occurred. However, now, he exhaled a sigh of relief as he supported the girl, saying, "Fortunately, both zombies have been dealt with. We should be safe now." "Who said we are safe?" Suli shot an irritable glance at the girl, who was already frightened. Under her glare, the girl felt a twinge of anger. "What are you staring at me for? I didn't let those two zombies in. Indeed, you did not let them in, but your screams served as the best beacon, and I suspect many zombies are now heading this way." "Excellent." Suli smiled and gave the girl a thumbs up. Her words caused everyone's faces to drain of color. Others began to voice their grievances. Yes, why did you scream so loudly? It's all your fault." Nyodaba and Yonglu had also made their way behind Suli, one wielding a shovel and the other holding a kitchen knife, both displaying a readiness to fight. Although the big sister had rejected them, at this critical moment, Yonglu still adopted the posture of a subordinate. Whether the big sister acknowledged him or not was inconsequential, as long as he recognized her. Being a lackey required a thick skin. Oh Huayong, unbeknownst to Win, had gathered a few boys to find some defensive items to hold. Stainless steel bowls for food, table legs, kitchen knives, and large iron spoons. Though these were of little use, they were the only things available in the cafeteria. At this moment, Suli had arrived at the back door from the kitchen. Thankfully, the door was shut. The two zombies must have entered through a broken window. She promptly had Nyodaba push a large freezer to block the shattered window. Meanwhile, on the other side, the rolling shutter door at the front of the cafeteria was being pounded by zombies. Creating a tremendous racket, the wide shutter shook violently, causing chunks of concrete to fall around it. The sound of the iron door being struck attracted other zombies wandering around the campus. Oh Huayong peered through the gap in the iron door and quickly retreated. His face ashen. "What did you see?" someone inquired. "Zombies, a mass of them. The zombies from other parts of the school have been drawn here, and more keep coming." Oh Huayong strained to remain calm, but his pale complexion betrayed his current feelings. "Damn it, there are too many. Outside, it's swarming with zombies." He thought he even spotted the bald principal, whose expensive wig was still hanging around his neck. "What do we do? We are truly going to die here." The girls began to grow restless. Xiaonuanyuan charged out of the crowd and slapped the oval-faced girl. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't screamed so loudly, how would so many zombies have come? You've doomed us, you wretched girl. You're a harbinger of disaster. I'll kill you." The girl refused to back down, and the two immediately engaged in a scuffle at hair-pulling, face-grabbing, slapping, classic moves of a girl's fight. "Damn it! You're poking my nostrils. I'll poke yours too, you wretched creature. Let go of my panda. Ah, that hurts. What the hell?" As the two continued to spiral into absurdity, the others hurriedly intervened, and Zhang Cheng barked, "Enough! This is not the time to fight." As the only adult and a physical education teacher, Zhang Cheng's words carried some weight. He discreetly observed Suli in the distance, who wielded a thick iron rod. "She is formidable." Then he glanced at the burly Nyodaba, who resembled a giant. "He is strong." As for Yonglu with the kitchen knife, he could be overlooked. These two must be pulled into the team. Safety would be greatly assured with that thought. He pulled a nearby bespectacled boy aside and whispered in his ear. Soon, the bespectacled boy slipped back into the crowd. Oh Huayong pursed his lips, remaining silent, merely huddling with a few classmates, their gaze fixed unwaveringly on the trembling rolling shutter door. Chapter 29. You just want to see them fight among themselves. By the way, where is Suli? She is so capable. She should be protecting us. Yes, she is so skilled at killing zombies. She can definitely lead us out. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, and everyone remembered the girl who had violently dispatched the zombies. Quickly, everyone rushed to find her, ensuring she hadn't escaped. Just as Suli emerged from the kitchen, she overheard this remark and looked up to see a group of people with awkward expressions. At that moment, Zhang Cheng approached Suli first. Nyodaba instinctively positioned himself in front of Suli, eyeing Zhang Cheng warily. Yonglu stepped forward as well, adopting a confrontational stance. Zhang Cheng forced an awkward chuckle. Yet thinking of the precarious rolling shutter door, he urgently spoke. "Suli, I know you may not have gotten along well with your classmates, but in this moment of crisis, as humans, we must help each other." Suli regarded him with an impassive expression, glancing at the rest of the varied faces. She spread her hands, feigning helplessness. I initially planned to leave today, but now, with who knows how many zombies surrounding the cafeteria, I cannot escape. Is there truly no way out? Zhang Cheng inquired eagerly, for he was merely in his 20s, still youthful and reluctant to embrace death to that moment. Although Zhang Cheng was an adult, he could not help but place his hopes on the young girl before him, barely 16 or 17 years of age. Sully fell silent for a moment, then feigned a look of distress, pondering perhaps a solution. What should we do? Zhang Cheng exclaimed immediately. Sully slowly surveyed the surroundings, gradually revealing a mischievous smile. We shall feign a diversion. First, we will open the main door, retreating everyone to the kitchen, and seal the passage between the front hall and the kitchen. When the zombies surge into the hall, we can shut the door and trap them for a while, then make our escape through the back door. There lies a glimmer of hope, but if we open the door and the zombies flood in, will we have time to retreat to the kitchen? A boy suddenly asked, his expression peculiar. Of course not. Ouyang Hua, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Sully, as if he had already surmised her forthcoming words. Indeed, what Sully said next caused everyone's countenance to shift. Therefore, we need the majority to withdraw to the kitchen, leaving 2 individuals to open the rolling shutter. Doesn't that mean those 2 are destined to become sacrifices? One trembling individual ventured. Will the 2 who remain to open the door have any chance of survival? The question came from a tall, slender boy. What do you think? Sully replied, a hint of mirth in her tone, causing the boy's eyes to redden instantly. The atmosphere around them fell into a heavy silence, as wary glances were cast among the group, each fearful of being chosen as the sacrificial lamb. Meanwhile, the rolling shutter began to warp under the relentless pounding of the zombies, and the sound of shattering glass echoed from the second floor. Zombies are coming in from the second floor. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Yang Lu, trembling, looked to Sully and whispered, "Is this truly our only option, leader?" Sully regarded him with a half-smile. "Certainly, there are other alternatives, though none spring to mind at the moment. Perhaps you all might devise something." Yang Lu lowered his head in silence, his shoulders slightly shaking. The plan proposed by Sully, while not the sole option, was undoubtedly the most secure and the most brutal. To be passively slain by zombies versus actively abandoning one's companions were fundamentally different concepts. The former resulted in the loss of one's life. The latter, the loss of humanity. The individual left behind would harbor an understandable resentment towards those who survived. Shall we select 2 athletic boys? They can run fast. Surely they will survive. Though I am from the athletics department, I specialize in shot put, not sprinting. This won't do. Regardless, we must leave boys behind. Girls cannot run fast. Leaving them to open the door guarantees no escape. Damn. Are boys' lives worth less? What about chivalry? Don't you know ladies first? You shameless losers, shouting for equality when it comes to rights, yet clinging to the notion of women first when it comes to sacrifice. How can you be so shameless? Enough. How about we have teacher Zhang stay behind to hold the line? Isn't he a physical education teacher? He was once a long-distance runner. Ahem, students, the teacher is getting old and has not been well lately. Cough cough. Sully casually tossed out a dilemma, to choose between life and humanity. She then coldly observed as the group bickered vehemently over who would become the scapegoat. In such dire circumstances, even someone like Zhang Cheng held no authority to dictate the decision. Some suggested the weakest student remain. Others insisted that the girls should stay, while still others argued for those in poor health to be left behind. The cacophony of opinions spiraled into chaos, with some even resorting to physical altercations. Ouyang Hua, wielding a knife he had procured from an unknown source, approached Sully, trembling with rage. "What do you intend to do?" His tone was not one of fear, but of fury. This statement was not a question. It was a declaration, for he had already concluded the answer within himself. Sully turned her gaze to him, her expression indifferent. "These are lives at stake, fellow students. Do you possess a heart made of stone?" Ouyang Hua glared at her, veins bulging in his hand gripping the knife. "You are not genuinely proposing a solution. You merely wish to witness our self-destruction. You are reveling in this chaos, oh dear. You've seen through my scheme. Go sacrifice 2, or to let all perish together. What will you choose?" Sully cast him a sidelong glance, a peculiar smile gracing her features. "I merely offer a suggestion." Whether to accept it is entirely your choice. You are free to devise another plan, are you not? What concern is it of mine? She blinked innocently, her demeanor nonchalant. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Ouyang Hua turned away in fury, conferring with several boys in hushed tones. Meanwhile, the quarrelsome group remained oblivious to the developments unfolding nearby. Within a mere 2 minutes, no resolution had been achieved in their debate. Ouyang Hua approached Zhang Chong, whispering a few words, and soon Zhang Chong erupted into laughter, visibly relieved. Silence. Everyone, quiet down. All of you retreat to the kitchen. There is no need for anyone to remain here. Move quickly, teacher. Who will open the door? Someone inquired. The teacher has a plan. Hurry, retreat. Upon hearing that no one needed to stay behind, the crowd surged towards the kitchen in a frantic rush. Yang Lu leaned close to Su Li and murmured. Ouyang Hua and his group replaced the rolling shutter's original power source with batteries, altering the switch wiring. Quite clever. Scholars are truly admirable. Su Li smiled, joining the throng in retreat. Once everyone had entered, she noticed a male classmate standing at the passageway beside Ouyang Hua, gripping something in his hand, preparing to throw it with a shot-put stance. He hurled the object forcefully, striking the red button precisely. At that moment, the rolling shutter emitted a thunderous noise as the axle rolled, though it ascended slowly due to the door's deformation from the relentless impacts. A cheer erupted from the crowd as they hastily sealed the passage between the front hall and the kitchen. The shutter struggled to rise, and the zombies outside emitted guttural sounds of excitement, converging at the entrance. Indeed, the number of zombies gathered at the back door had dwindled. The horde of zombies flooding into the front hall, drawn by the scent of the living, rushed towards the kitchen. The sealed passage would not hold for long. Ouyang Hua and Zhang Chong exchanged gestures, sealing the passageway as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Timing their escape, they swiftly opened the back door. A mass of bodies surged forth towards the school gate. In such dire moments, no encouragement was necessary. Everyone's potential was pushed to its limits. The commotion attracted the attention of the zombies, some pursuing from the back door, others converging from the front, and even more from various locations joined the fray. Su Li followed the crowd towards the school gate. She could have discreetly exited with Niu Daba, but the sudden appearance of the zombies had disrupted all her plans. The high-pitched screams of the girls served as a beacon for the zombies. Confronted by the throngs of zombies gathering outside the cafeteria, with Niu Daba in tow, she could take refuge in her space in the face of danger. Yet Niu Daba would surely meet a grim fate. However, amidst the crowd, the attention of the zombies was dispersed among the living. At the very least, she and Niu Daba would not be the sole targets. After struggling for 2 years in a post-apocalyptic world and enduring a life worse than death as a test subject, Su Li's sense of compassion had long since evaporated. She felt no guilt in using others as cannon fodder. Chapter 30. The newly recognized leaders still warm as the group burst from the cafeteria. Over 200 individuals constituted a significant target, naturally drawing considerable attention, not just from the zombies. Some students hiding nearby seized the opportunity amid the chaos to escape as well. Niu Daba and Yang Le closely trailed behind her. The number of zombies trailing behind grew, and those on the periphery were the most vulnerable to being caught. Everyone desperately sought to push into the center of the crowd. Ouyang Hua and his companions exhibited extraordinary bravery, with several boys standing firm at the periphery, doing their utmost to protect the girls behind them, particularly the leading Ouyang Hua. Whenever zombies approached, he was the first to charge forward. Though Ouyang Hua appeared gentle and soft-spoken, in this moment, each of his actions was underpinned by a fierce determination, as he expertly targeted the zombies' weaknesses. It was evident he possessed martial prowess. Just then, Su Li heard a sudden scream. Turning to investigate, she saw a girl had fallen to the ground. At that moment, Niu Daba happened to pass by, and the girl, in her panic, clutched his leg. In mere seconds, she had fallen behind the crowd. Help me. Dante, leave me behind. Please, save me. If you do not save me, then let us all perish together. Upon witnessing this, Su hurriedly ran in the opposite direction of the crowd. Sister, have you lost your mind? Yang exclaimed, having been observant of Su Li's movements mid-run. Niu Daba was suddenly seized by the leg. Though he did not fall, his balance faltered as he stumbled 2 steps forward before barely regaining his footing. Meanwhile, the zombies behind him had already bared their fangs. What a fool! Su tightened her grip on the iron rod and joined the fray. Ultimately, the blows she had endured were not in vain. As soon as her feet found stability, Nyodaba swung his shovel and sent the zombie behind him flying with a resounding thud. At that moment, Su had already reached his side. Kicking away the girl clinging to his leg, the rod in her hand seemed to channel all her strength. Each swing was akin to a head bursting open. Like slaughtering fish, sever their heads. Su growled through gritted teeth. Under the glaring sun, her complexion was ashen, the tattered fabric of her clothes exposing her skin to the harsh rays. Each passing minute felt like a searing burn. Yet, she dared not slow her relentless strikes for even a moment. "Sister, are you injured?" Nyodaba efficiently severed a rotting head. Turning around, he was met with Su Li's face, pale to the point of translucence. Devoid of blood. The blazing sun above was akin to poison for Su Li. Her exposed skin felt as though it might ignite from the heat, yet it was ice-cold to the touch. "Damn it, from now on, I shall wear 3 layers of protective gear," resolutely avoiding the sun. Nyodaba shielded the evidently exhausted Su Li behind him, continuously fending off the approaching zombies. The girl's skin appeared ghostly white under the sunlight. Her entire being resembling someone pulled from the depths of water, her clothes drenched in sweat. Nonetheless, her movements showed no signs of slowing. The zombies fell before her like ripe fruit, each blow precise and lethal. Just then, a series of gunshots erupted from the direction of the school gate, soon growing more intense. The loudspeaker announced to all, "It is the army. The army has arrived." Upon hearing the gunfire, the students, like those glimpsing hope in a dire situation, exerted every ounce of strength to push forward. "Sister, help is on the way," Nyodaba exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. However, a sudden clang reached his ears. It was the sound of Su Li's iron rod clattering to the ground. Turning his head, he saw the rod had been knocked from her grasp by a zombie, which stood merely a hand's breadth away, poised to bite. Without a moment's hesitation, Nyodaba, eyes ablaze, let out a roar and yanked Su Li back. Forgetting about the iron ball in his hand, and with a single punch, crushed the zombie's skull. Then, he hoisted Su Li with one arm and dashed towards the crowd, evading the snapping jaws of zombies. And where avoidance was impossible, he unleashed his fists, employing every technique he could muster. The gunfire had alerted the remaining survivors hidden throughout the school, who rushed towards the exit. However, with a larger crowd comes greater chaos. Panic-stricken students collided with one another in their frantic flight. In this chaos, many stumbled and fell. At that moment, no one paid heed to the lives of others. Those who fell to the ground looked desperately at former friends or classmates as they rushed past. Sprinting toward newfound hope, all that awaited them were the terrifying zombies. The fleeing crowd had forgotten everything, focusing solely on their desperate charge forward. As long as they could reach the school gate, salvation awaited. Yanglu heard the cheers of the crowd. Hundreds of soldiers in green uniforms and military trucks appeared before them. He sprinted towards the school gate. Upon seeing these uniformed figures, the students felt a wave of relief wash over them. To them, these soldiers were like saviors descending from the heavens. He panted heavily, hands on his hips, suddenly recalling Nyodaba and the others, realizing he had seen the two of them being dragged by zombies. Yet, he dared not stop. Life was singular and precious. He wondered if those two were still alive. The sister he had just come to know, was she still safe? Chapter 31. Piercing through the earth. Enough! A competent lackey must understand the importance of survival. The world of gangsters belongs to the leaders. The sister appeared resilient, unlikely to meet her demise so easily. Following the fleeing crowd, a horde of zombies clawed and roared behind them. A sudden cacophony of horrific screams erupted from the back of the line, accompanied by the growls of the undead. The soldiers immediately opened fire, each one well-trained and ruthlessly shooting at the oncoming zombies. All panic and fear momentarily shattered in that instant. The students who had narrowly escaped clustered together, sobbing uncontrollably. Clearly, their experiences over the past days had far exceeded their capacity to endure, with many on the brink of collapse. At the rear of the group, Yanglu stood behind the soldiers firing their weapons, his gaze fixed on the entrance. "Sister, Nyogu, you must make it out alive." In a critical moment, it wasn't that he wanted to flee. But stopping would be futile. Outnumbered, with too many zombies, halting meant delivering himself to them. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may God, Buddha, and Jesus protect me. He genuinely acknowledged his leader, yet was also fearful. After all, he was the sole heir in a family that hoped he would continue their legacy. Could it be that they truly perished? No way. Surely not. The leader he had just acknowledged could not have fallen so soon. As the majority of people began to emerge, Yang Lu, feeling despondent, prepared to turn away. Just then, a familiar, towering figure burst forth, his clothes tattered and splattered with the flesh and blood of zombies. If one did not look closely, he could easily be mistaken for a zombie himself. It was Nyodaba? Nyodaba, Bao Gu, come this way, quickly, Yang Lu shouted in excitement, waving his arms. The latter part of his exclamation was directed at the armed soldiers, fearful of friendly fire. The military personnel clearly noticed as well. Ceasing fire towards Nyodaba's direction, he was holding his breath, desperately carrying Suli, finally reaching a safe zone. He gently placed Suli on the ground before collapsing beside her, gasping for air. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and the exposed skin had taken on a faintly bluish hue. This was the precursor to zombification. Yang Lu cautiously approached to get a better look, only to discover that Nyodaba bore wounds that left his flesh exposed down to the bone. With deep scratches and bites covering his body, and even a few zombie fingers embedded in his right thigh, gripping his flesh tightly. Having lived through the apocalypse for several days, he possessed some basic knowledge. He had previously witnessed classmates who had been scratched by zombies. They all transformed into zombies within minutes. With no exceptions, it seemed Nyodaba was also on the verge of mutation. What should he do? Should he put him down before he turned? No, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, if he possessed such strength, what if he became a powerful zombie? That would be extremely dangerous. Yang Lu glanced at Nyodaba, then at the surrounding armed soldiers, before extending his hand to drag Suli away from Nyodaba, to prevent him from taking a bite out of her once he transformed. Sister, this is the last thing I can do for you. I'm just afraid that if Dabagu turns into a zombie, he might hurt you. Nyodaba was already beyond saving. Wait. As Yang Lu reached out to touch Suli's clothing, he halted. No. What if she was injured and would turn into a zombie too? What if she suddenly zombified and lunged at him? Sister, you wouldn't mind if I checked for injuries, would you? Yang Lu asked, cautiously reaching towards Suli's collar, though fear gripped him. No. What if she suddenly attacked him? Yang Lu squatted down, muttering to himself, torn between the urge to save her and the fear of death. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Come here. Yang Lu, did you call for me? Come. Suli beckoned with great effort. She could speak. That proved she was still conscious, not mutated. Yang Lu felt a surge of joy as he approached. But suddenly, everything before him blurred. A cold hand grasped his throat, followed by the insertion of a chilling object into his mouth. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a forceful slap against his chest made him swallow with a thud. How smooth! It slid down so easily. It was slightly bitter. Ugh. What did you make me swallow? Yang Lu leapt up, pointing at Suli and shouting, Is this some kind of poison? Sister, we can't do this. His agitated voice drew the curiosity of nearby survivors, who momentarily turned to watch the two young people bicker before numbly returning their gaze elsewhere. At such a time, who had the leisure to watch a quarrel? Suli propped herself up with her hands and, in a weak voice replied, A potent aphrodisiac. This is a specialized matter for the zoo. Even an elephant could handle it. The effects of the medication will manifest within a maximum of 5 minutes. You must find me a sunshade immediately, and I shall provide you with the antidote. Otherwise, prepare yourself for an embarrassing predicament. Once this medication takes effect, should you come across a hole in the ground, you might just pierce through the very earth itself. Dear sister, please do not jest. Where am I to procure an umbrella at this hour? With everything going on, who is still concerned about sun protection? Aphrodisiacs are nothing but a deception, are they not? What respectable individual would carry such a thing? Yang Lu, with a pale visage, crouched down and whispered inquiringly. Upon hearing that it was an aphrodisiac, for reasons unknown, he surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was not poison. Whether I can be considered a respectable person is debatable, but the medication is indeed quite serious. Suli regarded him, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, her entire body trembling slightly under the sun's harsh glare. Do you believe? I have the luxury of jesting at this moment. Approximately 4 minutes remain. If you were to run about naked in the military, you would be the first to suffer the consequences. She chuckled, her voice quivering, yet it was this very frailty that convinced Yang Lu of her sincerity. After all, one would not jest under such dire circumstances. Although the effects of the drug might be lethal, how could he possibly explain any mishaps to the ancestors of the Yang family? Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and dashed away. Moving as if his rear were aflame, "I will find it right away. I'll be back in a moment." The onlookers observed the frantic student with puzzled expressions, some thinking he had suffered a severe shock, leading to a complete mental breakdown. The moment Yang Lu departed, Su Li swiftly rose from the ground, unsteadily making her way to Nyo Daba. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, she deftly pierced her palm with a dagger, then pressed it against Nyo Daba's mouth. At that moment, Nyo Daba had lost much of his consciousness, his eyes clouded with a bluish hue, mumbling incoherently. "Nyo Daba, drink this quickly," Su Li urged in a hushed tone. Sensing the warm liquid in his mouth, Nyo Daba, like a parched child, initially swallowed passively, but soon began to fervently grasp Su Li's hand, drawing it towards his mouth. Noticing his eyes returning to normal, Su Li finally withdrew her hand, wincing at the sight of her palm, now raw and torn. "Why goodness, that truly hurts." Just then, Yang Lu returned. Chapter 32. The rescue team. He held a floral umbrella he had somehow acquired and thrust it towards Su Li, then urgently extended his hand, exclaiming, "Antidote, quickly! It has nearly been 5 minutes. I do not wish to run about in the nude. I refuse to become a bulldozer. Please, the antidote." Su Li cast him a glance, opened the umbrella to shield herself from the sun, and then leisurely retrieved a small vial from her pocket, handing it to him. Without even glancing at it, Yang Lu downed the contents. He exhaled deeply afterward, smacking his lips in confusion. "What is this antidote? It has a peculiar taste." I said. "Expired." Perhaps due to the heat, it might have melted slightly in his pocket. The umbrella unfurled. The sun's rays were instantly obscured, and the burning sensation on his skin gradually subsided. It seems prudent to be mindful of sun protection henceforth. Ultraviolet rays are indeed hazardous. Viewed from another perspective, the side effects are not so grave after all. After all, as a young woman, one must strive for beauty and avoid tanning. Su Li discreetly glanced at the ground, where an empty bottle of Huaxiang Zhengqi water lay, its label torn away, and she averted her gaze. Regarding Nyo Daba's condition, she felt a sense of calm. Her blood possessed formidable regenerative abilities. At this moment, the wounds on Nyo Daba's body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and to prevent discovery, she held the umbrella with one hand while effortlessly dragging the 200-pound Nyo Daba to a secluded, shaded area. Carefully, she extracted the 2 zombie fingers embedded in his leg and probed the gaping wound to ensure no fragments of nail remained lodged within. Her deeper fusion with the blood vine likely enhanced her blood's healing efficacy compared to her previous life. The memory of a cold scalpel scraping against bone still sent shivers down her spine. At times, the formidable regenerative capacity of flesh and blood does not necessarily prove advantageous. She sat beside Nyo Daba, gradually regaining her strength. Previously, after merging with the blood vine, she had also experienced adverse reactions to sunlight, but not as severely as now. The sun's heat felt as if it were searing her skin. Though the scorched skin appeared merely reddened, the profound, soul-deep burning sensation was intolerable for even a second. Must she henceforth live as a beauty concealed from the light? Ever since the aphrodisiac incident, Yang Lu had been avoiding Su Li, maintaining a considerable distance. He no longer spoke of loyalty or companionship. Naturally, had he known that the medication he ingested was merely chocolate beans, and that the antidote was Huaxiang Zhengqi water, he might have been even more distraught. Who could ascertain the authenticity of that medication? What if it were truly effective? Such a gamble is too perilous. After a brief interlude, the convoy set off. The students were divided into groups of approximately 30, boarding different trucks. Exhausted, Su Li chose not to stray from the group and decided to remain with the main body for the time being. She leaned against the inner corner of the truck, feeling weary and slightly drowsy, yet reluctant to succumb to sleep. If there were internet access, she would have considered getting up to scroll through Douyin. Despite his injuries, Nyo Daba had not turned into a zombie and was thus lifted onto the truck, lying on his back in the aisle, soundly asleep. The truck was packed with people. Some students were engaged in quiet conversation while others were lost in thought. Two armed soldiers occupied the outermost seats, appearing to be in their 20s, vigilant and ready to respond to any disturbances around the vehicle, tasked with safeguarding those within. Seated next to them was Yonglu, engaged in hushed dialogue with a male classmate. Upon discovering they hailed from the same hometown, thoughts of his parents, whose fates remained unknown, filled him with concern. For reasons inexplicable to him, he felt an unsettling restlessness within, wondering if there were issues with the antidote. Could it be that the antidote was indeed expired? Suli, with her eyes half closed, found herself unable to sleep and disinclined to speak. The aftermath of being scorched by the sun felt akin to a hangover. Her head buzzing. It was undeniably tedious, that moment. She could not help but envy the slumbering Yodaba sprawled in the aisle. Had it not been for his earlier antics, she would not be in such a predicament. Contemplating this, Suli felt an urge to punch him. However, she soon remembered his valiant efforts to protect her, unhesitatingly shielding her from the zombies, enduring injuries without allowing her to be touched. A smile crept upon her face. Yes, this fellow is rather commendable. Once he awakens, dinner shall include chicken legs. Nyodaba was her sole kin in this world. They shared the same origin, and perhaps from now on, he would be the only individual she could truly trust. Such an important person must be well fed. The convoy traversed along the road intermittently, picking up numerous men, women, and children along the way, presumably survivors from Hayashai. As the number of passengers increased, the cabin became increasingly cramped. Many individuals found themselves without a seat and resorted to standing. Notably, a young boy, around 6 or 7 years old, perched himself upon Nudabeo's belly, laughing and playing merrily. Suli cast a glance his way and, without hesitation, lifted her foot to deliver a swift kick. The boy tumbled to the ground, wailing loudly. His parent attempted to reason with Suli, but she quietly brandished a bloodied iron rod, casting a dispassionate glance at the adult that seemed to convey a clear message. Should you wish to provoke me? Feel free to try. The atmosphere around them fell silent, and the child ceased his crying. Children of that age are often quite astute, quickly assessing the situation and retreating into the embrace of their guardians. Behaving remarkably well, the road was littered with vehicles parked haphazardly, resulting in a sluggish pace for the convoy. Fortunately, the military presence wielded firearms, allowing them to swiftly eliminate several waves of zombies they encountered. The might of the military should not be underestimated. As dusk approached, the vehicles halted on the outskirts. Everyone disembarked. Once all had exited, Suli slowly climbed down from the vehicle, observing that the convoy had come to rest outside a derelict factory. With makeshift tents dotting the open space before them, a few rows of military trucks were parked nearby, suggesting they had arrived some time ago. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicles, many people emerged from their tents, anxiously scanning the newly arrived survivors in search of their loved ones. While the crowded vehicle had not felt overly congested, now that it had stopped, the multitude of individuals from dozens of trucks filled the open area to capacity, rendering it bustling with humanity. The camp was in the midst of preparing porridge. Experienced survivors had lined up with an array of bowls, eagerly waiting beside the large pot for their meal. Those without bowls patiently formed a long line. Thanks to the military's presence, order prevailed among the survivors, resulting in minimal chaos. Any disputes over cutting in line were swiftly quelled. Suli glanced at the long queue in the distance and then at Nudabeo, who was leaning against the vehicle, lost in thought. As evening fell, they began distributing tents, designating 8 individuals per tent and ensuring separation of genders. Some wished to stay with their families, while others preferred the company of acquaintances. This inevitably led to some unrest, but it was quickly resolved. Suli was indifferent. She could sleep anywhere. Nudabeo awoke in the middle of the night, immediately complaining of hunger. After Suli gave him a good talking to, she discreetly handed him several large drumsticks to quell his appetite, after which he settled down. Indeed, being surrounded by a large group made it inconvenient. One had to sneakily eat their own food. Suli quietly hid under the covers, munching on a Snickers bar. The following morning, the military prepared to depart, gathering all survivors in one place. The camp leader informed them that the military would be heading north to the capital city, mentioning various stops along the way. Those who wished to accompany the military were welcome to join, while those who preferred to part ways could do so freely, with no pressure from the soldiers. Unsurprisingly, the majority chose to travel north with the military. A small fraction, desiring to find their families, hesitated but ultimately abandoned their plans to leave, recognizing that traveling with the military was far safer than venturing alone. Yang Lu, who had been clamoring the day before to become one of their entourage, bid them farewell, choosing to follow the military, expressing his desire to return home to check on his parents. He even joked that in his next life, he would serve as Su Li's lackey. With that, he dashed away as if his rear was on fire. Su Li scoffed and waved goodbye. Ultimately, only about 100 individuals remained behind. Chapter 33. Those who are directionally challenged perish quickly after the convoy departed. The remaining individuals dispersed in various directions towards their respective destinations. Sister, why aren't we going with them? Nudabeo inquired as he munched on a bun during their journey back to Haishur. The military's commander said that those who eat too much are not welcome, and someone as hefty as you is even less desirable, Su Li replied, squinting against the sun as she walked ahead with an umbrella. She was fully equipped with a sun hat, sunglasses, a mask, sun-protective clothing, and long pants, looking akin to a typical ant from Qingdao. Did they say that? Nudabeo tugged at his hair, bewildered. I don't recall hearing that. Indeed, she confirmed. So where are we headed now? Back home? Yes, home. After an hour of searching, Su Li finally spotted a vehicle that caught her eye, a black Wrangler. Let us take it down, she coldly remarked, glaring at a zombie within the vehicle that was baring its teeth at her through the glass. The undead creature was clad in a tank top and beach shorts, bound securely to the driver's seat by a seatbelt. As soon as the door opened, the zombie let out a howl, reaching towards her with its severely decayed mouth, revealing its blackened gums. Nudabeo swung the door open, wielding a heavy iron rod aimed at the zombie's head, delivering a forceful blow that splattered brain matter across the windshield. He then unfastened the seatbelt and dragged the zombie out, tossing it to the ground. Noticing it still had some semblance of movement, he promptly delivered a couple more kicks. Su Li boldly climbed into the driver's seat, with Nudabeo settling into the passenger seat beside her. With the blazing sun overhead, the first order of business in a vehicle was, naturally, to turn on the air conditioning. As Su Li drove, she occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror to monitor their surroundings. Meanwhile, after consuming 58 buns, Nudabeo finally paused to take a breath. This won't do. I need to teach Nudabeo how to drive, he declared. The driver's seat was uncomfortably hot, and despite being fully equipped, he still felt uneasy while his companion continued to eat. Eat and eat? Ugh, how frustrating, brother. Have you awakened any special powers? Su Li asked. What do you mean by special powers? Nudabeo responded, burping in confusion. Just think carefully about whether you feel any different than before. Actually, I do. Nudabeo exclaimed, nodding vigorously. What is it? Su Li prompted. I used to be able to eat 50 or 60 buns at most. Now I can eat 60 or 70, Nudabeo replied, his tone filled with certainty. Su Li inhaled deeply, suppressing her urge to stop the car and give him a good whack, then said, well, that's quite the achievement. Nudabeo had previously exhibited strength-related abilities in his past life, and judging by his performance against the zombies, it seemed he had awakened similar powers this time as well. There was no need for further inquiry. Ultimately, it was her own loose tongue that had led to this revelation. She resolved that moving forward, whenever danger arose, any situation Nudabeo could handle would be entrusted to him. The greatest advantage of a strength-type ability user is their raw power, making them well-suited for close combat. From now on, she planned to train his combat skills. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat would cultivate a fearless courage, enabling him to stand his ground, even when a rotting zombie was breathing down his neck. In this apocalyptic world, countless uncertainties loomed. Perhaps they would become separated like in their previous life, or one of them might perish first. Even though she had been reborn, it did not guarantee that she could control everything. She lived freely, yet accepted the prospect of death with equanimity. Her only wish was for Nudabeo, her sole family member, to survive, regardless of the outcome. Most importantly, her dream was to live as a carefree slacker. The daily grind of battles was far too inspirational for her liking, a far cry from her identity as a little fairy. As the sun began to set, they sped down the road, and Su Li glanced at the fuel gauge, nearly empty. Brother, do you think we took a wrong turn? It feels like the surroundings are getting more desolate, she remarked. We've been following the road. It shouldn't be wrong. Sister, we can't possibly be mistaken, Nudabeo reassured her. Su Li sighed in resignation. What should have been a journey of 2 to 3 hours turned into a misadventure due to Su Li's complete lack of direction. Failing to discern north from south. From the moment they set off, they had veered off course. By the time they realized something was amiss, they had already driven for quite some time. Adjusting their direction and heading back took several more hours. In this apocalyptic world, those who are directionally challenged likely met their demise the quickest. As they observed the dwindling fuel and the encroaching darkness, Su Li pulled out the map, scrutinizing it intently. After some time, they resumed their journey. Within 10 minutes, the road widened, and the number of abandoned vehicles decreased. Just in time, they located a gas station before the sun dipped below the horizon. Thankfully, this time, they had not gone astray. While gathering supplies, she had prepared for everything except for the need for gasoline, as she had never even obtained a driver's license and was a notorious hazard on the road. The vehicle came to a stop near the gas station. "Brother, there aren't many cars at the gas station. When we get out, be cautious. If you see any zombies, take off their heads. And if you encounter any unsavory characters, don't hesitate. Just take action. You can count on me. Big Brother will protect you," Nodabeo vowed. Nyodaba cautiously nodded in agreement. Yuli smiled and responded with a soft once the vehicle was parked. Nyodaba exited first, carefully surveying the surroundings. After dispatching a few wandering zombies, he proceeded to refuel the car. This gas station was somewhat remote, with few people in sight, aside from a handful of employees who had succumbed to the transformation. Nyodaba swiftly dealt with them, each strike resulting in a severed head. The hefty knife he purchased for a few thousand yuan on a certain treasure site proved remarkably effective. It was undoubtedly a conscientious seller. And had he known, he would have bought several more. Suli felt a tinge of regret for not acquiring enough. Seizing the opportunity while refueling, Suli ventured to the side of the gas station. Typically, gas stations are equipped with reserve fuel tanks, and she discovered 3 side-by-side tanks on the left side of the station, 2 of which were full. She deftly wrapped vines around the 2 tanks and stored them in her space. By the time she returned, Nyodaba had already finished refueling the vehicle. As dusk approached, Suli maneuvered the car to a less conspicuous spot beneath a few large trees on the left side of the gas station. Before heading towards the supermarket with Nyodaba, it's getting dark. Let us rest here for the night and set off tomorrow. All right. Regardless of what she said, Nyodaba's response was always a nod of agreement. There was a small supermarket adjacent to the gas station, as is often the case. Here, the glass doors had been shattered, and the shelves were nearly bare of food and essentials, with only a few items remaining. Most of the accessible supplies had already been taken by previous survivors. What was left consisted of bulky snacks and inedible goods. In the early days of the apocalypse, many chose to remain holed up at home, waiting for rescue, and those brave enough to venture out were a minority. Otherwise, the supermarket would likely have been stripped bare. Seeing food lifted Nyodaba's spirits. He rummaged through an abandoned hiking backpack, stuffing it with his favorite snacks. Yuli did not stop him, allowing him to indulge. She had never concealed the existence of her space from him. He was aware that his sister possessed a mysterious realm akin to Doraemon's pocket, filled with all manner of items. However, this did not deter him from gathering provisions. Yuli's space was piled high with various supplies, enough to sustain them for several lifetimes, which rendered her indifferent to the supermarket's meager offerings. Leaning against the wall, she closed her eyes to rest, while Nyodaba kept watch, munching on snacks. As darkness fell, 4 or 5 vehicles arrived outside the gas station, appearing to form a convoy. Leading the group was a mid-sized bus, followed by 3 off-road vehicles and a white van. "Sister, more people are coming." Nyodaba quickly shoved a handful of chips into his mouth and grasped his knife in readiness. Yuli opened her eyes slightly to observe. The newcomers appeared to know each other, numbering around 20, comprising men, women, and children. After disembarking, several men began refueling their vehicles while others made their way toward the supermarket. Remaining hidden in their corner, Suli and Nyodaba were not immediately noticed, particularly as the encroaching darkness obscured them. However, once inside, it would be impossible to conceal themselves, and Suli had no intention of hiding. She promptly told Nyodaba, "Let us eat and drink. Show them we're not to be trifled with. Nighttime is my domain. Without the blinding sun, I am invincible and unafraid." The leader of the newcomers was a burly man with a bushy beard, around 40 years old, wielding a large machete. He was flanked by 2 equally stern-looking young men. Some women, elderly individuals, and children lingered at the entrance of the supermarket, seemingly waiting for the initial group to confirm it was safe before entering. The bearded man and his companions quickly scanned the area upon entering. Finding no zombies, they waved for the others to join them. Once safety was confirmed, the remaining individuals rushed inside, clamoring for the supermarket's supplies. One woman, impatient amidst the chaos, dashed toward the household goods section. However, upon rounding a corner, she felt something squirming beneath her feet. Her piercing scream shattered the moment, plunging the supermarket into silence as everyone recoiled in fear. Many assumed they had encountered a zombie, some even abandoning their food and fleeing. What is going on? The people outside heard the commotion and rushed in, only to see a thin, frightened woman pointing at a dark corner, as others approached with their weapons. Relief washed over them. It was merely two humans, a young girl who appeared to have just awakened and a large, muscular man. Thank goodness, it's just people. They exhaled in unison. Who are you? What are you doing hiding here? Trying to scare us to death? The woman snapped. Regaining her composure, Sully slowly lifted her head, gazing at the newcomers with a calm demeanor. My brother and I are just resting here. I didn't mean to frighten you, but ma'am, could you please step back a bit? You're stepping on my clothes. As she spoke, she calmly yanked her coat from beneath the middle-aged woman's foot. Meanwhile, Nyodaba had risen at the sound of the woman's scream, standing alert with his knife drawn, eyeing the newcomers warily. Why apologies? It's a misunderstanding. I'm Wang Eliot at IT was my wife who was startled. She has a loud voice. Please don't take it personally. We intended to rest here for the night. Nothing more. The bearded Wang Lei quickly interjected, pulling his wife behind him and offering apologies. Meeting here is fate. If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. I am at your service, he continued, attempting to diffuse the tension. The woman, still agitated, tugged at her husband's hand. Why are you pulling me? They were clearly hiding in the supermarket. They didn't even greet us when we came in. Isn't that deliberately trying to scare us? What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. They are just two people. We can take them on, whether one-on-one or as a group. They should vacate this space. If not, we can all share it, she insisted. Dear, their position is in the corner, far from the entrance, making it safer. If a zombie wanders in at night, we would at least have time to react. The woman's words resonated with the others, who began to murmur in agreement. Yes, why should they occupy such a large space? Make way, otherwise, we'll evict them. Let us band together and force them out. A defiant girl pointed at Sully. Did you hear that, little girl? You better clear out while you can. If we get physical, we won't be so polite. Wang Lei attempted to intervene, but feigned resignation and stepped aside as his wife rallied the crowd, in his mind. It was only natural that the imposing man should lead this pair of siblings. Anyone brave enough to venture out with a sister, appearing healthy and well-groomed, was surely not an ordinary character. The bearded man stole a glance at Nyodaba's imposing knife resting on his knee, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What a find! A skilled fighter, he mused. Letting his wife create a ruckus, Wang Lei thought it unlikely such a trivial matter would lead to violence. It would be an opportunity to gauge the limits of these two. If they proved to be good people, perhaps they could join forces. The large man seemed like a capable ally. Conversely, if they resorted to violence, that might be even better. Wang Lei's gaze swept over the crowd behind him. Noting the 20-odd individuals, fewer than 10 of whom were able-bodied men, while the rest were the elderly, women, and children. All liabilities. Nyodaba exchanged glances with Sully, who had resumed her resting position. Having retrieved her coat, he huffed quietly and settled back down, laying his knife across his knees with a vigilant glare, his expression still wary. Unexpectedly, the woman broke away from her husband and returned. Continuing to berate the siblings, Sully furrowed her brow in annoyance. Brother. Nyodaba sprang to his feet. What are you doing? Are you still planning to hit a woman? Have you no shame? He seemed to ignore her words. His face set in a scowl as he stepped forward, raising his hand. With a swift motion, he delivered a decisive slap. The action was clean and fluid. The woman's head spun a full 360 degrees before her body collapsed. Lifeless. A sudden, eerie silence enveloped the supermarket. 3 seconds later, Wang Lei mournfully cradled his wife's corpse, weeping, My love. You died so tragically. We've only just begun our journey, and you're gone. Fear not, I shall take care of the children and their aunt. You can rest easy. After shedding tears, He apologized to the group, dragging his now cold wife away, leaving the crowd subdued and compliant. Upon witnessing the demise of Wang Lei's wife, one could hardly suppress their animosity while apologizing to the malevolent. It is a common trait of humanity to vocally express grievances only when they perceive their adversaries as lacking the resolve to retaliate. After all, in the tumultuous dance of life, one must initially don the guise of a fool to ensnare the tiger. Engaging in a tug-of-war before asserting dominance, leading to a resolution when one party concedes. Otherwise, how could the narrative possibly continue? Yet, when confronted with an individual who reacts with ferocity at the slightest provocation, it becomes a matter of survival. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, that group remained steadfastly outside the supermarket. Choosing a location neither too close nor too distant, they settled in. Occasionally, one could hear faint sobs and the sounds of discord. Each individual remained vigilant, resulting in a relatively peaceful night. However, in the latter part of the night, Suli could consistently hear a muffled, suppressed cry. She glanced under the moonlight at the group resting on the opposite side of the supermarket, seemingly embroiled in an argument, obscured by several rows of shelves. In the night, Nyo de Bao sat cross-legged, sword resting across his lap, his eyes wide open. Suli sat up, lightly brushing her hand, causing those vigilant eyes to flutter shut. Surrendering to slumber. How remarkable! Even with eyes wide open, one can still sleep so soundly. Chapter 35. Hoping this time is not a mistake yet, on such a night, Su Li's heart was far from the tranquility she exhibited. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else slumbered, she quietly entered her space. It had only been a day since her last visit, yet the interior had undergone a significant transformation. The space appeared to have expanded, with the boundaries mist receding several meters. The little spicy chick lay languidly on the steps before the small hut, lifting its eyelids with a weary glance at its unreliable master before rolling over to bask in the sunlight. The land around the well now exposed a tangle of roots, while the expansive shade of the bloodvine tree nearly enveloped half the courtyard. The ancient well gurgled with deep green water, and Suli retrieved a bucket, drawing up the vibrant liquid. This water, infused with a potent life force, served as the essence of this little creature's vitality, blending with the aura of the space. The two were intrinsically linked. It was safe to consume and beneficial to her body. As Suli hesitated, gazing at the glowing liquid, a soft, mournful voice broke the silence. The little spicy chick, with a pitiful expression reminiscent of a wronged spouse, waddled over, its demeanor imbued with sorrow. However, the vitality contained in this water was formidable. Ordinary beings would struggle to assimilate such power, and an excessive intake could yield unpredictable consequences. Therefore, one must be cautious and dilute it before offering it to others. Suli keenly observed the chick's antennae had turned red, and its form appeared diminished, with additional creases adorning its body, resembling a desiccated insect. How could it possibly know the effects of this well water? Have you tasted it? Suli crouched down, caressing the chick's skin. Indeed, your skin has lost its softness. How pitiable! I feel a pang of sympathy for you. If memory serves, this well was once dry, and the water must have only recently emerged. Enough with the charade, woman. Your glee is evident. The little spicy chick seemed to read Suli's thoughts, letting out a dismissive sound. This creature had undergone an unexpected evolution. Having absorbed the spatial aura that activated the well water, disrupting the delicate equilibrium of the space, I merely sampled the water, drawn by its richness, only to nearly lose my life in the process. I've shed layers of my being and still find myself aging. If I were human, I'd have grass growing 3 meters high on my grave. Yet, this misfortune has rekindled many forgotten memories. I advise you to exercise caution. The world is chaotic, far more complex than a mere zombie apocalypse. Numerous strange forces are awakening. With a playful demeanor, it twisted its body, choosing not to elaborate on its recollections. Suli refrained from pressing further. Instead, inhaling deeply, the liquid exuding an inexplicably familiar aura. After a mere sip, she felt invigorated, as though her very soul were ascending. Truly, this is a remarkable substance. Yet, she refrained from indulging excessively, recalling the little spicy chick's warning that this well water, rich in spatial energy, could not be endlessly drawn upon. In the space, the environment contrasted sharply with the dark night outside. It was still daylight. Sunflowers bloomed around the steps, their seed heads brimming with seeds. In the distance, the trees she had planted had matured, heavy with fruit, some ripe enough to fall to the ground. The once modest grove had evolved into a primeval jungle, as if it had undergone eons of evolution. Across the small creek, a hen led a flock of fluffy yellow chicks, foraging beneath the trees. Nearby, a pig rummaged through fallen leaves, seemingly in search of something. The cattle were unaccounted for, perhaps having ventured deeper into the woods. Though occasional bleats could be heard, Sully took a deep breath, contemplating the allure of living in this sanctuary, away from the chaos. The prior night's group had stripped the supermarket of any portable goods. As Sully and her companions departed, they found the exterior deserted. Nyo de Bao gazed mournfully at the empty shelves, several bulging backpacks at his feet. Fortunately, I had the foresight to fill the trunk with supplies before dawn. Well done, Sully acknowledged. Initially, Sully contemplated returning to her rented apartment in the city, but realizing her misdirection, she resolved to drive with no specific destination in mind, having misread the map. Her desire to head towards Shu was merely a lack of clarity about her journey. She recalled that a survivor base was being established there, and it also held nostalgic ties to her childhood. Every summer, her family would return to Shu, and she cherished the serene landscapes and tranquil atmosphere. Hence, her inclination to head in that direction. Following the map, she would leave the outcome to fate. Once they resumed their journey, Nyo de Bao took the wheel. Previously, the family owned a large truck, and Wang Shueming often had Nyo de Bao deliver goods to nearby suburbs. So he was familiar with driving, albeit unlicensed and directionally challenged. The vehicle sped westward. Dressed in long sleeves, trousers, a baseball cap, and a mask, Sully sat in the passenger seat, thoroughly covered. By 10 in the morning. The sun blazed fiercely, the temperature outside becoming unbearable, with the air conditioning running continuously. The car's navigation system had become unreliable, forcing them to resort to a traditional map. On the national road, they encountered few zombies. Occasionally, a few would obstruct their path, prompting Sully to simply say, "Run them over." It is said that every male harbors a primal ferocity within. Once the innate wildness and ruthlessness are unleashed, it becomes uncontrollable. Nyo de Bao, previously timid and oppressed by his uncle's family, found himself emboldened. However, the more one is suppressed, the more likely they are to rebound. The vehicle accelerated, the bumper increasingly smeared with remnants of flesh and blood. The windshield splattered with dark red gore and brain matter. Yet, Nyo de Bao's eyes gleamed with excitement, a feral hunger. Sully frowned slightly, biting down hard on her lollipop, hoping this time their direction was indeed correct. Chapter 36. Is the Earth really so round? Half a month later, blinding sunlight streamed through the gaps in the balcony's security netting. Sully leisurely wreck. She had initially believed that all the survivors in the city would have evacuated alongside the military, only to return and realize the naivety of her assumptions. With a population of several million in the city, it was inconceivable that everyone could be evacuated. Many remained trapped in this city of despair. The government had yet to initiate large-scale rescue operations, and it seemed unlikely they would. Following the citywide power outage, only a few old-fashioned radios powered by batteries and car antennas could occasionally receive signals from various channels. Numerous makeshift bases had rapidly sprung up across different locales. The radio occasionally broadcast methods for combating zombies while urging listeners to muster the courage to seek hope amidst adversity. However, during such perilous times, few dared to venture out alone. Many formed convoys, risking their lives to escape, while some survivors chose to remain. The radio in the living room crackled with static, repeatedly playing strategies for dealing with zombies. Upon her return, Sully initially ventured out with Nyo de Bao for 2 days to fight zombies. Once Nyo de Bao became adept, she assigned him the same tasks daily, gathering supplies and battling zombies. While she leisurely wandered in her space, read novels at home, and led a relaxed life. Without any significant incidents, she refrained from going outside. Currently, most zombies had yet to evolve a brain core, rendering them relatively less dangerous. Before each outing, she prepared a bottle of diluted well water for Nyo de Bao, advising him to drink a little if he were injured. Perhaps due to the well water, she noticed that Nyo de Bao seemed much more alert and began to develop his own reasoning. Requiring fewer directives for various tasks, the survivors in the neighborhood were aware that 2 siblings lived in that household. The brother was a tough individual, risking his life daily to scavenge for supplies. while the sister indulged in a life of ease, enjoying good food and comforts. "Sis, why are you only just back? Mom and I are about to starve." Li Xiaojun, completely drained, lay on the sofa. Upon hearing the door open, he sprang up like a fish, eagerly approaching to take the backpack from Li Wenwen's shoulders, grinning broadly as he glanced around before swiftly closing the door. A plump figure hurriedly emerged from a room. The two began rummaging through the backpack in a frenzy for food, but Li Hongmei ultimately yielded to her son, allowing him to take whatever he wanted. "Is this all that's left?" Li Hongmei complained, eyeing the scant food remaining in the backpack while clutching it tightly. "That useless daughter of mine. Downstairs, Wang Xingjun always brings back several big bags of food for his family. Unlike you, who barely brings enough for a single meal." She seemed oblivious to the fact that the food in her hands was earned at the cost of her daughter's life. Li Wenwen regarded her mother with cold eyes, feeling no sense of gratitude, only disdain for her incessant complaints. "Well, if you think it's so little, why not send your son out to find more? Isn't he an ability user? He should be far more capable than I am." "You, Li Wenwen, don't think you're the only one who is impressive. I'm worried about Mom being alone at home. You can't protect her. If it weren't for taking care of her, I would have ventured out to fight zombies long ago. I'm an ability user. I can conjure fireballs." While munching on food, Li Xiaojun heard Li Wenwen's mocking words and angrily tossed his water on the floor, shouting furiously, "Do you even know what being an ability user means? It's not something ordinary folks like you can compare with. Why does Uncle Wang Xingjun always bring back so much? It's because he is also an ability user. If I went out, I'd bring back just as much. Then why don't you go out and find supplies? You're too scared to even step outside the door. And you still have the audacity to call yourself an ability user," Li Wenwen retorted without hesitation. "Mom, sis is bullying me. You little brat. Can't you just give in to your brother? You'll need to rely on him in the future. I gave birth to you. Finding food for me is your duty." Li Hongmei, having hidden the supplies, overheard her son's complaint and rushed out, hands on her hips, pointing at Li Wenwen as she yelled, "Don't you think that because you've gone out for a few days to scavenge, you can act tough? You should be grateful for the food I provide. You crawled out of my womb. And because of that, you'll listen to me for the rest of your life." Li Wenwen bit her lip, feeling a bitter ache in her heart. She suddenly found herself too weary to engage in their futile arguments and turned to retreat into the bathroom. When she emerged, the floor of the living room bore witness to her meager provisions. A single bottle of mineral water and two flattened, leaky, darkened loaves of bread that were clearly spoiled. As the sound of a door locking echoed in her ears, Li Wenwen let out a cold laugh, picked up the backpack from the floor, and numbly sat on the sofa to eat. "Go ahead, eat, poison me. It would be a perfect release. I'd repay you for bringing me into this world, and that would be the end of it." Her delicate face bore remnants of dried blood, and her once clear, cold eyes fixated on a spot on the floor. Her long black hair had been sheared into a haphazardly short style after a man had grabbed her by the hair and beaten her. A diminutive man turned his head anxiously towards the door, where an ever-growing horde of zombies could be seen. "They're going to break in," he exclaimed in distress. At that moment, a towering figure with dark skin stepped forward. His voice deep and resonant. It was Niu Daba, whom they had encountered midway through their journey. Wang Xingjun turned to look at him and said, "There's no other way. We must first hold them off." Upon estimation, there were at least 30 to 40 zombies outside. Seizing the opportunity while others braced against the door, Niu Daba glanced upward and noticed an independent glass window above. Suddenly, he recalled a time when Su Li had taken him atop a vehicle to dispatch zombies with a long knife, slicing through them as if they were mere melons. Resolutely, he withdrew and began to climb up the swaying shelves. Without the support of the strong man, the door shook even more violently. "Hey, what are you doing up there? Big guy, get down. We can't hold them back much longer. The zombies are about to break in," the small man shouted, his gaunt frame swaying precariously against the door. "What are you planning to do?" Wang Xingjun asked Niu Daba. In response, Niu Daba simply smashed the small window with a powerful punch. Crash! Then, he brandished his long knife and thrust it downwards at the zombies outside. Stab! 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 The zombies, in a frenzied scramble, leaped up, raising their claws and howling like fervent fans desperate to touch the Niu Daba. Feeling a sense of grievance, lowered his head. "Brother, please wash up and change your dirty clothes first. Later, We shall prepare braised pork." She paused for a moment before smiling and continuing. Upon hearing this, Nyodaba eagerly dashed into the bathroom. Su Li, however, found herself fixated on the two crystal cores resting on the coffee table, her thoughts gradually drifting away. After the initial evolution, zombies experience an increase in both strength and speed. Simultaneously, a crystal known as the brain core emerges within their minds, commonly referred to as a crystal core. The crystal cores of zombies hold significant benefits for humans as well. Ordinary individuals have a minuscule chance of becoming ability users through the absorption of the crystal core's power, albeit with a probability of merely 1 in 10,000. Yet this slim chance drives many to madness. Consequently, crystal cores evolved into a new currency in the apocalyptic world. The gap in power between ability users and ordinary people widened, leading to a more pronounced stratification. The apocalypse is a realm where strength reigns supreme, a world dominated by ability users. Those who lack abilities find it exceedingly challenging to keep pace with the rapid evolution of zombies. Furthermore, as time progresses, certain animals and plants begin to mutate, at which point zombies cease to be humanity's primary adversary. While ordinary survivors could still triumph over low-level zombies, the evolved ones posed a formidable challenge. Initially, although she possessed plant-based abilities, she remained stuck at the threshold of a novice ability user, unable to advance. The vines conjured by her abilities could not even vanquish an ordinary zombie. Thus, she relied on her close-range weaponry for combat. Eventually, her abilities progressed, but primarily focused on defense, as the offensive capabilities of plant-based powers were not particularly formidable. Their strength lay in protection. Later on, she was betrayed by a former teammate and sent to the base's laboratory building. To her astonishment, she survived, enduring the relentless torment and suffering within the laboratory. They transformed her into a being that was neither human nor ghost, leading her to question her own humanity, instilling fear within her. In her previous life, an Xiner was a prominent figure, the wife of Oh Huayang, the power holder of the Hengyang base, endowed with dual water and spatial abilities. With a gentle demeanor and captivating beauty, she embodied the purity of a lotus flower untouched by mud. Men flocked to her, while women looked on with envy and resentment. Only after her death did she realize she was the protagonist of a novel, while she herself was relegated to the status of cannon fodder. Suli chuckled bitterly, tossing the crystal core in her hand into the glass fish tank in the living room. The tank, filled with clear, faintly green well water, rippled twice before settling into tranquility. The crystal core could not yet be placed into her space. Doing so would result in immediate absorption. She intended to purify these two cores before giving them to Nyodaba. The crystal cores from zombies and mutated beasts are inedible in their raw form and require purification by an ability user with healing powers before they can be absorbed. Initially, this fact was known to no one. Some imaginative ordinary people or ability users attempted to swallow the crystal cores, only to invariably contract the zombie virus. Scientists continued their research on the efficacy and usage of crystal cores. And it wasn't until 2 to 3 months into the apocalypse that some bases disclosed the existence of crystal cores and their proper application. Su Li, chewing on a fruit candy, stowed several backpacks from the living room into the cellar of her space and then headed to the kitchen. Chapter 39. Nyodaba joins the team. Su Li's culinary skills had always been unremarkable, both in her previous life and this one. The kitchen utensils seemed like her natural adversaries. Even when faced with the challenge of slaying zombies barehanded in her past life, she found it relatively easy. As long as one was willing to fight and unafraid of death, it was a swift endeavor. However, cooking eluded her mastery. The best dish she could manage until her demise was roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes, simple fare that could be consumed even if undercooked. Su Li rummaged through the disorganized collection of cookbooks she had scavenged from libraries and bookstores, following the instructions step by step as she boiled water, cut meat, and stir-fried. The natural gas had long been cut off, and the liquefied gas cylinder was retrieved from her space. Half an hour later, a pot of braised pork emerged, its color neither red nor black, overly salty, bitter, and exuding an indescribable odd aroma. Su Li took a taste, then quietly prepared 2 bowls of instant noodles for herself. Nyodaba relished the dish alongside steamed buns, appearing to savor a culinary masterpiece. Is it salty? Su Li inquired. Not at all. Ali, can we have braised pork again tomorrow? Your braised pork is truly delicious. This child is remarkably easy to please. Su Li mused silently, observing her companion devour the entire pot of meat, licking the bowl clean. After dinner, Suli settled on the sofa with a cookbook. Engrossed in study as darkness enveloped the room, the living area illuminated by a few flickering candles. Nyodaba was absorbed in reading a comic about a schwa, the protagonist who adored stinky tofu. Always ranked last in exams and frequently got beaten up. Nyodaba wasn't well versed in many characters, but he managed with the simpler Chinese characters. Comics, after all, are primarily visual narratives, and he seemed to encounter no significant barriers. Yet, his serious expression seemed incongruous with the comic, making it appear as though he were reading something profoundly serious. Just as Nyodaba was engrossed, a series of knocks echoed from the security door. The two exchanged glances, and Nyodaba scrambled to his feet, placing the comic on the coffee table as he approached the door. Upon opening it, several individuals stood outside, the very ones he had teamed up with earlier that day. "Brother, is it convenient for me to come in for a moment?" Wang Xingjun asked with a smile. A bald-headed man peered through the gap of the door, grinning. "Hey, Daba, we came to check on you." As soon as they entered, the bald man, with a shifty demeanor, surveyed the surroundings. His gaze unexpectedly locked onto Su Li's icy eyes, causing him to falter momentarily before awkwardly retreating. Nyodaba was taken aback upon seeing his visitors. He turned to Su Li, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to step aside and allow the group to enter. Wang Xingjun led the way, followed by 4 others, including those Nyodaba had encountered at the supermarket. Once inside, Nyodaba quickly shut the door with a resounding bang and sat beside Su Li, adopting a respectful demeanor reminiscent of a timid chick. The newcomers glanced around, momentarily stunned. The room retained its pre-apocalyptic cleanliness, devoid of any stains on the floor. This family even mops the floor. The glass fish tank on the coffee table was empty, surrounded by a pile of candy wrappers. The girl, appearing no more than 16 or 17, lounged on the sofa, clad in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, softening her features. "Please, have a seat." "What brings you here?" Su Li inquired politely with a smile. The group settled in, and Wang Xingjun turned to Nyodaba, preparing to speak when his eyes caught the title of the comic, causing his lips to twitch slightly. He then redirected his attention to Su Li. "Here's the situation. We are survivors from this building. In order to survive after the apocalypse, we formed a small team to gather supplies and provide for our families. We come today with no other intention but to invite Nyodaba to join us. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Xingjun, a martial arts instructor before the apocalypse, now an ability user with wind powers, residing on the 5th floor. I am Li Qi, known as Bald." Also from the 5th floor, the bald man rubbed his shiny head. Song Jixian, a recent university graduate, living on the 3rd floor, he appeared clean-cut and refined. Following him was a square-faced young man dressed in a black tank top, sporting a crew cut, exuding an air of competence. Chan Bing, I share a rental with Song Jixian after graduation. I, Zhao Heping, previously worked as a bricklayer on a construction site, also residing on the 3rd floor. The last to speak was a middle-aged man, appearing in his 40s, with rough skin and calloused hands resting on his knees. Once the introductions concluded, they delved into the main topic. "I've already discussed this matter with Daba, but he mentioned he defers to your judgment, which is why we came to trouble you." As the conversation unfolded, Wang Xingjun found himself at a loss. Over time, they had come to grasp the situation, albeit somewhat begrudgingly. The formidable figure he had taken a liking to clearly exhibited traits that set him apart from the ordinary, while the one who held sway in the household was merely a delicate young girl lacking any physical strength. It was evident that the others shared similar sentiments, harboring an inexplicable mix of feelings towards Nyodaba. Tio abandoned the notion seemed a pity, for he possessed undeniable prowess, capable of dispatching zombies with ease. Yet, the idea of teaming up evoked an odd sensation, akin to carrying a muscled child. Su Li refrained from providing an immediate response, instead directing her inquiry towards her brother. "What do you think?" "Brother?" She turned her gaze toward Nyodaba, recognizing that such matters should ultimately respect his wishes. "Listen to Ali," Nyodaba replied without raising his head, engrossed in his comic. Su Li sighed, contemplating that perhaps interacting with others would not be detrimental for Nyodaba, who typically remained reticent at home. His days were consumed by zombie fights and comic reading. Would this not render him even more oblivious? Humans are inherently social creatures. One may be taciturn, but living in isolation from others in this world is not a viable option. Su Li found herself questioning whether she could still consider herself a complete human being, unwilling to alter her way of life. Yet, the look on Daba's face suggested he was inclined to agree. The 7 of them formed a circle around the coffee table, while Daba remained oblivious to the world outside, his focus solely on his comic. Wang Xingjun looked on expectantly at Su Li. Li Qi surveyed the room, occasionally rubbing his bald head, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. Song Zhixian and Qin Bing exchanged glances, keenly observing the 2 siblings. Zhao Heping sat in silence, reserved and awaiting an answer. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of pages and the soft sound of breaths. Several pairs of eyes fixated on the seemingly fragile girl on the sofa. After a considerable pause, Su Li finally spoke. In truth, I believe you all have discerned my brother's condition to some extent. I initially hoped he wouldn't interact with others, as his demeanor resembles that of a child. And I worry he might be taken advantage of. Wang Xingjun smiled faintly, aware that her words were directed at him. He nodded in reassurance. Rest assured, we're all from the same building. We are not the type to stab someone in the back. Su Li offered a faint smile, neither affirming nor denying his statement, before turning her attention back to Daba, slowly stating, we cannot predict how long we will remain here, but allowing my brother to act alongside everyone before we leave would be a prudent approach. For strength lies in numbers, which is certainly better than going solo. Yet, her words felt insincere, for in Daba's case, he would undoubtedly fare better on his own than in a group. However, she could not simply decide to team up with others without inciting resentment. After departing from the 6th floor, the group reconvened at Wang Xingjuan's home for a meeting. Upon entering, they found Wang Xingjuan's wife tending to their child after dinner, coaxing the little one to sleep. The group tiptoed into the living room, speaking in hushed tones. Yang Wan had just carried the sleeping child into the bedroom and emerged, closing the door behind her. I've told you countless times. She's old enough. Stop pampering her. Wang Xingjun scolded as soon as he opened his mouth. Their child was already 12 years old, yet they still fussed over her meals and sleep, rendering her utterly helpless. Moreover, given the current state of the world, such indulgence would ultimately lead to her downfall. Yang Wan retorted defiantly, "What is your problem? You come home just to lecture me. What is wrong with our child? She is our only one, and if I don't spoil her, who will? Mia is already suffering enough in this apocalypse. Can't you show some compassion as a father? If you want tea? At least allow me, as her mother, to care for her." As the couple quarreled, the others remained silent, doing their utmost to diminish their presence. Li Qi, with his bald head hunched, slyly observed the couple, pulling a crumpled betel nut from his bag and chewing on it. Based Su Li endeavored to lighten her footsteps, moving swiftly along the sidewalk without making a sound. She traversed the intersection ahead, turned left, and successfully stepped onto Aviation Road, her destination being Zhongshan People's Hospital. Along the way, she skillfully dispatched the encroaching zombies. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Su Li was immediately struck by an overpowering stench in the air, far more intense than that outside. The last time, De Beos mentioned encountering a first-level zombie still clad in a hospital gown from Zhongshan Hospital, and it had been in this vicinity. Before she could approach the main entrance, she observed, under the moonlight, a throng of zombies in white and blue hospital attire aimlessly wandering near the hospital door, numbering at least in the thousands. They were scattered throughout the hospital courtyard, at the entrance, and on the streets in front. To enter the hospital, she would have to navigate through this sea of zombies, nearly shoulder to shoulder. Su Li, not daring to be careless, retrieved a long-sleeved trench coat from her space and donned it. As she rounded a corner, she brought her axe down forcefully onto the back of a zombie's head. The sound of splintering skull resonated as she calmly lowered the axe, reaching into the zombie's abdomen to rummage around. She extracted the already decayed innards and smeared them over herself, her expression betraying no sign of disgust, as if she were merely preparing vegetables in her own kitchen. Soon, she was enveloped in a pungent odor of rot. Lowering her gaze, she caught a whiff of the stench, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth, her eyes glinting with excitement. "Huh? I refuse to believe you can still detect the scent of a living human." With her axe in hand, Su Li cautiously approached the hospital entrance, swiftly merging into the vacant-eyed horde of zombies. To her surprise, the zombies paid her no mind, some brushing past her in small groups. As she breathed carefully, one particular security zombie, its face so decayed it was unrecognizable, stared blankly at her for several minutes. A mere few centimeters away, Su Li could feel the foul stench emanating from its gaping maw. Goodness, the breath is horrendous, she thought, and just as she was about to recoil, the zombie disdainfully twitched its decayed nostrils and let out a low growl before turning away. How posh these zombies are. They can afford to be choosy. As she passed through the outpatient building of the hospital, Su Li's astonishment grew with each step deeper inside. The zombies here were clearly different from the ordinary ones outside. Some exhibited a territorial awareness. How had these zombies evolved? She gazed at the densely packed horde within the hospital, a scene reminiscent of elderly shoppers recklessly scrambling for bargains before the apocalypse. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of humanity. It seemed unlikely that any living souls remained within the hospital. Steadily, Su Li ascended the stairs. The third floor housed the examination department, and if she were not mistaken, the rapid evolution of these zombies was likely due to the radioactive medical equipment. Typically, hospitals have their own backup power systems for emergencies. When the power goes out, the backup generators kick in automatically. If that were indeed the case, then the zombies on the third floor would likely be more formidable than those below. Chapter 41. Blood battle with zombies. As she reached the third floor, Su Li was taken aback by the scene that greeted her. Where were the first-level evolved zombies she had anticipated? Why had she come to the hospital in the dead of night? Where were her crystal cores? She looked around the empty corridor, her mind racing with frustration, nearly bursting into a howl. Wait. Something felt off. Just then, she sensed an extremely dangerous aura creeping upon her. This feeling suggested it was not merely a first-level zombie. The flickering fluorescent light at the end of the corridor illuminated the entrance to the hospital's radiology department, which was entirely sealed off by iron bars. As Su Li cautiously approached, slender vines began to coil around her arm like serpents. Suddenly, the light went out, darkness enveloped her, the air thick with dust and decay. Before she could advance, a chill swept through the air, and she instinctively sidestepped to avoid an attack. With a screech, a shadow descended from the ceiling. Its elongated claws leaving deep gashes on the floor as it landed less than a meter away from Su Li. It was a licker. As she clearly discerned its form, she noted its four gaunt, elongated claws tipped with sharp nails, a long tail ending in a blade-like point, and a grotesquely oversized head adorned with jagged teeth. Its mouth stretched wide, splitting its face to the ears, and its small, beastly eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue in the dim light. Having missed its initial strike, the licker let out a piercing roar, its powerful hind legs launching it into the air, its claws glinting as they lunged towards Su Li. Unperturbed, she took a step back, her right hand gripping the axe tightly as her left hand flipped, sending a vine the thickness of her thumb hurtling toward the licker. With a thud, the licker was ensnared in a green cocoon. Crashing to the ground with a resounding thump, the cocoon twisted and contorted as the trapped licker let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream, evidently summoning its companions. Did your mother never tell you not to climb too high? It's easy to fall, Su Li remarked with a disarming smile, her cool voice echoing through the dim corridor. In mere seconds, the cocoon visibly shrank, the blood vine retracting, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated husk, as if it had been withered by desert winds. Not a single crystal core or drop of blood remained. Su Li picked up the skin from the floor, tugging at it. It had decent elasticity and could serve as defensive armor for Nyo de Beos. With that thought, she tightened her grip on her space and pressed forward. The rustling sounds around her indicated that other lickers had been drawn in by the commotion. The zombie horde below stirred restlessly, their low growls reverberating throughout the hospital, yet they remained packed on the first and second floors, reluctant to ascend. The final step of the third-floor corridor seemed like a barrier, despite the throngs of zombies below. Not a single one dared to cross that threshold. In the zombie realm, hierarchy was starkly defined. In the dark corridor, shadows surged along the ceiling, accompanied by the sound of rustling as they spread to the walls and floor. Pairs of blood-red eyes drew near. Had one ever witnessed a wolf pack attacking a lone sheep? That was the scene unfolding now. These lickers were frenzied, drawn in by the scent of a living human. A horde of lickers! Su Li's heart raced as she beheld the encroaching shadows. At least a dozen of them. Goodness! They've evolved so quickly, she thought. The more, the better. With her left hand guiding the blood vine to ensnare the approaching lickers, her right hand wielded the fire axe without pause. The crystal cores within the mutated brains were irresistibly alluring to the blood vine, which danced in the air, quickly locking onto a target. The tip plunging into its skull to absorb the crystal core, she swiftly sought her next target. The cries of the ensnared lickers were piercing and shrill, reminiscent of newborns weeping, yet far more grating than a human infant's cries. The flesh of the lickers was remarkably tough. Striking them with the axe required her full strength to inflict even minor wounds. The blood vine's predatory actions clearly provoked the remaining lickers, who surged forward in a fit of rage. Sully sensed her fire axe nearing its limit. Without hesitation, she discarded the axe and delivered a powerful punch to the advancing licker's head. With a resounding thud, the licker's head twisted violently, colliding with the adjacent wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. The piercing shriek reverberated throughout the hospital. Seizing the moment, Sully pressed her advantage. The blood vine darted forward, plunging into the licker's skull with a satisfying squelch. After a brief struggle, it fell still. The once echoing corridor now resonated with shrieks, shifting from anger to fear, ultimately descending into silence. As the moonlight, obscured by clouds, faded, the corridor succumbed to darkness. Littered across the floor were the desiccated remains of lickers. With the threat of the lickers diminished, the previously crowded zombies in the hallway seemed to have received a stimulant. Eagerly surging toward the vibrant human presence, Sully retracted the blood vine and retrieved 2 axes, preparing for close combat with the zombies. At her leisure, she savored the visceral thrill of flesh meeting flesh, relishing the exhilarating spray of blood upon her face. A horde of zombies surged toward her, and Sully gathered her strength, confronting them head-on. Grasping a large blade, she plunged into the midst of the undead. The first zombie fell with a sickening squelch, its foul, dark liquid splattering across her face. Wiping it away haphazardly, she swung her blade, cleaving through the nearest zombies with brutal efficiency. One remained, its decaying half-body still thrashing in defiance. Black blood and entrails strewn about, yet it persisted, crawling towards Sully. Countless zombies flailed their claws, eager to devour this lamb that had ventured into their midst. Every cell in Sully's body surged with euphoric excitement. She grinned wickedly as her blade danced through the throng, mercilessly harvesting these unwitting prey. Flesh and gore clung to her, blood splattering everywhere, even soaking her hair. Zombies fell around her, the corridor littered with countless bodies, transforming her into a specter emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sully lost track of how long she remained in this state, consumed only by the thrill and exhilaration of the slaughter. As if in the midst of a grand revelry, after a night of carnage, the 3rd floor of the hospital resembled a hellish nightmare, with the once pristine white walls marred by bloodstains, and dismembered limbs and viscera littering the ground. Yet, zombies continued to approach from all directions. As dawn approached, she finally allowed herself to be thrust into the safety of her space. There, she replenished her strength with sustenance and took a cleansing bath, changing into fresh attire. After resting for half a day, she emerged languidly from her sanctuary in the afternoon. The corridor remained the same, yet aside from the remnants of flesh, no zombies lingered. The absence of human scent naturally dispersed the remaining undead. Sully wrinkled her nose as she inhaled the overwhelmingly foul odor that permeated the air, far more pungent than outside, and she could not help but grimace. She retrieved a bottle of floral essence from her belongings and sprayed it over herself. Ah, a little fairy must always smell delightful. For reasons unknown, she was particularly fond of the fragrance of floral water. It evoked a feeling of nature's beauty. Chapter 42. The slippery leg of a master outside. The sun blazed brightly. Sully glanced at her newly acquired watch, noting it was 2 in the afternoon, the height of the heat. She had ventured out at night on numerous occasions, previously instructing Yodaba to not worry if she did not return. Therefore, she held little concern for her brother's well-being. She had always practiced a hands-off approach with him, allowing him to scavenge for supplies and confront zombies, as long as he remained alive. Yet, he had not sustained any serious injuries. Contemplating the blinding sunlight, Sully made her way toward the innermost part of the 3rd floor. She had always sensed something amiss within this hospital. The congregation of so many first-tier zombies and the concentration of lick-eaters was highly unusual. Lick-eaters were not typically social creatures. They possessed a strong territorial instinct. In her previous life, she had only encountered a handful together, and that was within a commercial building where they were scattered across various floors. Never so tightly clustered as she pondered this, an inexplicable unease settled in her heart. As she ventured deeper, the entire third floor was eerily silent, even the patient rooms on either side devoid of wandering zombies. Surely, it was impossible for not a single one to remain. The further she searched, the stronger her sense of unease grew. Only one room remained. Suli halted, standing several meters away from a tightly closed door, the MRI room. Summoning her blood vines, she cautiously approached. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, unleashing a wave of heat that surged out. Suli staggered back 2 steps, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as her blood vines lashed out into the flames. Slowly retracting the tendrils, she extracted a struggling figure, tightly bound like a dumpling, with only a fiery red head exposed. Let me go. Mom. Help. God. Jesus. Umitba. I don't want to die yet. Help. Suli frowned and kicked the fiery figure on the ground. Keep screaming and I'll toss you out the window to feed the zombies. You? Are you human? The figure, previously writhing in distress, suddenly stilled. The flames consuming him gradually extinguished, revealing a completely hairless man, his skin unblemished and pale. Likely singed away by the fire. How striking! Suli blinked, her gaze fixed upon the unexpectedly beautiful man before her. Han Exian swore that in that moment, she was the most exquisite woman he had ever laid eyes upon. How could she not be? Compared to the zombies, anyone who was human could be divine. Especially at a time when he felt all hope was lost, this girl who appeared before him was nothing short of a celestial being. Just then, a cool breeze swept through, sending chills to his rear. Han Exian slowly looked down. Don't look. Close your eyes. Stop looking, pervert. The man continued to scream in a high-pitched voice. How did you get in here? The delicate-looking youth before her continued to shriek like a frightened chicken, and Suli rolled her eyes, casually retrieving a garment from her space and tossing it to him. Quit howling. This hospital is swarming with zombies. Do you want to invite them for dinner? This man's abilities were peculiar. Though he possessed fire powers, the sight of him engulfed in flames was a first for her. Most people would have been reduced to ashes by now. Perhaps he could be considered as a potential subordinate. His fire abilities might prove useful for roasting chicken wings. Han Exian hurriedly donned the clothing, noticing the woman still staring at him with eyes alight. Akin to a weasel spotting a hen in a coop at You must have others with you, right? If you found a way in, surely you can find a way out. Take me with you. Please, I'm going insane in this wretched place. There are monsters everywhere. His hoarse voice emerged in a broken manner, filled with urgency and fear. Only then did Suli take a closer look at the man before her. He appeared to be around 23 or 24, with a fair complexion and delicate features. His round, smooth head was exceptionally pale, resembling a large light bulb, while deep-set cheeks framed a face marked by dark circles, indicating he had likely gone without food for quite some time. Suli was not one to pry into others' affairs, yet there was something about this man that intrigued her. Han Exian, still chattering away, suddenly felt the restraints binding him vanish. He looked down, watching as the vines retreated from his body and into the girl's palm. Curiously, he observed the vines that had previously bound him. They resembled the ordinary climbing plants found in the park near his home. However, these vines were distinctly different from any he had encountered before. The roots were a deep, inky green while the tendrils bore hints of dark red, elongated and slender like willow leaves. Suli crouched slowly, her dark eyes resembling a shadowy abyss, profound and dense. Yet her lips curled into a faint smile. It appears you still possess quite a bit of vitality despite being trapped here. You managed to ask so many questions in one breath. I entered alone, and you'll soon learn how. What? You came in alone? Indeed. Is there a problem? Upon hearing Suli had entered alone, Han Exian nearly tumbled to his feet, grabbing her hand in a desperate bid to pull her into the MRI room. Come with me inside. This hospital is perilous. Zombies are everywhere. The MRI room has thick doors that can withstand the undead. As he spoke, he tugged her toward the entrance, but despite his utmost effort, he found himself rooted in place. The youth looked back in confusion, his frail chest heaving. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly released her hand, laughing with relief. What was I thinking? If you dared to enter alone and remain unscathed. You must be extraordinary. I'm saved. I'm saved. Ha ha ha. Han Xian suddenly burst into laughter, chuckling a few times before abruptly covering his mouth with his hand, a look of panic crossing his face as he glanced around. Upon realizing that no zombies had been attracted to him, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Su furrowed her brow as she observed the man before her, who oscillated between laughter and tears. There was no way she could believe he was the mastermind controlling those lurkers outside. It was likely that there were other highly advanced beings within this hospital. Contemplating this, Suli turned to leave, intending to explore elsewhere first, and perhaps if this little brother returned alive, she would take him along. Han Xian was still lost in the euphoria of being saved, excitedly muttering to himself. When he noticed the girl turning to depart, he swiftly lunged forward and clung to her pale, slender leg. "Fairy, dear fairy, take me away from here. From now on, I, Han Xian, shall serve you loyally. Wherever you go, I shall follow. If you tell me to chase dogs, I shall not catch chickens." Those words seemed eerily reminiscent of what someone named Yanglu had said before. Su Li's expression turned numb. One can never truly fathom the extent of their potential in dire situations. At that moment, Han Xian, who had been on the verge of fainting from hunger, was desperately clutching at the last thread of hope. He felt as though he had been possessed by an octopus. He understood that he could not escape this cursed place alone. The woman had clearly not intended to take him with her when she turned around. If he were left behind now, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. "Fairy, please take me with you. I won't be a burden, I swear. I am an ability user. I will be of great help." Han Xian? That name rang a bell for Suli, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Gradually, she loosened her grip on the collar of Han Xian. "Is your name Han Xian?" she inquired, looking down at him. Yes. Han Xian eagerly nodded, gazing up at Suli with his big, watery eyes. "Fire ability? Yes, he continued to nod. Although he had been trapped in the MRI room, the constant electricity allowed him to hear broadcasts from the outside world, so he was somewhat aware of what was happening beyond those walls. The fairy before him exuded an air of extraordinary skill, having ventured into danger without sustaining a scratch. She clearly possessed an aura of greatness. He realized he had to cling tightly to this benefactor's leg. Speaking of which, her leg was quite smooth. No wonder it belonged to someone extraordinary. Chapter 43. Are you Zhu Jinxiang? Suli searched the hospital thoroughly but found nothing unusual. Given the densely packed horde of zombies within, she had no choice but to resort to the same method she used to enter, carefully leading her newly acquired little brother out of the hospital. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they departed, a dark figure swiftly emerged from the hospital and followed closely behind. As that shadow left, the zombies lingering nearby began to wander aimlessly, drifting elsewhere. Ugh, sister. What's wrong with that person? Perhaps he overindulged. Let him vomit for a while, and he'll be fine. Yuli lounged lazily on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds. Nyodaba, looking bewildered, stood at the closed bathroom door, where the sounds of retching echoed incessantly. Ever since this fellow entered, he had rushed into the bathroom to vomit, leaving Nyodaba clueless about what he was expelling. It felt like a waste of food. After being reprimanded by Suli a few times, Nyodaba had become almost miserly regarding resources. He detested wastefulness to the core, wishing he could force-feed the vomit back to him. Consequently, he began to harbor disdain for this mysterious pretty face. Half an hour later, when Han Xian finally emerged from the bathroom, he appeared weak and unsteady, leaning against the wall as he wobbled over to the sofa, looking even more feeble than when Suli had first encountered him. "Brother, pour him a cup of hot water." Nyodaba shot Han Xian a fierce glare before turning to the kitchen to fetch a cup of hot water. Thud. He placed the cup on the coffee table. Han Xian quickly seized it and gulped down a couple of large swigs. Once he regained his composure and looked up at Suli, he found that the initial sense of awe he felt towards her had vanished. How had he ever thought she possessed an ethereal quality? Aside from her somewhat kind appearance, what else was gracious about her? Could a fairy possibly concoct such twisted schemes? He had lived for 23 years and had never witnessed anything so disgusting. The thought of someone tossing him into a pile of dismembered corpses and rotting flesh without batting an eye was appalling. It seemed she reveled in his struggles, dragging him through the filth as if coating him in zombie remains, as if preparing him for a deep-fried dish. But in the face of her tyrannical presence, he dared not offend her again. That fleeting fantasy about Su Li had completely evaporated. What kind of fairy was she? She was nothing short of a lunatic. Reflecting on the scattered limbs that adorned the corridor, Han Xian, still incredulous, cautiously asked, "You were the one who eliminated those zombies and that big-headed creature in the corridor? What did you think?" Su Li continued munching on her seeds, leisurely gazing at him. To his astonishment, Nyo Daba even crazily handed him a cup of hot milk tea. "The big-headed creature you mentioned is called a lurker. It is a form of evolved zombie. However, I am quite curious about how you managed to be locked in that room for over half a month without starving to death. A normal person would have been infested with maggots by now." Nyo Daba also set aside his comic book, intrigued. Clearing his throat, Han Xian panicked and coughed a couple of times. He looked up at the casually snacking woman and the curious-looking, dark-faced man beside her. His expression a mixture of indecision and hesitation as he finally spoke. Have you heard about that news story? It was during the Wenchuan earthquake one year. Late at night, when the earthquake struck, many people and livestock were buried under collapsed buildings, and it took a long time to rescue them. By the time all the livestock were dug out, they were mostly dead. But there was one pig that survived, albeit reduced to nothing but skin and bones. At this point, Nyo Daba suddenly recalled, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Zhu Jianxiang." Han Xian awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, then looked at the two with an odd expression. "If I told you I weighed over 200 pounds before the apocalypse, would you believe me? I've become like this after starving for half a month." "Well, you weigh even more than I do." Nyo Daba stood up and walked over to Han Xian, circling around him several times with an incredulous expression directed at Su Li. This news rang a bell for Su Li. It was an event from several years ago. At that time, the entire nation was focused on the plight of the disaster-stricken areas, with live broadcasts of rescue efforts continuously airing on television. Among the many moving stories, one that stood out was that of Zhu Jianxiang, who had managed to survive by consuming his own body fat until he was discovered. Su Li recalled her first encounter with Han Xian. Indeed, his belly was somewhat flabby, though she hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Little did she expect such a backstory. It seemed that, at times, fat could indeed be a lifesaver. As Su Li assessed Han Xian, she noted his height, approximately 1.75 meters, and his lean physique, reminiscent of someone suffering from chronic malnutrition, making it hard to envision him at 200 pounds. However, Han Xian, unfazed by their skepticism, offered a brief account of his past. It turned out his family owned a restaurant, and after graduating from university without finding a suitable job, he took up his father's culinary craft, assisting in the kitchen. His visit to the hospital was merely for a routine checkup, but upon lying down, the doctor conducting his examination suddenly fainted. Following that, he was startled by the cacophony of wailing outside. Peering through the crack in the door, the scene terrified him, prompting him to lock the door from the inside. Moments later, the doctor mutated, and in a life-or-death moment, Han Xian awakened his fire-based abilities, engulfing the mutated zombie doctor in flames. Since then, he had been hiding in the MRI room, too frightened to venture out. Fortunately, his layer of fat had served him well, allowing him to survive for half a month without food. He had been living off his own reserves, however, when Su Li inquired why the zombies hadn't stormed in to devour him, or about the lickers congregating on the third floor. He himself was baffled, finally concluding, after much contemplation, that perhaps he was the male protagonist endowed with a hero's halo. Su Li found this both amusing and exasperating. With the addition of this culinary apprentice, Su Li lamented that at last she might enjoy a proper, hot meal. Yet Nyo Daba, convinced that his sister's braised pork was unparalleled, found Han Xian's cooking lacking, feeling something was amiss and unsatisfying. However, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 44. Grilled chicken wings with a new member in their ranks. Nyo Daba's status soared, transforming from a victim to an aggressor. He almost entirely replicated the training methods Su Li had employed on him, subjecting Han Xian to daily drills amidst hordes of zombies until he was utterly exhausted before rescuing him. When not in training, he accompanied Wang Zhengjuan's team to scavenge for supplies. Upon returning home, he would drag his weary self to prepare 3 meals a day, feeling akin to an oppressed wife in a feudal society. Su Li was a dual ability user, possessing both plant and spatial powers. While Nyo Daba had strength-based abilities, Han Xian, a fire user, still struggled to control his flames, often ending up singed. Han Xian had no doubts about this. After all, he had witnessed her conjuring objects out of thin air. The strength displayed by Niu Debao was evidently beyond that of an ordinary person. With this trio, they boasted 3 superpowered individuals. He felt quite satisfied with their team's capabilities. After all, his daily pastime of listening to the radio wasn't in vain. Currently, superpowered individuals were highly sought after, with many bases recruiting them and offering generous benefits. Yet, could any reward surpass the joy of daily meat and the occasional fresh fruits and vegetables? With this thought, he delightedly prepared grilled chicken wings for his leader using his powers. "Boss, is this flame size all right? It's too big. Tone it down, or the wings will burn. How many times must I tell you to control your flames? If you keep this up, you won't eat meat for 3 days. Don't be so hard on me. I'm doing this for your benefit. Look, I've even gotten a bit fiery while trying to help you control your flames. All right, I appreciate your efforts, but I still want some old sweet potato skin. Niu Debao, don't push your luck. Grill. I want some too. All right, is one enough for you? Or should I add some howdoinia?" As time progressed, the human living space in the city grew increasingly cramped, and gathering supplies became ever more challenging in such times. The most terrifying threat was not the zombies, but the hearts of men unbound by law and morality. The community had seen numerous new faces, with some original residents having either left the city, their fates unknown, or perished at the hands of mutated beings or fellow humans. Yuli had always ventured out at night, clearing away newly emerged zombies after dinner, disappearing into the darkness in her black Jeep Wrangler. Han Xian leaned on the balcony, picking his teeth, his gaze following her figure as it faded into the night. Has she always been this fierce? He pulled out a toothpick, inspecting its tip, which bore an unidentifiable piece of meat, then turned to Niu Debao. After a few chews, it seemed he had swallowed it down. Niu Debao grunted, fixating on the street below, his silence akin to trying to bore a hole through the ground. "How long must we stay here? The city is becoming increasingly unsafe. The radio says that survivor bases have been established outside. Why don't we leave? Isn't it better to be among humans?" Niu Debao ignored him, and Han Xian continued to murmur to himself. Moments later, a loud bang echoed from next door as a door slammed shut. Niu Debao turned back inside upon hearing the noise, while Han Xian, ears perked, silently counted 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, the sounds of feminine gasps resonated from next door, alternating between low and high pitches, accompanied by sporadic zombie growls from the shadows. The thrill of eavesdropping was exhilarating. Niu Debao peeked from behind the curtain, spotting a man in flip-flops and floral shorts leaning over the balcony. Straining to eavesdrop, a variety of lascivious expressions flitting across his face. Pervert. This community, or indeed any place in this world, was quietly undergoing transformation. In the apocalypse, the most dreadful foes were not merely the undead, but humanity itself. Some survivors who had crashed in from outside had become part of Sunshine community, yet their backgrounds were a mixed bag, making it impossible to discern their origins. The neighborhood resembled a microcosm, where the law of the jungle played out in its most vivid form. Those with strength banded together in small teams, risking their lives for themselves or their families. Meanwhile, those lacking courage relied on other advantages to obtain what they desired. Everything existed in a bizarre equilibrium. However, a sudden broadcast that morning shattered this fragile balance, obliterating the last defenses in everyone's hearts. Survivors of Haisha City, please take heed. Due to the overwhelming number of mutants, the military is unable to enter the city to provide assistance. It has been decided that at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, a final assault will be launched against the mutants from the east and west of the city. We urge all survivors to seize this opportunity to evacuate from the southeast military base toward the nearest survivor base for refuge. Repeat. All survivors must grasp this final chance to evacuate from the southeast military base toward the nearest survivor base for shelter. This broadcast, which aired at 8 o'clock on July 29, caught Han Xian and Niu Debao in the living room as they exercised with push-ups and frog jumps. Upon hearing the news, both were left dumbfounded. Niu Debao, however, quickly accepted the harsh reality and resumed his push-ups, while Han Xian seemed not to have heard, continuing to massage Su Li's shoulders. After all, he was following his boss. When she ate, he would savor the broth. When she fought, he would hand her the knife. He wanted to be the most cherished underling. Reflecting on his loyalty to Su Li, He remembered how he had eaten a seed she had given him to demonstrate his allegiance. Witnessing her miraculous ability to sprout branches from her throat. Unless he wished to be burst apart by plants, he could never betray her. Not that he dared to, he had thought he could gradually win Suli over to view him as a teammate. But it turned out she only wanted a minion, not a comrade. Damn it. He felt utterly cheated. What did the broadcast mean? Had they really waited so long for rescue, only to be told it was all over? Were those armed soldiers truly planning to leave them to fend for themselves? How can they be so utterly irresponsible? Are we, the common folk, truly destined to perish? Wasn't it just recently announced on the radio that rescue operations would be organized? How can they simply declare it over? What is going on here? A single stone has stirred up 1,000 ripples. The survivors in the entire community are in an uproar. The government has completely abandoned the city. Abandoned them. Indeed, not long ago they were soothing the populace. How could they suddenly claim to have ceased rescue efforts? This is utterly abnormal, isn't it? Although Suli was not particularly interested in the military's rescue, she could not help but feel perplexed. However, with her not particularly sharp intellect, she could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Hanexian. What do you think this means? Did they really announce it on the radio? It has been 5 or 6 days since any search and rescue operations occurred. I thought they had already given up on the survivors in the city, but perhaps it is for the best. Regardless of the reason, there is military protection, as he spoke. Hanexian suddenly halted, and the other two turned to look at him. Protection? Military? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Hanexian, and his face turned pale. Devoid of any color. No, this is all a conspiracy. What conspiracy? The sudden loss of strength in his shoulder caused Suli, who was spitting out sunflower seed shells, to curiously inquire. It seemed that this shocking news had little effect on her. At that moment, Hanexian was oblivious to this. She, of course, did not realize that Suli had no intention of leaving the city at that moment. He began to articulate his suspicions. Just a few days ago, the search and rescue teams had completely withdrawn. Yet now they have suddenly changed their minds and are planning a final evacuation operation. They have reiterated to everyone that this is the last chance, urging them not to miss it. Such contradictory behavior clearly indicates some peculiar rationale behind it. After pondering for a long time, the only explanation I can conceive is that these individuals have a compelling reason to enter the city. Moreover, it is likely not for supplies, but for the living. Living? Suli frowned. Yes, Hanexian, his complexion ashen, continued, living. A small number of individuals who are of great importance to those in power. Those whom they must bring out of the city alive. Otherwise, I cannot think of any other reason that explains their contradictory actions. These individuals deliberately notified the survivors in the city via broadcast, urging everyone to evacuate together. Such a large-scale movement of survivors would undoubtedly attract the majority of the zombies' attention. Consequently, by dispatching a small elite team, they could quietly infiltrate the city to rescue those so-called important figures and elites, right? For the sake of a select few, has this city, along with its surviving citizens, truly been heartlessly forsaken? At this point, Hanexian covered his face with his hands and began to sob quietly, his emaciated body trembling under the dim candlelight. Suli, in a daze, reached out to pat his shoulder, saying, "Although I am not a good person, I must clarify one thing to you. These individuals are merely powerful unofficial organizations. They do not represent the revered entities in your heart, regardless of the circumstances. Even when the nation is in disarray, and the military can no longer protect itself, they would never sacrifice a multitude of ordinary citizens to safeguard AFEW. Do not misunderstand them. Those fallen soldiers would be heartbroken." After speaking earnestly, Suli could not help but shiver. How frightening it is for such positive words to come from my mouth. I have a feeling that in the next moment, someone will seek to deliver justice upon me. Nyo de Bao glanced at Suli, then at the weeping Hanexian, hesitating for a moment. He then pulled out his treasured collection of a Shui quotation from beneath the coffee table and silently pushed it toward Hanexian's legs. Before continuing to do his push-ups as if nothing had happened. Chapter 45. Better to live poorly than to die well, but didn't the broadcast say it was the military, just because others say so? You believe it? There are plenty of mercenaries and private armies who can distinguish the real from the fake now. After hearing Suli's words, he felt somewhat less hopeless, but still filled with sorrow. He cried out for a long time, only to realize that the silence around him was eerie. Looking up, he saw a certain large fool sitting cross-legged on the sofa, absorbed in a comic. A certain young lady, with a calm demeanor, was casually digging into a tub of ice cream, feeding it to herself. "Boss, aren't you going to comfort me a bit longer?" he asked. Mr. Zhou once said, "Do not speculate on people's hearts with the utmost malice. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Don't be so pessimistic. Regardless, a group of people can indeed take this opportunity to evacuate the city. Are you suggesting that you will stop everyone from escaping?" The certain someone shot him a sidelong glance, leisurely bringing a spoonful of ice cream to her mouth. That glance was filled with wicked amusement, cold and sinister, like a venomous snake, contrasting starkly with her seemingly fragile and harmless appearance. She must understand everything, right? Seeing through the darkness of human nature, she must find everything mundane. Not pessimistic? Then what do you propose we do? Following the broadcast orders to retreat is tantamount to walking to our doom. Becoming cannon fodder. Staying in the city is also a dead end. The number of zombies and mutated beasts is ever increasing. Humanity cannot survive. Suli straightened her posture, placed her hands on her hips, and looked seriously at Han Xian. "Be quiet. This is something the boss will worry about. You just focus on your homework. Have today's chicken wings been roasted yet?" As soon as she finished speaking, Han Xian was taken aback, stammering in reply, "Not yet." "Then hurry up and roast them. I'm waiting to eat." "Really?" Suli took out a pack of marinated chicken wings and tossed it to him. "We're roasting the Orleans flavor today. Don't burn them. If you burn them, I will hold you accountable." Ignoring Han Xian's face, which shifted from white to green and back again, Suli continued in a slow manner. "I will leave the city, but not now. I need a substantial number of crystal cores. The reason I have been waiting in the city is for the zombies to evolve. This city is the most densely populated with zombies, and I cannot find a more suitable hunting ground than here for the time being. Once I have gathered enough crystal cores, we can unlock other instances." Every word that flowed from her rosy lips stimulated Han Xian's central nervous system. Hunting ground? Instances? Is this her purpose? Human affairs. Such a notion was utterly foreign to him, yet someone would choose to remain in a perilous city, waiting for zombies to evolve, in order to obtain more crystal cores? Has she come to regard this city as her backyard orchard, merely waiting for the fruit to ripen before harvesting? Truly, the thought processes of powerful individuals differ vastly from ours. The mere thought of himself trapped amidst countless zombies sent shivers down his spine. She actually views the zombie-infested city as a hunting ground, yet for some reason, he felt an inexplicable confidence in the words spoken by this young girl before him. This confidence was so profound that he found it astonishing even within himself. Calming his thoughts, he hesitantly asked, "Boss, may I inquire what you intend to do with so many crystal cores?" Each time Han Xian accompanied Niu Debao on an outing, his objectives were only twofold. One was supplies, and the other was crystal cores. It appeared that this brother-sister duo had been collecting them long before his arrival, yet he had no idea what they were for. He had always handed over the crystal cores they brought back to Suli without asking further. Upon hearing this question, Suli retrieved a purified crystal core from her space and handed it to Han Xian. "I originally did not wish to entertain you, but since you have sincerely asked, I will generously inform you." Han Xian took the crystal core and turned it over in his palm, looking at Suli with astonishment. "This is the crystal core extracted from a zombie's head?" It was no wonder he was astonished. This glistening red crystal, translucent and gem-like, was utterly unrecognizable as a product of a zombie's brain. He had personally excavated a considerable number of crystal cores, transitioning from disgust and nausea at the beginning to a steady demeanor later on. He had seen nearly 80 to 100 crystal cores. Those cores varied in appearance. Some were semi-transparent, others faintly red, some grayish-blue, and a few even greenish. Regardless of their type, each core was intertwined with strands resembling black veins, and even when washed, they retained a faint, repugnant odor that could not be eradicated. However, the crystal core before him was nothing short of a brilliant red gemstone, devoid of any impurities, and he could detect no trace of that foul odor. In fact, it even exuded a pleasant fragrance. "Try it," Suli suddenly urged. "Delicious." Niu Debao nodded at him with a simple grin. Han Xian hesitated for a moment, swallowed hard, and skeptically placed the crystal core in his mouth. In the next instant, He was left speechless. Before he could even chew, he felt the core dissolve into a cool liquid that flowed down his throat into his stomach, and he sensed that his body was infused with some invigorating substance. Invigorating him entirely. Testing his abilities, he discovered that the flames coalescing in his palm felt more solidified than before. This is a purified crystal core. Consuming it can enhance one's abilities to some extent. Ordinary people have a 1 in 10,000 chance of evolving into ability users upon consumption. Disregarding Han Xion's astonished expression, Suli continued, some plant-based supernatural beings possess purifying abilities, and I am no exception. My spatial powers differ from the typical ones. I can store living entities. This includes the vegetables and fruits we consume daily, which are products of my spatial abilities. However, my space is exceedingly unstable, necessitating a significant amount of energy to stabilize it. Energy that derives from the crystal cores of mutated entities. Therefore, if you wish to continue enjoying sumptuous meals, you must diligently gather these items. Food is of paramount importance to the people, and this concerns our sustenance. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. Listening to her words, Han Xion felt as though he were caught in a dream. Is this your reason for remaining in the city? Indeed. After sitting earnestly for a few minutes, Suli felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She reclined back, curling her bare feet on the sofa. Returning to her languid demeanor, she wore a delicate pink and white spaghetti strap dress, one hand resting against her forehead, her hair cascading loosely, the dark strands sliding over her fair shoulders and draping over the armrest of the sofa, making her appear as enchanting as a fairy. In the next moment, the fairy beckoned, and Han Xion immediately understood, scampering over to knead her shoulders. All right, I have clarified my reasons for staying. The choice to leave or remain is yours. Should you choose to depart, you shall certainly do so in an unceremonious manner. He had consumed the fruit of the blood vine. As soon as Suli willed it, the dormant fruit within him could sprout and burst forth. Wreaking havoc, cruel methods, she chuckled softly. I trust no one. Even the virtuous may betray for myriad reasons in this apocalyptic world. To be my comrade means your life and death are firmly in my grasp. Do not speak of fairness. It is non-existent, she yawned, casually placing the remaining half-bucket of ice cream on the coffee table. Nearby, Nyo de Bao swiftly reached for it, digging in while casting a watchful glance at Han Xion. As if to say, humph, there's no share for you. Han Xion, though understanding her intent, thought to himself, what are you saying, boss? I was merely trying to lighten the mood. What choice? I will do whatever you command. What is there to choose? That would be a lack of gratitude. Besides, I have no choice. He. Of course, there is a choice. You can bravely resist and achieve everlasting fame, or continue to languish and be remembered for your infamy. Suli narrowed her eyes, slowly smiling. Han Xion choked slightly, then let me rot in infamy. Perhaps in doing so, I will become fragrant, though resist courageously, only to await the seeds within him to erupt into towering trees. He found solace in simply existing. As the proverb wisely states, better to live poorly than to die nobly. Chapter 46. The final evacuation. As night fell, Suli prepared to sleep when suddenly, she abruptly raised her head to gaze at the colossal building across from her. In the obscurity, its outline loomed like a beast lurking in the darkness. That feeling again. Suli furrowed her brow. Her hand clenched into a fist on the windowsill. Recently, she had been plagued by a sense of being watched, a sensation that had intermittently arisen since her return from the hospital. Yet, each time she turned to investigate, there was nothing behind her and nothing discernible in the distance. Though the gaze's owner had not inflicted any tangible harm upon her, the discomfort of being observed was unsettling. Every night, Suli ventured forth to the most zombie-infested areas. First honing her skills, then, once exhausted, unleashed the blood vine to hunt. The tendrils of the blood vine could extend from her as the center to a radius of 100 miles, allowing her to attract the zombies before finding a spot to rest and observe her vine capture its prey. Within that 100-mile radius, it was her hunting ground. This was her true reason for remaining in the city. Tomorrow, and the day after, most of the people in Haishur would evacuate the city, and this fierce battle would surely accelerate the zombie horde. She needed more crystal cores to fully integrate her space with the blood vine, making it a part of herself, like her right hand, eliminating the constant fear of its disappearance. With that thought, Suli released the blood vine. In the darkness, Its slender tendrils slithered like serpents along the windowsill, gradually disappearing into the city's night. Within mere breaths, the outside world erupted with intermittent zombie howls, each shriek piercing the heart with a soul-wrenching intensity, echoing through the night. Aside from those mournful cries, silence enveloped the surroundings. Han Xian had a restless night. Each time he closed his eyes, he either dreamed of mountains of crystal cores to feast upon or visions of slender tendrils emerging from his skin, bursting forth to transform into towering trees. This juxtaposition of dreams persisted until dawn. Just as he managed to secure a few moments of peaceful slumber, a thunderous knocking on the door jolted him awake. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, Nyo Debao. Su Li, open the door quickly. It was Wang Zhengjuan's voice. The anti-theft door shook with each forceful knock, and it was clear the individuals outside would not relent until it was opened. How bold these siblings are, not even up at this hour, Li Qi grumbled, scratching his bald head behind Wang Zhengjun. Though Nyo Debao had joined their team previously, he had always kept his distance, having hardly ventured out with them. Wang Gu, why must you insist on bringing them along? Wang Bing stood at the rear of the group, impatiently watching Wang Zhengjun and the bald man banging on the door. Song Zhixian leaned lazily against the wall, cradling Li Wenwen in his arms, a faint smile on his face, contributing no opinions to the matter. Meanwhile, Li Wenwen stared intently at the closed anti-theft door. Her lips pursed, lost in thought. Wang Zhengjun did not respond to Wang Bing's question, maintaining a stern expression as he continued knocking. Behind them, in the corridor, there were about 20 survivors, burdened with various bags, men, women, young and old. The eldest had a grizzled beard, while the youngest was merely 5 or 6 years old. Each of them appeared gaunt and filthy, resembling refugees from a bygone peaceful era. However, at this moment, merely being alive was the greatest fortune. Some hurriedly passed through the narrow hallway, their expressions fraught with urgency as they descended to the next level. Minutes passed, yet no one came to open the door. Some could no longer contain their impatience. An elderly woman spoke up, "Captain Wang, let us move quickly. Everyone else has already gone down. If a gunshot rings out and we haven't escaped, we might miss our chance." As she spoke, others chimed in, unable to hold back. "If we miss this rescue, we might truly be trapped. Yes, yes. Let us hurry up. They might have already left, Captain Wang. We have so many lives at stake. We can't risk everyone for just 1 or 2 people. You must look out for this large group of us. How can you jeopardize us for your personal desires? Indeed, with so many lives at stake. Can you bear the responsibility?" Initially, their words were somewhat civil, but as the conversation continued, their remarks grew increasingly offensive. Yang Wan, clutching her daughter, angrily shouted, "What is going on? Our man is protecting you, yet you act as if he has done something wrong. If you're so capable, why don't you leave on your own? How dare you speak like that? You preach respect for the elderly and love for the young, yet you exhibit zero manners." It was the elderly woman who had spoken first. Beside her was a chubby little boy, about 7 or 8 years old, with a cherubic face resembling a figure from a traditional painting. With food supplies having run out for over half a month, encountering such a plump child was indeed rare. The elderly woman held her grandson with one hand while pointing at Yang Wan with the other, incessantly berating her in a manner befitting an old shrew. Others nearby joined in the chorus. Yang Wan, inherently combative, glanced between the chubby child and her own frail daughter. The realization that the boy's sustenance came from the resources her husband had tirelessly scavenged, igniting her anger. In an instant, the two women began to clash. The corridor erupted in chaos. "Those of you with supernatural abilities should be protecting us ordinary folks. What, are you superior because of your powers? Why should we protect you? We can get hurt or die too. Why should we protect you for free? You only dare to speak to Wang Gu because he is kind. Why don't you go seek the one-eyed dragon for protection?" "What did you say?" Song Zhixian looked at the noisy crowd with a cold smile, having already resolved in his heart to shake off these burdens once they reached a certain distance. These individuals were merely frail survivors, lacking any combat capability, yet they shamelessly clung to the remnants of past camaraderie to mooch off food and drink, showing no awareness of their hindrance while taking their protection for granted. He was no saint, nor had he reached a level of greatness where he could save all of humanity. Wang Zhengjun, listening to the quarrels on both sides, was about to lose his temper when the door swung open. The somewhat deformed security door creaked open slowly. The previously tense crowd fell silent, many casting furtive glances at the figure behind the door. A bright, bald head peeked out upon recognizing Wang Xingjun and his group. He fully opened the door. "Where are Han Xian and Su Li? Aren't you ready yet? The main group is prepared to set off at any moment," Wang Xingjun exclaimed anxiously, noticing the other's disheveled appearance. "You aren't still asleep, are you? Hurry up and get ready to leave with everyone. If we miss this opportunity, it will be exceedingly difficult to break out of the city again." The main group? Han Xian scratched his bald head in confusion, then suddenly remembered that today was the final day for the troops to evacuate. Dressed impeccably, with a rosy complexion, he bore no resemblance to the ordinary people from before the apocalypse. Observing this, the previously quarreling crowd exchanged bewildered glances, falling silent. "And Su Li?" Wang Xingjun asked urgently, remembering that the household was under the dominion of that young girl. He could understand Nyo Daba's obedience to Su Li. But why would Han Xian, clearly an ability user, heed a little girl's words? The only explanation was that they were a couple, and he was simply a henpecked husband. Wang Xingjun believed he had unraveled the mystery. "Su Li? She's still asleep," Han Xian replied, and the people outside grew anxious. "Captain Wang, look at us. We're risking our lives waiting here while she's comfortably asleep." "I'll go fetch them." Li Qi was the first to leap forward, attempting to push Han Xian aside to enter. "You don't need to go in. We aren't preparing to leave yet," Han Xian said, extending his hand to block Li Qi. "Not leaving? Are you all insane?" Li Qi stared at Han Xian as if he were a madman. "Are you just going to wait here to die? If you don't leave now, you won't have such a good opportunity again." At this remark, even the indifferent Song Zhixian and Li Wenwen raised their heads. They weren't leaving? Did they have some other plan? Li Wenwen's mind flickered with the image of that delicate girl, and she began to contemplate. "Are you sure you want to leave?" Wang Xingjun, after a brief silence, asked seriously, unlike others who had shown incredulity. Han Xian covertly glanced back, not seeing Su Li's figure. With such a commotion, he found it hard to believe she was still asleep. Yet, recalling Su Li's inherent aversion to social interactions, he thought for a moment before beckoning Wang Xingjun closer to whisper. The crowd could not hear what Han Xian said, but once the door closed, Wang Xingjun's expression shifted dramatically. His already sun-kissed face turned ashen, resembling a charred pot bottom, with veins bulging on his forehead, revealing traces of sorrow and despair. "Wang Gu, what did that guy say?" Li Qi and a few other corps members leaned in to ask. He relayed Han Xian's words verbatim. Initially stunned, their faces soon paled in realization. "Those scoundrels! I knew they couldn't possibly be so kind-hearted all of a sudden." Qin Bing gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing like a blacksmith's forge. "What should we do now?" Li Wenwen helplessly rested her head on Song Zhixian's shoulder, her complexion wan. She glanced at the oblivious group just a few steps away. "Shall we go or stay?" Li Qi asked in a low, agitated voice. "Leave. We must leave, and we have to do it before the military fires a shot. It's only 6 o'clock. We have 2 hours left. If we burst out now, we stand a better chance." If what Han Xian said is true, after today's casualties, countless survivors will become zombies, and this city will truly descend into a zombie apocalypse. Once that happens, escaping will be nearly impossible, Wang Xingjun declared earnestly. "After all, with so many serving as cannon fodder, it doesn't necessarily mean we will die. There might still be a glimmer of hope, but if we stay, we'll be doomed," Qin Bing suddenly interjected. "What about Nyo Daba and the others left in the city? Are they not walking into a death trap? Do they have a better plan?" Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gazes towards the tightly shut security door. Wang Xingjun shook his head. "We can't place our hopes on others. Regardless of their intentions, our lives must be protected by ourselves. And what about that group?" Song Zhixian gestured with his chin towards the other survivors trailing behind. A cold smile gracing his lips. This youth had transformed drastically compared to the sunny boy from half a month ago. Such changes were evident in everyone, even in the typically upright and helpful Wang Xingjun, who had long since transformed in unseen ways. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Those willing to follow us may come along. For those who do not wish to, may fortune favor them. I have a wife and children. And you all have your own families. They are what truly matters to us. For the others, we can only do our best." Minutes later, A dozen vehicles surged from the underground garage with a frenzied momentum, the cacophony swiftly attracting nearby zombies. They came rushing like famished beasts, all eager to reach the source of the commotion. Unlike the zombies from the initial outbreak, the current ones had evolved significantly in appearance and speed. Their bodies had grown larger, movements swifter, and claws sharper. Some zombies barreled into the hallway, where anguished curses erupted from those who had refused to leave earlier. They might have regretted their decision or still harbored resentment towards Wang Jingjun and his group for not choosing to stay behind and sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Yet at this moment, such lamentations were utterly futile. The cacophony lasted barely a minute. In such dire circumstances, producing such a racket was tantamount to courting death. Even if Han Xian hastily reached out, but grasped only emptiness, and he fell onto the balcony, shouting loudly. Yet it was already too late. The figure had landed, rolled on the ground, and swiftly gotten back on its feet. However, the scene below was now a battlefield teeming with both zombies and humans. And rushing down there would be, to put it mildly, exceedingly perilous. He slapped himself across the face. What a cursed mouth I have! These two siblings are lunatics. Despite his words, he immediately seized a machete and dashed down the stairs. As soon as he stepped out of the building, a female zombie lunged at him. Without hesitation, he swung his blade. With a squelch, half of her skull tumbled to the ground at his feet. He paid no mind to it and hurried towards Nyo Debeos' side. It was not out of selflessness. He knew that if anything happened to Nyo Debeos, he would certainly face dire consequences upon Su Li's return. Considering the strange seed within him, Han Xian felt an invigorating surge of strength. Su Li had pursued that elusive figure out of the community, but upon turning a corner, she lost track of her target. Even with her blood vine unleashed, she could no longer sense that earlier presence. Outside, vehicles were frantically fleeing, and many wrecked automobiles lay strewn across the road. Under such circumstances, escaping by car was no easy feat. What the hell? It runs remarkably fast. Wait until I catch you. I'll roast you for dinner. Su Li tightened her grip on the axe and sprinted back, dispatching zombies that lunged at her with a swift swing. She felt a twinge of concern for Nyo Debeos. Earlier, she thought she heard his voice. Could he have followed her out? Even if he did, it would be fine. Nyo Debeos was more than capable of handling ordinary zombies. Moreover, Han Xian was nearby as these thoughts swirled in her mind. She swung her axe with ferocity, cleaving a zombie in two. A casual glance revealed a horde of zombies attacking a bus. Was that by Weiwei? Su Li squinted, focusing her gaze on the trembling figure within the vehicle. It confirmed that it was indeed her former high school classmate, someone she had once personally delivered to the laboratory in her past life. Bai Weiwei had clearly spotted her too, frantically banging on the bus window, crying for help. Save me, help. Su Li, please save me. It's me, Weiwei. It was truly her. The bus was white, and from a distance, it was evident that over 30 zombies surrounded it. Each one brandished claws tipped with sharp nails, frantically banging against the rickety windshield, their toothy mouths emitting excited howls. Su Li, you're Su Li. Please save me. I don't want to die. I'm begging you. She straightened up and shouted towards Su Li, desperation in her voice. They had all agreed to evacuate the city together with the military, but the vehicle had been damaged mid-journey by another group of people. Those on the bus had either perished or fled. Her hesitation had cost her the chance to escape with the others, leaving her trapped inside. Now, escape was impossible. The louder she screamed, the more the zombies clamored to get in. The cacophony of their excited howls rose in intensity, and they battered against the glass with fervor, even ramming their heads against it. Although the bus windows were relatively sturdy under such relentless assault, how long could they hold out? Once the glass shattered, the inevitable fate awaiting Bai Weiwei was all too clear. But what did that matter to Su Li? She had once fought tooth and nail to protect these classmates, yet now, none remembered her kindness. They had stabbed her in the back. They deserved to die. During her harrowing days in the laboratory, she came to understand a fundamental truth. Being a good person does not lead to a good end. So now, she was determined to become a villain. No one would stop her. As the saying goes, good people do not live long. While misfortune lingers for 1,000 years, she would be the last one standing, outliving everyone, and thus, she would emerge victorious. Ha ha ha. Su Li was driven to madness. for her flesh-healing ability had been exploited in the laboratory, subjected to repeated skinning and flaying. Witnessing those people treating her flesh as gourmet delicacies had long since driven her insane. Damn those bastards, they even ate my sashimi. Cut a slice, eat a slice. As if freshness mattered. A bunch of perverts. They should all catch rabies. Bai Weiwei had pinned all her hopes on this former classmate. Yet she saw the sickly smile flicker across Su Li's face. Not only did Su Li refuse to save her, but she also wickedly formed a heart shape with her hands above her head. What a heart you have, farewell. Su Li blew a kiss and waved her hand, then skipped away with a light-hearted step, humming a tune while carrying her big knife. Her long ponytail swayed gracefully in the air. Bai Weiwei could hardly believe her eyes. After a moment of shock, she could no longer afford to pay attention to the rampaging zombies outside, fixating instead on Su Li's receding figure. Damn it. Su Li, did you hear what I said? Why won't you save me? How could you be so cruel? Are you even human? Why do you stand by and watch me die? You wretched person, as Bai Weiwei's curses echoed. The bus window finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught and shattered. With the obstruction removed, the zombies surged forward, clamoring to climb aboard. Stunned for a moment, Bai Weiwei quickly scrambled towards the rear of the bus. Yet, with no escape route ahead and zombies closing in from behind, she was ultimately engulfed by the ever-growing horde. Ah, Su Li, may you suffer a terrible fate. Ah, help me. Chapter 49. Encountering the 5-person group by the time Su Li spotted Niu Debeos. It had been several minutes. The duo of him and Han Exine were engaged in a fierce struggle just a few dozen meters outside the community at an intersection, besieged by a throng of zombies. Niu Debeos was in a frenzy, delivering powerful punches to the zombies, while Han Exine incessantly hurled fireballs at the undead closing in on him. Their clothes were tattered and burned, yet their spirits seemed unbroken, reveling in the chaos around them. Seeing that they were unharmed, Su Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared that their time of torment had not been in vain. Brother! Han Exine! I'm back! She exclaimed. Ha ha! As her voice rang out, 3 zombies that had previously overlooked her suddenly turned and lunged in her direction. With a swift motion, she drew her knife, severing one head, and with a flick of her wrist, 2 more thudded to the ground at her feet, their yellow-white brains oozing out. It's Su Li. She's back. Han Exine exclaimed, spotting her from a distance. Ali, Niu Debeos, having just smashed a zombie's head, turned his attention to Han Exine's direction and immediately recognized the familiar silhouette. He kicked aside the decapitated zombie in front of him and hurriedly chased after her. Wait for me, sister. As he dashed off, Han Exine's back became entirely exposed. Niu Debeos, you fool! Wait for me! Han Exine quickly launched a few fireballs for cover and followed suit. Just as Su Li crossed the intersection, a group of 5 gaunt and filthy individuals rushed out from around the corner in a panic. 3 men and 2 women. Upon seeing Su Li, the man at the forefront shouted, "Don't go that way. There's a horde of zombies over there." After speaking, the man, however, the current situation, with so many people around, is not conducive to excavating crystal cores. Su Li suddenly leaped onto the traffic light pole by the roadside and squatted down, waving at those below. I'll take a break. You all go ahead. We'll meet at home. Boss, you're not adhering to the principles of martial ethics. The people following behind could only watch as Su Li leisurely perched above, observing their frantic escape. Han Exine was utterly despondent. The expressions on the faces of those fleeing behind mirrored a sense of utter despair. This isn't a sustainable way to run. The speed of these zombies is far too swift. We will inevitably be caught. Han Exine gasped as he fled. A group of individuals had been pursued by zombies for half a street, and as they neared the point of being overtaken, the tall man who had earlier alerted Su Li spoke up. There's a convenience store ahead. Let us take refuge inside. Following the direction indicated by the young man, the group indeed spotted a convenience store with its doors wide open across the street. In an instant, hope ignited within them, and they sprinted toward their target, fearful of lagging behind. 5 individuals rushed into the supermarket, with Niu Daba and Han Exine bringing up the rear, already engaged in combat with the pursuing zombies. Suddenly, the bespectacled man at the back seized the arm of the girl in front of him, yanking her forcefully and throwing her toward the approaching zombies, while he SW brother-in-law, I was wronged, I beg you. Please let me go. I truly did not mean it. I was terrified. The zombie was relentlessly pursuing me, and I was utterly frightened. I completely failed to notice that the person ahead was my sister. Please, spare me. Not noticing it was your sister. Does that imply that it would be acceptable if it were someone else? Paying no heed to Chen Dong's struggles, the others swiftly bound him with a length of rope they had found in the store. Once secured, one of the boys, in a fit of anger, removed his sock and stuffed it into Chen Dong's mouth. Chen Dong struggled, emitting muffled sounds, casting pleading glances at Chu Yang and the others. Seeing the indifference in their eyes, his expression swiftly transformed from one of desperation to one of cold malice. Chapter 51. Dream Ugh. Han Xian covered his mouth, feeling as though the sour liquid from his stomach was about to surge forth from his throat. Brother, how long has it been since you changed those socks? They smell like nuclear waste. The convenience store was already cramped, and the moment the sock was removed, an unbearable sour odor filled the air. Accustomed to the stench of decay from zombies, he found the smell of the sock utterly intolerable. The person who had removed the sock soon noticed the odd looks directed at him from those around. He awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. At this moment, Chu Yang had regained his composure and turned to Niu Debao and Han Xian, saying, "Thank you both earlier. If it weren't for you, I doubt I would be standing here now." However, he was uncertain what purpose living served at this moment. Niu Debao remained silent, leaving the diplomatic task to Han Xian. He chuckled lightly and said, "No need to mention it. It was a mere trifle. Besides, it was you who reminded us earlier. Otherwise, we would have charged headlong into the horde of zombies and met our doom." Chu Yang managed a pale smile, recognizing that Han Xian was trying to distance himself from the situation. It was a case of tit for tat. They owed each other nothing. He chose not to argue further. Yet in his heart, he understood that even without his reminder, these individuals were neither blind nor foolish. They would have fled upon seeing the zombies. Would they simply stand still and wait for death? Judging by how the two had fought against the zombies, they were no ordinary individuals, especially considering that nearly a month had passed since the apocalypse began. While their group struggled to find enough to eat, they appeared to be in relatively good condition, suggesting they were not mere commoners. Upon their arrival, the convenience store had already been largely looted. It was unclear how many groups had come before them, and only a few inedible daily necessities and some cumbersome snacks remained on the empty shelves. The short-haired girl and another individual, with backpacks in tow, began to gather any edible food they could find. Niu Debao, having found several bags of his favorite chips, sat down and began to eat. Han Xian joined him, grabbing a handful and munching away, curiously asking Chu Yang, "By the way, where are you planning to go?" Chu Yang replied, "The broadcast mentioned that there is a military assembly outside the southern city. As long as we can make it out of the city, we will join the army and head to the nearest base. With military protection, there is always safety to be found. However, I never anticipated that Mian would perish along the way." His voice trembled slightly at the mention of his recent sorrow. Han Xian quickly changed the subject just as the other two returned. The group began to converse, with Niu Debao crunching on his chips while his mind wandered. That poor man with a face that seemed on the verge of tears is truly unfortunate. If only his wife were as capable as Xiaomei, she wouldn't have died. It would have surely been someone else, like that annoying Jiang Mu. The next time I see him, I'll give him a good thrashing. As night fell, the small radio they carried began to repeat the same messages. The broadcast incessantly reiterated that the military awaited outside the city, stating that there were only 2 days left. With the final assembly time being the following afternoon, a few chance survivors were crammed into the small convenience store. Aside from Niu Debao, who snored loudly, and Han Xian, who rested his eyes against him, the other 4 remained awake throughout the night. "Are you really not planning to leave the city?" the short-haired girl quietly asked Han Xian, craning her neck. We still have unfinished business, so we won't be leaving for now." After confirming yet again, she received the same answer, which left her feeling disappointed. What could possibly be more important than preserving your life? If you left the city, we could travel together. Han Xian smiled, offering no further explanation. Having spent the night away, their leader was likely enjoying a feast back home. Tonight, no one was there to grill chicken wings for her or give her a back massage. He wondered if she was still accustomed to it, if she was sleeping soundly. Sigh, they had already come this far. Leaving the city was inevitable, so he refrained from saying more. However, he chose not to divulge too much about their own affairs. Although the short-haired girl appeared innocent and lively, she had been subtly probing him throughout their conversation. Han Xian had encountered girls before and was not easily swayed in the latter part of the night. A gentle rain began to fall intermittently outside. As Han Xian drifted between sleep and wakefulness, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He turned his head and found the girl who had been sleeping beside him wide awake. It was Su Li. Her inky black eyes gazed at him intently. "Where have you been? Why haven't you returned? You promised to grill chicken wings for me. You forgot, didn't you? But that's all right. If there are no chicken wings, I'll just grill your wings with that." Su Li suddenly brandished a large knife and struck down on his arm with ferocity. She then skewered his severed limb onto a coarse iron skewer and began to turn it over the fire. Basting it with oil, sprinkling barbecue seasoning and cumin, the arm was roasted to a perfect golden brown, the kind favored by Michelin chefs. Su Li took a bite, and the succulent juices burst forth. "Would you like some? Please, have some roasted chicken wings. Are you trying to escape? That's not allowed. If Yoali must surely be missing me. Hee, nonsense. I bet she is sleeping soundly." Chapter 52. Is this fellow really worth 100,000 crystal cores? Upon returning home, Su Li had just risen. As she pushed open the door, she was greeted by the sight of her embracing a perfectly ripe watermelon, scooping it out with a large spoon. Her mouth was dripping with juice. "Is this the concern you speak of? Little sister wants some watermelon too." Half an hour later, the three of them each held a spoon, having uncovered the watermelon-esque flesh, sprawled on the sofa, relishing bites of their own portions. The enjoyment was unparalleled. The basketball-sized watermelon, with its vibrant green rind and deep red flesh, was as refreshing as snow and tasted like honey. It was even chilled, especially in this sweltering summer. The coolness penetrated to the core. "Boss, this watermelon is truly sweet. I never want to leave you. Get lost. The sister belongs to me. Hey, boss, those inexplicably vanished zombies from this morning have something to do with you, right?" Han Xian, munching on the watermelon, let his thoughts wander, tilting his head with a cheeky grin towards someone. Just last night, the streets outside the convenience store were teeming with zombies, yet when morning came, only a few stray cats remained. Under normal circumstances, such a large number of zombies could not disperse so suddenly, unless someone deliberately led them away. "Do you know how cats meet their end?" Su Li shot him a glance, grinning broadly at the sight of her smile. Han Xian was instantly reminded of the dream from the previous night. He shivered, rubbed his nose, and leaned closer to Nyo Debeo, who was engrossed in reading a collection of Shui comics. Speaking of which, Su Li felt somewhat puzzled. With so many first-tier zombies, she had planned to release her bloodvine after everyone fell asleep to capture them all. Yet, as soon as she unleashed the bloodvine, before she could even satiate her appetite, the zombies seemed to be summoned by some unseen force and fled. Although this matter had little to do with her. In order to maintain her own image, Su Li shamelessly chose to remain silent and shifted the topic. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that this incident was related to the one who had been lurking in the shadows, observing her. Everything began from that hospital. Su Li resolved that one day she would return to investigate that hospital. That evening, she retrieved some frozen ribs and chicken, along with potatoes and vegetables, to hand over to Han Xian. She prepared a pot of braised ribs with potatoes, spicy diced chicken, oil-braised eggplant, and tomato egg soup. After their meal, they took a break. Indeed, the dishes for this group were served in bowls, as both Su Li and Nyo Debeo had hearty appetites. And Han Xian, being a former chubby individual, would not have a small appetite either. They cooked in large batches, and with such a feast, it was rare for an ordinary person to keep up. As night fell, the surroundings fell completely silent. Previously, one could occasionally hear the sounds of dishes clattering and arguments from upstairs and downstairs, but now only the sporadic low growls of zombies echoed in the air. Those who could escape had already done so. There likely weren't many survivors left in this city. However, conversely, the number of zombies outside had evidently increased significantly. Su Li decided to rest that night, unwilling to venture out to hunt again. She retreated to her space and took a bath in the tranquil waters of her sanctuary. Afterwards, she cleared away some branches at the entrance of her cottage that had grown over the steps, creating a clearer path. As if sensing Su Li's arrival, a plump white bug wobbled out from the cellar. Who else could it be but little spicy chicken? Following closely behind was a green-haired puppy. Wait, a green-haired puppy? What is this? Seated on the steps, Suli pointed at the green puppy, unsure of how to express her thoughts. She had only heard of green-haired turtles, but never had she encountered a green-haired dog. Little Spicy Chicken sighed, leaning against Suli, while the little green puppy followed suit. With its round, curious eyes, the puppy glanced back, exuding an air of helplessness as it spoke. This is the fruit from that tree. After absorbing the spiritual energy of the space, it transformed and became a guardian spirit of the realm, just like me. However, on the day of its transformation, a little dog happened to come by to drink from the stream. And it took on the form of that little dog. Sounded rather fantastical. A fruit from a tree could actually transform? Wasn't that akin to becoming a monster? A ginseng fruit tree from Journey to the West? Surely this thing was edible, however, considering the presence of zombies, mutated beasts, spatial anomalies, talking insects, and her own reincarnation. What was so strange about an additional tree spirit? With this thought, she couldn't help but scrutinize the little dog closely. Aside from its color, the dog was chubby and round, following Meow with a tilted head and two twinkling, curious eyes fixed intently on Suli, with obediently drooping ears, sparkling eyes, and a plump body. It walked with a gentlemanly swagger. Its appearance resembled that of a color-altered golden retriever. Could it be that the dog that came to drink water that day was a golden retriever? Suli couldn't recall having such a breed in her space. When did it transform? This morning. Come here, let me pet you, Suli exclaimed, scooping up the puppy and fondling its soft body. The puppy seemed to be incredibly close to her, wriggling in delight under her touch, wearing an utterly content expression. The green-haired puppy, enjoying the attention, suddenly felt a shadow loom over it as Suli opened her mouth wide and playfully bit down on its head. Ow! That hurts! My head hurts, ow! Woof, 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 ow! Woof, woof! This woman is biting my head. Help! Woof, woof! Master, does it taste good? Little Spicy Chicken lay nearby, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. It seemed that as long as Suli nodded in approval, it would leap over in an instant. I treat you as my brother, yet you wish to gnaw on me. The green-haired puppy struggled in pain, tears and snot flowing freely. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Suli spat out a mouthful of dog fur. Realizing it was not ginseng fruit, the texture was just like that of a real dog. Little Spicy Chicken sighed in disappointment. I thought it could be eaten, feeling a twinge of remorse. Suli placed the puppy back on the ground and gently patted its head, which was damp from her saliva. I'm sorry, you're just too adorable. I couldn't help but want to give you a sniff. Woof, woof, woof. You clearly wanted to eat me, Little Spicy Chicken chimed in. The master just wanted to take a gentle bite to test the flavor. She doesn't eat dog meat. Woof, 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 ow, ow, woof, woof. Why not eat dog meat? Who do you look down upon? What's wrong with dogs? Aren't they just as fragrant as pork? The green-haired puppy protested, flipping the table in frustration. Little Spicy Chicken remarked, this fruit spirit has a few screws loose. Suli added, this fruit spirit hasn't fully matured yet. After a while, Suli said, little one, you don't have a name yet, right? Let me give you one. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Spicy Chicken immediately interjected. His name is Awang. Suli turned to look at it. You named it? Little Spicy Chicken proudly raised its two antennae. Of course, I named him. Awang loves this name, right? The last statement was directed at the little pup in her arms. Just as Suli was about to say it couldn't understand, she looked down to find the little puppy nodding its head in a remarkably human-like manner. Woof, woof, woof. You can communicate? It can understand what you say? Suli exclaimed in surprise. Yes, as fellow spirits of the space, we are telepathically connected. It can understand your words, but it just can't respond. However, I can relay your messages. Little Spicy Chicken nodded. At this point, the little bug glanced at Suli with a hint of pride. Also, haven't you noticed any changes in the space? What changes? Suli stood up in confusion. Surveying her surroundings, upon closer inspection, her mind went blank. The space had expanded once again. Originally, the space covered at least 1,000 miles, but now it had more than doubled. What had once been merely a small village now resembled a complete ecosystem, complete with mountains, rivers, and lakes. However, she also noticed that the livestock within the space had significantly decreased, and no wonder it felt so quiet upon her entry. What was going on? Suli quickly inquired a few days ago. The blood vine tree became restless, releasing a large amount of highly corrosive sap. First, I thought the space was doomed. I was terrified. But unexpectedly, the land that had been corroded by the sap began to grow rapidly, and the boundaries of the space receded significantly. I thought the space had leveled up. It kept expanding without growing. Now the vitality within the space is even more robust than before. The sap contains boundless life force. It even gave birth to a wang. However, with the sudden expansion of the space, the current spiritual energy is insufficient to maintain its normal state, so you must quickly replenish the energy of the space. Based on your current entry into the space, you will need at least 100,000 spiritual stones. The spiritual stones spoken of by Little Spicy Chicken were the zombie crystal cores that Suli typically tossed into the space for absorption. The best crystal cores she provided were from first-tier mutated zombies and beasts, 100,000 first-tier crystal cores. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't be work that hard. Just the thought of that mountain of crystal cores made Suli shudder, causing her to toss the puppy aside. With a thud, a wang landed on its back. Woof, woof, woof. The rotund body of the creature rolled across the ground, then scampered over to nuzzle against Suli's calf, gazing up with its round, green head, exuding an aura of adorableness. How utterly charming, however. The sudden demand for so many crystal cores was utterly baffling. The entire city likely contained no more than this number of first-tier zombies, Suli roared within her mind. Yet, despite her inner turmoil, the expanded space was undoubtedly a boon for her. She had not anticipated the remarkable nature of this tree. If the original space resembled a modern farm, the current expanse was akin to a primeval forest. The air was thick with negative oxygen ions, except for a protective barrier seemingly crafted around the small courtyard. The surroundings were dominated by towering trees. From a distance, she spotted a massive tiger leisurely strolling through the woods. It seemed she had never purchased a tiger to release into the space. Such a creature was generally unattainable for the average person. She was a law-abiding citizen. How could it evolve in such a manner? What kind of miraculous entity was this tree? Nevertheless, with the expansion of her space, she still had to repay the colossal debt of 100,000 crystal cores. After clarifying some other important matters with the Little Spicy Chick and ensuring her underground stockpile was secure, Suli withdrew from the space. She needed to hustle and repay her loans. Chapter 53. Zombie Square Dance. Initially, she had hoped for a restful night, but the thought of the 100,000 first-tier crystal core goal immediately dispelled any drowsiness. Resolutely, she vowed to work diligently from now on. This determination directly led to a hellish existence for Nyodaba and Han Exine in the subsequent days. Suli changed into a different outfit, quietly opened the door, and swiftly slipped into the hallway, vanishing without a trace. As she descended the stairs and exited the complex, she distinctly felt several pairs of eyes upon her as soon as she stepped outside. A small portion of survivors remained in the city for various reasons. She lowered the brim of her hat and hurried toward a few zombies. Since she had already decided to revisit that hospital, she might as well seize the opportunity. With that thought, Suli dashed forward, delivering a swift axe strike to the 3 zombies before her, blood and flesh flying in all directions. Ignoring the nauseating stench of blood, she rummaged through the yellow-white-black, sticky, foul-smelling brain of the zombie. A pea-sized, slightly murky, irregularly shaped transparent crystal emerged in her palm. The remaining 2 zombies met the same fate. Crystal cores, Suli muttered under her breath. Hastily departing toward the hospital, half an hour later, Suli found herself in a narrow alley across the street from the hospital, surrounded by several headless zombies. The scene in the hospital courtyard mirrored what she had witnessed previously. A large group of grotesque zombies swaying mindlessly in place, their faces turned upward, emitting low, guttural growls in response to the moonlight. The number was even greater than last time. It resembled an all-you-can-eat buffet. The atmosphere felt akin to that of fervent religious devotees engaged in a ritual. Were the zombies worshipping the moon? Could it be that they absorbed the essence of the sun and moon along with the spiritual energy of the earth? It wasn't entirely impossible to consider. She dared not make a sound, carefully holding her breath to avoid drawing attention. Stealthily, she shifted her gaze to the high, luminous moon hanging in the sky. Should she charge in? Suli decided to wait a little longer, hoping to catch sight of a formidable boss among the zombies. Her ability had just reached the first tier. While dealing with a dozen or so zombies alone posed no issue, facing at least several hundred zombies, including some evidently mutated and upgraded ones, was a different matter altogether. The only way to swiftly absorb these zombies' crystal cores was to harness the power of the blood vine. However, if the blood vine was activated, she would be unable to see the crystal cores, as they would be absorbed by the blood vine the moment the zombies were devoured. Would the space be able to absorb spiritual energy then? At that moment, a soft, melodic voice echoed in her mind. Master, the blood vine and the space have merged into one, and due to your symbiotic relationship, no matter who absorbs the crystal cores, the power will be divided into 3 parts for each to absorb. The little spicy chick's voice resonated slowly. Then why didn't you say anything when I was digging through the brains earlier? I toiled for ages, Suli retorted, feeling annoyed as she noted her sticky hands. The little spicy chick fell silent for a moment, avoiding the topic, and continued, Master, keep it up. I have faith in you. Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent, the sound of the wind distinctly audible. Suli then turned her gaze back to the throng of zombies congregated inside the hospital or at its entrance. The number of zombies gathered here far exceeded what she had witnessed during her last visit. A sea of heads filled her vision. Suli waited in the alley for nearly half an hour, her eyes fixed on the moon-worshipping zombies, feeling increasingly dizzy as they swayed. If the boss didn't appear soon, she would just have to charge in. With a flick of her wrists, slender green vines emerged from her palms, swiftly coiling into 2 whips as thick as her wrists. Another half-hour passed, and seeing no changes across the way, Suli's expression darkened. No more waiting. It was time to feast. Suli leaped onto the roof of a large truck. The green vines whirled like whips in her hands, soaring into the air and snagging a small black speaker that landed on the ground. Despite its small size, designed for square dancing, it boasted impressive volume. My love is the vast horizon, flowers bloom at the foot of the rolling hills. The vibrant rhythm of a powerful female voice resonated for miles. Roar! A horde of adorable zombies flocked toward the music. With a mere thought, Suli commanded the 2 long whips to extend countless fine branches, ensnaring the surrounding zombies, the tips piercing through skulls, sending dozens of zombies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The gruesome spectacle sent the zombie horde into a frenzy. Accompanied by the soaring music, the zombies surged forward like enthusiastic dancers, howling and clawing, competing to be the first to advance. Their fervor rivaled that of shoppers scrambling for discounted eggs. The nearby zombies, drawn by the commotion, quickly converged toward the hospital. Under the moonlight, chaos reigned. The intensity of their enthusiasm rivaled that of fans at a Michael Jackson concert. Yet, Suli paid little mind to it. Wholly immersed in battle, surrounded by a sea of blood, mechanically manipulating the blood vines to continuously alter their attack directions. Within a 3-meter radius, no zombie could approach. Suddenly, a chill swept over her from behind, prompting her to whip around, her vines striking out with lightning speed. The tips of the vines plunged into the heads of 2 zombies behind her, splattering brain matter mixed with putrid blood everywhere. The foul liquid sprayed across her face and hair, bathing her in crimson. The blood trickled down her forehead, and Suli appeared to be enveloped in a sanguine embrace, her lips trembling as a smile of exhilaration spread across her face. Revel in the chaos, my adorable ones. Chapter 54. Face to face with zombies on the top floor of the hospital, a pair of crimson, elongated eyes concealed behind a window fixated on the battlefield below. That human! It was her! It was her! It was her! Sharp claws traced distorted lines across the tempered glass. The blood vine's lethality was immense, but it came at a cost. Merely 10 minutes had passed. And already, Suli felt waves of fatigue wash over her. As her movements slowed, several zombies approached through the gaps in her defenses. Suli quickly redirected the blood vines toward the rotting, indistinguishable zombies approaching her from 4 to 5 meters away. Under her command, the vines swiftly split into thinner whips, shooting toward the zombies like agile serpents. Thud. The first few zombies fell, but one diminutive female zombie unexpectedly dodged in the blink of an eye. It was a second-tier zombie. Suli was astonished. How could it evolve into a second-tier zombie so quickly? In just a month, second-tier zombies had already emerged. Moreover, it was evident that even more formidable beings lurked within this hospital. Realizing this, Suli wasted no time and swiftly directed the blood vines toward the female zombie. With a piercing thrust, the razor-sharp tip of the vine penetrated the back of the female zombie's skull. The body instantly withered and collapsed. Without a moment's hesitation, Suli re-established a secure perimeter around herself. The swirling vines acted like agile vipers, continually devouring every approaching zombie. Ordinary zombies rushed forward, offering their heads willingly. The higher-tier zombies, now exhibiting a degree of awareness, proved to be more cunning. Some even coordinated their attacks. At this moment, two exceptionally towering, powerful zombies drew her attention. One was clad in a hospital security uniform, while the other, with a notably bald head adorned by sparse tufts of hair, appeared to have once been a patient at the hospital, still draped in a patient gown. These powerful zombies not only possessed greater size and strength than the average undead, but their skin also exhibited a more robust defensive quality. She attempted multiple times to use her blood vines to attack these two formidable zombies, yet each effort was evaded. Against ordinary zombies, her blood vines would typically strike true in a single blow. But the tough scalp of these powerful zombies rendered her efforts futile. The once invincible blood vines left only two small indentations on their skulls without successfully extracting the precious cores within. In a state of resignation, Suli freed one hand to manipulate the vines, ensnaring the two zombies in place. A few tendrils, brimming with force, plunged mercilessly towards the zombies' brains, spinning at high speeds like a power drill. With two muffled thuds, the powerful zombies collapsed to the ground, their heads pierced. Having nearly dispatched the advanced zombies in the courtyard, the street outside was now teeming with the undead drawn by the commotion. Only advanced zombies possessed cores, and Suli had already eliminated most of them. She had no desire to continue grappling with the remaining ordinary zombies, hence she promptly silenced the sound system. Moreover, she required a moment to recuperate. However, a glance at the chaotic throng of zombies outside, continuously pressing inward, revealed the difficulty of any escape. Thus, she dealt with the zombies while gradually retreating towards the hospital. Turning down a corridor, she quickly slipped into her space. Without a target, the zombies emitted a cacophony of enraged roars before scattering aimlessly. Deprived of this living human, many of the zombies returned to the courtyard, frantically devouring the corpses of their fallen companions. Shortly thereafter, the courtyard was left strewn with blood-soaked rags and dismembered limbs, exuding a foul stench under the moonlight. Back in her space, Suli swiftly retrieved a pile of food and began to eat. The little spicy chicken and the puppy named Awang huddled in a corner of the cellar, cautiously observing the woman gluttonously feasting in the center. "It's all your fault. Why did you have to fall from the bloodvine tree? Would it not have been better to quietly remain as a fruit? Why did you have to steal the treasured 1982 bubble tea from the master? You drank so much. I only dared to steal 1 cup each time. If she discovers us while eating, she might just cook us." The little spicy chicken, its 2 tentacles twisted into a braid atop its head, gazed forlornly at the plump little golden retriever beside it. Awang blinked its watery eyes, thinking that it was merely a fruit, not the main tree, and it couldn't decide to stay on the tree. It had been plucked from the main tree. Furthermore, no one had informed it that the substance was inedible. It had even found it rather unpalatable. Suli had long noticed the 2 entities hiding behind a shipping container but feigned ignorance. These 2 cowards, after finishing her meal and taking a moment to rest, she did not even wash up, merely wiping her face before preparing to exit the space, determined to return home before dawn. The blazing summer sun was akin to poison for her. Yet, the moment she stepped out of her space, she was instantaneously taken aback. A pair of blood-red eyes loomed mere millimeters from her own, nearly colliding with her, so close that she could distinctly see her reflection within those crimson pupils. A zombie. Chapter 55. Good Buddy, the owner of those eyes, appeared equally stunned. A fair face revealed a look of confusion. First staring blankly, seemingly puzzled as to how this human could have appeared so suddenly, It glanced at her, then at the ground, and promptly sprang away, dashing 100 meters in an instant, attempting to flee. However, a tendril as thick as a wrist shot forth, swiftly coiling around its waist several times. The zombie, wide-eyed, stared at her with its scarlet gaze, utterly dumbfounded, bound. It made no effort to struggle, instead standing still, curiously observing the human approaching at a leisurely pace. With a low, guttural sound emanating from its throat, it seemed less a growl of anger and more an inquisitive inquiry about her sudden appearance. It had distinctly seen this human vanish from that spot. It searched everywhere, finding no trace, no scent. Yet why had she suddenly reappeared? Su Li recognized those long, narrow, crimson eyes, and she was all too familiar with the nearly 2-meter-tall zombie before her. Su Li, I am not Big Snot. My name is Qin Yong, the Yong from Yongzheng. Do not forget me. He cautiously extended his hand, tentatively revealing his name for the first time. Su Li had met Qin Yong in the laboratory. Where experiments were ranked by importance, he was designated as experiment number 2, while she was number 3. There was another one, number 1, whom she had never encountered. It was said that number 1 was too powerful to ever be allowed to awaken. Constantly subjected to injections of suppressants, even watered meat could not compare to that. Poor no it that time. Qin Yong had already possessed human consciousness, resembling a normal person for most of the time. Only when stimulated did his body secrete a foul-smelling black jelly-like substance, rendering him akin to melted dark chocolate, albeit exceedingly odorous. Now, Qin Yong was still clad in a tattered patient gown that had long gone unchanged. Su Li noticed a light blue silicone wristband around his wrist, embossed with the characters Qin Yong, followed by a series of barcodes. Could it be that she was the big boss of this hospital? How coincidental! The mother of Qiao Qiao gave birth to Qiao Qiao. How fortuitous! While she scrutinized him, Qin Yong was also observing this human before him. Aside from a slightly cleaner face, Su Li was covered in filthy blood. Wielding a wolf's tooth club smeared with black ichor, this human could hardly be deemed beautiful. Although he was a zombie, he still possessed a sense of aesthetics. This human had insufficiently vibrant skin, blunt teeth, and lacked striking grayish-white eyes. Such a visage, no zombie would find her appealing. Too ugly, yet she smelled delightful. The fragrance was more enticing than that of rotting flesh. Sensing that this zombie, Qin Yong, was distinctly different from other zombies, Su Li waved her hand before his eyes. Hey, do you remember me? She inquired tentatively. We were neighbors, in the cage. You reeked so much that I couldn't eat my meals. Do you recall? Qin Yong tilted his head in confusion, gazing at her with a perplexed expression, clearly unable to comprehend her words. Nevertheless, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this human. From their first encounter, he had sensed a strange kinship, yet an instinctual fear kept him at bay, as if he sensed that getting too close would provoke her anger. Thus, he had followed her from a distance, observing her in the shadows. Realizing he likely could not understand her words, she warned him. Please, do not bite me. If you don't bite me, we can still be good buddies. Su Li cautiously extended her index finger toward his mouth, testing whether he would attempt to bite. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as though he might still recognize her. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp pain in her fingertip made her realize she had completely lost her mind. How could she think a zombie would refuse the meat presented to it? Ah, let go. Release me, damn Big Snot. You better not bite me. With a swift slap, she recoiled her hand, causing Qin Yong's head to spin a full 360 degrees. He pressed his hands against his head, forcefully twisting it back into place with a crack. Blood oozed from her fingertip, and she hastily applied a band-aid. Not releasing the tendrils binding him, she turned to leave. Damn it, he actually bit me. This zombie is indeed devoid of humanity. I was too hasty. Encountering a neighbor who had once offered her warmth during those desperate, painful times left Su Li feeling conflicted. Should she simply end him? She felt it was unnecessary. She couldn't bring herself to do it entirely. After all, he had assisted her when they escaped the laboratory and detonated the base. Fine. You bite me once, and we'll call it even for the help you provided in the past. A fair exchange, and I'll pretend I never saw you. Just take care, and don't get captured for experiments again. Farewell. Continue being the boss of the hospital. Qin Yong, the ugly human, was about to leave. He emitted urgent low growls from his throat. As Su Li took a few steps, she glanced back upon turning. She saw him effortlessly snap the tendrils binding him and take small, hurried steps toward her. She turned again, immediately freezing. Whenever she moved, he followed. Each time she turned, he halted. Did this zombie enjoy playing a game of red light, green light? Those were blood vines. She deliberately emphasized numerous points. Generally, even a 6th-tier corpse king could hold out for several minutes. Aware that he was certainly not simple, Su Li had invested her old resources, binding him with blood vines. Yet, she caught a glimpse of Qin Yong, who, with a swift motion of his sharp claws, effortlessly severed the vines, which fell to the ground. His movements were so deft, akin to slicing through tofu. Chen Yong walked straight up to Su Li, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Her head tilted in confusion. Had this human become angry? Why the anger? With an unattractive appearance, his disposition was rather irritable then, as if recalling something, he silently retreated to pick up the severed vines from the ground. Wrapping them around his waist twice and tying a knot, before slipping his hands into the vines, effectively binding himself, he then returned, as if he had just been restrained. Surely, this would placate the human's anger. Su Li's eyelid twitched. With a face full of black lines, she regarded the loosely wrapped vines around his waist, as well as the knot that seemed as if it could unravel with a simple tug. Her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Was this a blatant insult? Was this zombie truly mocking her? He looked up, his pale, slightly grayish handsome face displaying a serious expression as he gazed at her. Damn it, while other zombies had rotted beyond recognition. This one, despite his greenish skin, was surprisingly good-looking. Had the lab injected him with pig feed? He had grown so plump that she nearly failed to recognize him. Su Li reached out and yanked the loose, belt-like blood vines from him, tossing them to the ground. Now she was certain that this zombie, Chen Yong, retained some semblance of human consciousness. After all, in her 2 lifetimes, it was the first time she had encountered a zombie capable of binding itself voluntarily. Do you still remember who you are? Were you the one who had been lurking in the shadows, spying on me? Hey, would you like to come with me? You can acknowledge me as your big brother. And I'll protect you. A string of questions from Su Li fell on deaf ears as the zombie understood not a single word, merely tilting his head to look at her. However, Su Li had no expectation of him responding and continued her musings. You must be the hidden big boss of this hospital, right? What are you planning with your band of zombie followers? To unify the realm? I'm terribly sorry to have disrupted your grand scheme. Your capable generals are probably all dead by now, leaving only ordinary lackeys. From now on, you'll stick with me. With you by my side, I can surely sweep through all adversaries. Once I become the king, I'll appoint you as Marshal Tianpeng, commanding an army of 800,000 zombies to instill fear in all directions. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yong, too, could not comprehend her words. He merely observed the small, unattractive, foolish human before him, whose mouth was incessantly moving, followed by bursts of laughter. This human seemed rather dim-witted. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Li noticed 2 or 3 zombies entering from the corridor's end, sensing the formidable aura of a certain big boss, promptly turning to flee. This solidified her thoughts. After all, having this fellow follow her in the shadows was not a solution. And killing him was out of the question. It would be better to simply take him along. Haha, I've picked up another little brother. I am 1 step closer to my goal of becoming a slacker father. Once I have a group of impressive, powerful little brothers who would dare to provoke me, I could finally relax and enjoy life. Ya ha 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 ha. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and spoke to a star. I think you should consider changing your name. I've even thought up a title for the book. I rely on collecting little brothers to dominate the world. It might just become quite popular. Surely it won't flop. Wahahaha. With this thought, she strolled out of the hospital with a buoyant spirit, and after taking a few steps, waved to Chen Yong behind her. He immediately followed, matching her pace on her right. As they exited, the previously aggressive zombies in the courtyard now behaved like docile little rabbits, parting to create a path upon seeing the 2 of them. This made Su Li completely at ease. Retracting the blood vines she had held tightly, the zombies on the street outside the hospital were evidently not from the same faction as those inside. Upon spotting humans, they drooled, emitting low growls. Yet wary of the high-tier zombie beside her, they flailed their arms but dared not approach. Each of them growled in dissatisfaction, seemingly perplexed as to why this high-tier zombie did not immediately devour the humans nearby. Su Li walked boldly down the center, surrounded by zombies raising their arms in cheers, each step forward automatically parting the way ahead. The crowd was exceedingly enthusiastic. Su Li felt a surge of excitement. Waving her arms high, greetings, comrades. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 56. The wind blows, chilling the rear. However, Su Li did not remain overly ostentatious for long. After indulging in the moment, she settled down. Upon leaving the hospital, she led Chen Yong into a secluded alley. Concealing his eyes and mouth with sunglasses and a mask, they hurried home before the sun fully rose. After all, many survivors still roamed the city, and should they stroll openly down the street, Exposing Chen Yong's zombie traits would undoubtedly invite trouble. Occasionally, a bit of mischief is harmless. Yet, being overly brazen could lead to dire consequences. Even in the apocalypse, humanity's technological advancements, painstakingly developed over millennia, would not collapse overnight. The government would not easily relinquish its armed forces. Even many years after the apocalypse in her past life, scientists in various bases continued to innovate, constantly developing an array of weapons and instruments tailored for the end times. Some scientific instruments were even more advanced than those before the apocalypse. Su Li did not wish to invite trouble for herself. Although many believe that the outbreak of the apocalypse had led to a collapse of order and that the government had crumbled, her experience taught her that those truly formidable families and core government forces still existed. In an environment devoid of legal constraints, they had even grown stronger than during peacetime in this second life. She harbored no overwhelming desire for revenge against her past enemies, having already settled those scores in her previous life. To dwell on such matters now would only squander the precious time she had painstakingly regained. This time, she simply wished to observe coldly as they brought about their own demise. As for herself, she sought only to live quietly in a corner of the world, free from the intricacies of human schemes, to find a picturesque spot where the water is sweet, and to occasionally tease a little zombie. Wouldn't that be delightful? She did not wish to draw attention from higher powers, nor did she aspire to foolishly attempt to save all of humanity. After all, during her most desperate struggles, she had never felt an ounce of kindness from the world. To survive, that was her sole wish. In the apocalypse, everyone was a weakling. An hour later, Sunshine Community, Su Li had brought someone back. Han Xian, holding binoculars, crammed the remaining half of a beef bun into his mouth with one hand while continuing to observe the outside world through the binoculars. The person who had just crossed the street and appeared in his line of sight was none other than Su Li. She walked lightly ahead, followed by a tall figure. Fully armed, it was impossible to discern gender. Although the figure was quite tall, it could very well be a muscular Barbie, considering her peculiar preferences. Hearing this, Neo de Beos walked from the living room onto the balcony, snatching the binoculars from Han Xian's hands. Indeed, he saw two individuals emerging from the main road outside the community, at the intersection. Leading the way was Su Li, clad in long sleeves and pants, while the person behind her wore a filthy hospital gown, completely covered by a hat and mask. Trailing closely behind her, as Su Li walked, she appeared to be conversing with him. At this moment, their figures had already crossed the community entrance and were descending the stairs. In less than 5 minutes, the door opened with a sound. Huh? What are you two doing standing there? Upon opening the door, Su Li was greeted by the sight of a fat and a thin person standing behind the door, staring intently at her, or rather, at the person behind her. Neo de Beos. Who is he? Han Xian. Who is he? Both spoke simultaneously, exchanging glances of irritation. Then, in unison, they continued. Neo de Beos. Ali is my sister. You cannot take her away, Han Xian. I will always be the #1 lackey. You are #2. This time, they were declaring their dominance over Su Li's companion. You two are such oddballs. Su Li rolled her eyes at them. Is there any food left? Get me something to eat. I am starving. Rubbing her stomach, she pushed past the two of them, lazily collapsing onto the sofa, saying. Chen Yong followed her and sat down beside her, squatting upright, his body perfectly still, his nose twitched vigorously, inhaling the fragrant air around him. Hearing this, Han Xian shot a meaningful glance at the stranger sitting beside Su Li. Heh, fickle woman. All right, I shall take my leave. You truly have other companions, don't you? You seem to have lost all patience in speaking to me. Those years of apricot blossoms and gentle rain. You once claimed to be the prince of fruits, yet turned out to be the gray wolf instead. Alas, it was a misplaced affection. He feigned a couple of grunts and turned to enter the kitchen. Observing his intentionally affected demeanor, Su Li felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She erupted in a loud roar. Are you out of your mind? My skin is crawling. Can you please speak like a normal person? Moments later, 2 large bowls of beef noodles were placed on the coffee table, while Nyo Daba squatted opposite, glaring with his bovine eyes at the newcomer who had said nothing. He had always been resistant to strangers. When Han Xian first arrived, he had reacted similarly. Offering a comforting pat on Nyo Daba's shoulder, I said. Don't be disheartened. It's natural to feel a bit uncomfortable at first, but you will gradually get used to it. Nyodaba responded with a despondent expression. I don't know what this brother's name is, but I made him a bowl of noodles too. Please eat. Since he was brought back by Suli, it was only right not to let anyone go hungry. Han Xian understood this well. Let me treat you to my culinary skills. It's been ages since anyone in this post-apocalyptic world has tasted something so delectable. Han Xian wore a sly grin, eager to witness the new survivor devour the food, moved to tears by its deliciousness. However, to his surprise, Suli promptly pushed both bowls of noodles in front of herself and began to eat voraciously, leaving not a drop of broth for the stranger in no need. He's not hungry. Even if he were, I doubt he would eat such human food. The thought of him not consuming human food raised suspicions. Was he a patient with a peculiar dietary preference? Glancing at the hospital garb he wore, Han Xian felt a twinge of pity. How unfortunate. Wait a moment. Does this mean the team could save on rations? Han Xian bit his lip, discreetly glancing at the stranger, fearful that a mere relaxation of his lips would betray his amusement. The sunglasses and mask obscured the stranger's expression, so he opted for silence. After Suli had polished off both bowls of beef noodles, she finally caught her breath and turned to Han Xian, saying, This is an old friend of mine whom I happened to encounter today. His name is Chen Yong. Oh. Han Xian quickly nodded and smiled. Hello, brother, I am Han Xian. Though Nyodaba was somewhat averse to strangers, he politely introduced himself. I am Daba. Chen Yong emitted a couple of low growls. Is this person mute? A mute with peculiar dietary preferences? Oh dear, how pitiful. Regarding the matter of the new companion not being human, Suli was unsure how to broach the subject. Yet, living under the same roof, even if she could conceal it for a time, the truth would eventually surface. Besides, she had no intention of hiding it from the two of them. She carefully considered her words. There might be a minor incident that occurs next. It could surprise you. But I hope you can remain calm and not act recklessly. She feared that if the two were to attack and provoke Chen Yong, she would be unable to protect either of them. Nyodaba obediently nodded, though his face clearly expressed his discontent. Han Xian thumped his chest, declaring, Suli, after living together for so long, do you not know my endurance? I wouldn't be frightened even if the sky were to fall. Speak. What is it? He exhibited an air of fearlessness. In that case, I shall speak plainly. With that, she turned and removed Chen Yong's hat, glasses, and mask, revealing his pale, bluish-skinned eye in the midst of their bewildered gazes. She said slowly, See for yourselves. What? This is a zombie. Han Xian, perplexed by the red eyes, suddenly leaped off the sofa, pulling Nyodaba back, scrutinizing Chen Yong. Nyodaba, startled, instinctively reached for Suli. Yet, Suli gestured for him to remain calm. With crimson eyes, pale skin, and recalling the growls just heard, he thought, Heavenly deity. I initially assumed this person was mute, but now it seems those were the growls of a zombie, and this zombie shows no signs of decay. Perhaps the one Suli brought back is not an ordinary zombie. Han Xian felt a surge of anxiety, clasping his hands behind his back, discreetly summoning his abilities, always on guard. Chen Yong, who had been expressionless and crouching beside Suli, suddenly grinned at him, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Oh my! Han Xian jumped in shock. His body trembled, extinguishing the fireball in his palm, while flames erupted from his body. Nyodaba swiftly dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a bucket of water, and promptly doused the figure. The flames were extinguished, but the clothing had been burned away, leaving nothing but a few wisps of black smoke. A heavy silence fell over the room. The sudden stillness in the air was unnerving, leaving Han Xian feeling exposed. Haha, I think I shall go change now. With that, he covered himself and hurried back to his room to change clothes. When he emerged, his face was still slightly flushed. Suli shot him a glare, then turned to the fidgeting Chen Yong, saying to Han Xian, If you wish to stay alive, conceal your abilities and do not provoke him. I may not even stand a chance against him. I trust you do not possess a death wish. Chapter 57. This is useful. Suli cannot handle it. Han Xian's expression soured. Could he then be classified as a what? A 4-tier zombie. Currently, the highest tier zombies discovered by the state, as reported on the radio, are merely 3-tiered zombies. How could this 4-tier zombie be classified? Han Xian curiously inquired. Indeed, The information on the radio is only what the authorities choose to disclose. Have you considered that not all information is shared immediately? We have no idea what a 4-tier zombie is truly like. Since he is stronger than a 3-tier zombie, we shall just refer to him as a 4-tier zombie king for now. Su Li shrugged nonchalantly. So this 4-tier is merely your arbitrary designation? Nyo Daba, bewildered, inquired, Zombie king. Isn't he just a zombie? Why call him a king? Han Xian shot him a glance, his lips twitching. Does this mean we will be living under the same roof as a zombie? If you are truly afraid, you may sleep on the balcony. That way, it won't be considered sharing a roof. What if he bites my neck in the middle of the night? Su Li surveyed him carefully. Shaking her head firmly, no, he only bites those over 1.8 meters tall. Those below 1.7 must bow to bite. It would be too tiring. I am 1.73. All right, noted, 1.7. Do not call me 1.7. I will be furious. In truth, Su Li was uncertain whether keeping Qin Yong around was the right decision. However, given the current circumstances, this zombie king was already following her. Regardless of her consent, he would remain by her side unless she killed him. Yet, considering the 3 individuals in this room, they might just manage to win, but at the cost of serious injuries, it was not worth it. After all, she herself was not afraid of the zombie virus. Should the other 2 accidentally get bitten, it would merely be akin to drinking a few sips of spiked water. Perhaps, should we remove his teeth? Seeing Su Li's resolute demeanor, Han Xian had no choice but to acquiesce. He began to gather his belongings and hurriedly squeezed into a room with Nyo Daba. Nyo Daba hesitated for a moment, then, feeling tired, yawned and trudged back to the room. That night, Han Xian locked the door to their room. An unprecedented act. Not just the door, but even the windows were tightly shut. He and Nyo Daba pressed their ears against the door, eavesdropping. For who could possibly sleep soundly with a zombie residing in the adjacent room? In the living room remained only Su Li and the zombie. She scrutinized Qin Yong from head to toe. His clothing, sticky, filthy, and adorned with unknown fluids, emitted a foul odor. Can zombies bathe? Initially, her claim of a 4-tier zombie had been a mere guess. After all, she had never encountered such a creature in her 2 lifetimes. Thus, she felt uncertain. Contemplating whether to call for Nyo Daba and the others, she ultimately decided to take matters into her own hands. Han Xian would undoubtedly be too cowardly to assist, and if he were to complain about giving the zombie a bath, it would be an endless night of grumbling. Moreover, should that creature have a sharp tongue and bite him, he would be incapacitated for days. As for the others, it was best to let them rest peacefully. Having observed numerous body specimens, she was not afraid of a mere zombie. Come, my dear, I shall take you for a bath. Be a good boy. She tiptoed and patted Qin Yong's hair, noticing he seemed to enjoy the gesture. Whenever she touched his hair, his red eyes would narrow like a cat's, and he would nuzzle against her palm. Su Li stifled a laugh, only to grimace at the stench. How long has it been since he last washed? This is unbearable. With that, she called out, Han Xian. Han Xian, come out and assist our new friend. Boss, I'm already asleep. Enough with the nonsense. Come out quickly, brother. Brother. Drag him out. Help the new teammate take a bath. She pulled the zombie into the bathroom. Nyo Daba dragged Han Xian out of the door. Han Xian, what a sin. Why must I bathe a zombie that bites? This is even more perilous than washing his family's husky. The blue and white striped clothing was so filthy that its original color was barely discernible, with sticky stains strewn haphazardly across it, leaving one to wonder what they could possibly be. Han Xian pinched his nose and hastily stripped him down, with Nyo Daba helping to push him into the bathtub. I must say, this body is truly remarkable. It is muscular yet not bulky, every muscle beautifully defined, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, 8-pack abs, and a pronounced V-line. Su Li peeked half her head into the bathroom. Is it easy to wash? If not, I have some 84 disinfectant here. Han Xian, get out. Although he is a zombie, he is still a male. What kind of girl watches this? LSP, leave. Besides, is this something one can watch for free? Have you subscribed? Su Li, I didn't watch. The faucet had long ceased to produce water, and in the corner of the bathroom stood 2 buckets of unused bottled water. Han Xian lifted one and poured it into the bathtub with a thud. Fill the tub, lather up. Huh? Where is my brush? How can I wash without tools? He searched for quite a while but found no bathing implements. Nyo Daba skillfully handed over a brush. This one works well. Han Xian. He was handed a pink toilet brush. It surely hasn't been used much. Looking quite new, moonlight filtered through the translucent curtain, casting a soft glow as the delicate vines, akin to climbing ivy, swayed gently with their owner's breath, adorned with lush green leaves. At the foot of the bed lay a lazy beanbag. The new companion, Zombie King Qinyong, stealthily crawled forward, clutching a small blanket. This was his nth attempt to approach the pleasant-smelling human. He merely wished to inch closer and savor the delightful aroma. He promised not to bite. Only 3 steps away. Just 2 steps. Soon he would be right beside them. This human smells so good. Even their feet have a lovely scent. He cautiously extended his claw toward the soft, pink feet on the bed. Snap! A thick vine suddenly whipped around, forcefully prying his claws apart. Then it swiftly wrapped him up like a large dumpling, expertly tossing him out the window. The entire process was seamless, taking no more than 3 seconds. Bang! Roar! Qinyong was thrown from the 6th floor, crashing into the flower bed below, creating a sizable crater. Not far away, a female zombie staggered towards the spot where the object had fallen from the sky. Delivery is here. She rushed forward, mouth agape, ready to bite. Roar! Roar! Qinyong, enraged, swiped at the approaching female zombie with a claw. She hadn't even realized what was happening before her head tumbled to the ground. The delivery is poisonous. This nth attempt had once again ended in failure. Qinyong was in a foul mood. He had followed that unattractive female human solely for the enticing aroma. Now, he was not allowed to indulge. During the day, he could get closer. Once she fell asleep, that vine completely barred him from approaching. Every time he thought he was close to savoring the scent, he would be whipped and thrown out. As the esteemed zombie king, he had no pride left. Foolish humans, he was irritable and discontented, deciding to seek out nearby zombies for some amusement. Covered in mud, the zombie king leaped into the night. A few minutes later, the city teemed with restless zombies. The air filled with their furious roars. Su Li, deep in slumber, furrowed her brows, evidently disturbed by the noise. A slender vine stealthily approached. Pop! The vine's tip blossomed into 2 small white flowers, gently covering her ears. Accompanied by soft breaths, the vine quivered slightly. The small white flowers pressed against her ear slowly began to radiate a red hue from within. Chapter 58. I've used this before. Su Li sat up in bed, sneezing. The window was wide open, and in the apocalypse, the temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night. The sun had emerged, rapidly warming the earth. After sunset, the temperature would plummet, often dropping below 0 during the latter half of the night. Chilly winds had blown against her bed all night long. Damn it. It seems I've caught a cold, Su Li sniffled. She distinctly remembered closing the window before sleeping, didn't she? Achio. Achio. What of being a superhuman? A cold is still a cold. Su Li retrieved 2 cold medicines from her space and swallowed them down. She also took a couple of sips of well water from her space. Feeling weak and lethargic, she had no desire to move. The sun outside was quite bright, with sunlight streaming through the half-open window, warming the entire bed. Su Li curled up under the covers, relishing the warmth of the sun. Although she couldn't bask directly in the sunlight, hiding under the blankets still allowed her to feel its warmth. Sweating a little would do her good. Beneath the bed, a robust vine blossomed with pale pink flowers in the darkness. One by one, they emitted a faint glow like stars, adorning the green vine with their beauty. Upon hearing her sneeze, the delicate branches of the vine crept stealthily along the floor seams. He recalled whether he had remembered to close the window after tossing that zombie out. It seemed he hadn't. Boo-hoo. The pale pink flowers trembled slightly, wilting as they lay against the vine's leaves. The pink on the petals gradually faded, and the flowers slowly disappeared. Why, oh why, did you catch a cold? Su Li had a segment of green onion stuffed in each nostril. Her nostrils felt swollen, the pungent aroma of the onion bringing tears to her eyes. This method better be effective, or else I'll chop you up. Su Li poked at her nostrils. Damn it, will I end up with a pig nose? Early in the morning, Han Xian discovered she had caught a cold. He eagerly recommended his family's traditional remedy for colds. Stuff green onions up your nose? Of course, not an entire stalk. Su Li hesitated for quite some time. After all, this unorthodox folk remedy was something she had never heard of. Isn't it terrifying? However, The discomfort of a cold was unbearable, and the medicine had been of little help. Who knew if the cold virus for superhumans had also evolved? Given the current situation outside, even getting in 4 was a luxury. After much deliberation, Su Li ultimately relented. What could be worse than a cold? Weak limbs, teary-eyed, sneezing one after another. Truly, you wouldn't believe it. The remedy my grandmother passed down when I caught a cold as a child. I never took cold medicine. My grandmother would just stuff 2 segments of green onion up my nose. And no matter how severe the cold, I'd be fine in 2 days. Really, tried and tested. Su Li gave him a weak glance. Does your grandmother also make you drink talismans when you have a fever, or bleed you when you're sick? How do you know? Do you know my grandmother? Humph. Su Li despaired, lying lifelessly on the sofa. Nyo Daba, worried, gazed at her, his expression filled with concern. Are you going to die? Don't worry. I won TDIE.its, just a little cold.chio. But if you die? It's no big deal that Su Li. If you die, I'll die with you. After all, wherever you go, I go. We'll find a ma together. In his world, death was not a sorrowful affair. People usually feared the unknown of death. But Nyo Daba was different. To him, there was little distinction between life and death. It was merely a different way of existing. A ma had already become a star in the sky, Su Li. After we die, will we become stars and be able to be beside her? Su Li fell silent. Han Exine covered his face. Boo-hoo. Green onions are already eye-watering, and you're here getting all sentimental. Boss, let me go to the bathroom and cry for a bit. I'm feeling a tad sad and I think I'm going to cry. Boo-hoo. Achio, why is he crying? Han Exine dropped the knife and hurried into the bathroom, tears streaming down his face as he ran. Nyo Daba looked at Su Li in confusion. It's nothing. It's just men. They have those days every month. Su Li had green onions stuffed up her nose all afternoon. Whether it would cure her cold was uncertain, but her nostrils were indeed quite dilated. Damn it, I've really turned into a pig nose. Su Li washed her face and looked at the mirror above the sink, her eyes brimming with tears. Those 2 nostrils were swollen, round, and large. They pointed upwards. I knew I shouldn't have trusted Han Exine. Folk remedies can be deadly. She gazed at her large nostrils, wanting to cry but finding no tears. Just then, a rift suddenly opened behind Su Li. A slender vine emerged from the torn void. Snap! The face towel fell into the basin. Su Li whipped around, panic-stricken, staring at the vine that had appeared out of nowhere. It was thin and long, its root vanishing into the void behind her. What is this thing? She let out a sharp cry. The vine seemed startled, recoiling slightly, its entire branch trembling gently. Such a gesture was remarkably human-like. Suggesting a timid nature, Su Li could not resist leaning closer for a better look. This vine appeared strikingly similar to her blood vine, yet there were subtle differences that Su Li immediately recognized. This was the essence of the spatial blood vine tree. Knowing it was one of her own, her fear dissipated, emboldening her. Unable to resist, she reached out and poked it gently. Bayou. The vine shivered, showing no resistance. Bayou, Bayou. Su Li poked it twice more. The vine remained calmly suspended in midair. Its leaves, akin to those of a sensitive plant, slowly curled up and then unfurled again. Su Li felt a surge of courage. She extended her hand into the void from which the vine emerged. It was clearly a small wisp of white mist. Yet when she reached out, she found the space beyond it utterly empty. Su Li fell silent. The vine stayed motionless. The atmosphere in the bathroom grew somewhat awkward. After a long pause, she asked, "Are you here to find me?" The vine gently swayed its branches, pointing towards the washstand where 2 segments of green onion, freshly extracted from her nostrils, lay down. Su Li glanced over to, oh dear. The green onions were still glistening with sticky mucus. How disillusioning. Do you want this? Su Li's lips twitched. That's, something I've used. It's a bit disgusting. If you want, I could fetch you some fresh ones, all right? Perhaps this creature had such a peculiar preference for green onions. But wasn't there a kind of green onion already in the space? What could it possibly want with those? Suddenly, a chill ran through Su Li. Was it fond of green onions that others had used? Chapter 59. Here, have some flowers. Su Li struggled slightly. If you insist. Then here you go. Holding back her disgust, she handed the 2 used segments of green onion to the vine. Here, take it. To her surprise, the vine actually recoiled. It shook its body. You don't want this? For some inexplicable reason, Suli felt a sense of relief. She quickly tossed the items into the trash can and washed her hands. Then what do you want? Squatting on the toilet lid. She pondered the vine's intentions. She picked up a towel. Do you want this? The vine shook its head. She then picked up a toothbrush cup. How about this? The vine continued to shake its head. Before she could reach for the soap, the vine suddenly leaned closer. Its slender tip approaching her, he gently tapped her nose and pointed at the discarded green onions in the trash. Then, pop! A delicate pinkish-white flower emerged from its tip. Pop! Another one followed. Suli contemplated for a moment, and it seemed she began to grasp its meaning. She pointed to the two little flowers. You want to give these to me? The vine nodded vigorously. Suli swallowed hard, feeling hesitant. You wouldn't be wanting to replace the green onions with flowers to poke my nose, would you? The vine once again tapped her nose with the little flowers. Suli. Receiving a confirming answer, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What kind of misfortune had she brought upon herself? Her own brothers said her death wouldn't matter. The first lackey was always spouting unreliable folk remedies. The second lackey bit her on their very first meeting now. A merging vine wanted to poke her nose. Suli felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Her eyes reddened, and tears began to flow. Damn it! Other girls cry with elegance, while I'm left with a face full of snot. Seeing her suddenly burst into tears, the vine tilted its body and leaned closer, seemingly perplexed by her sudden outburst. After observing her for a while, it continued to watch her cry. The nearby vine stealthily lifted itself, extending its branch. Chirp, chirp, it lightly poked Suli's cheek, soft. The vine's leaves quivered with excitement. It poked her right cheek again, soft, warm. This side is also soft. Wow, this is super soft. Get away from me. Suli swatted at the vine that kept poking her face. Can't you see I'm crying like a dog and still keep poking? The vine paused for a moment. With a plop, it lay down on the ground, utterly still. Its leaves drooped limply against its body. For some unknown reason, Suli felt as though she could see its sadness through the vine. What the hell? Was this getting too surreal? She kicked the vine that was lying there feigning death. Slowly, the vine twisted its body, changing direction. Two leaves shielded the little flowers atop its head, remaining motionless. It was genuinely upset. The temperament of this blood vine tree resembled that of a child. Hey, Suli squatted down. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you earlier? I didn't mean to. She sincerely apologized. Realizing she might have been a bit too rough earlier, she had knocked off a couple of its leaves. Picking up a fallen leaf, she gently tapped the vine with it. Indeed, it wouldn't stick. The vine slowly raised its head, unfurling its leaves. The branch, still bearing the two little flowers, persistently brought them closer to Suli's nose. I already apologized, and you still want to poke my nose? The vine drew slightly closer. All right, since I was the one who struck you first, Suli, suppressing her tears, extended her hand and plucked the two little flowers. First, she had shoved green onions up her nose in the morning, and now she was inserting flowers. Poor nose, this was definitely not a vase. She could already envision the ridicule she would face walking out of the bathroom with two little flowers adorning her nostrils. Oh no, my image is ruined. I'm not a silly person. I'm a fierce boss. Suddenly, wow, it smells so good. Suli sniffed, catching a whiff of a delightful fragrance. I can smell it now. My nose isn't blocked anymore. Just moments ago, she couldn't even smell the stench of stinky tofu. Yet now she could catch the scent of flowers. It resembled the fragrance of azaleas, but was also distinct, refreshing, with an indescribable clarity. Are these two little flowers meant to cure my cold? Suli smiled, taking a deep sniff of the floral aroma. Thank you. You're so wonderful. Filled with joy, she continued to inhale the fragrance while gently touching the vine's branches. Pop! Where she had touched, another little white flower suddenly sprouted. Gradually, it revealed a hint of red, transforming into a pink flower. Wow, you can change colors. You're amazing. Suli marveled at the new flower that had emerged. Leaning closer to enjoy its scent, this one seemed even more fragrant. Does the color get redder as it becomes more fragrant? As Suli drew nearer, the vine trembled violently in place. Pop, pop, pop. One pink flower after another eagerly emerged. The two flowers in her hands, after a few whiffs, slowly dissipated into the air as the scent faded. Su paused for a moment. Gone? Disappeared without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Yet, it seemed her cold had improved significantly. Her nose was clear, her tears had ceased, and her fever had subsided. The vine, suspended in midair, was now entirely adorned with little flowers. Su lingered in the bathroom for quite some time without exiting. Han Xian began to worry. She hasn't fainted from the fever, has she? Knock, knock, knock. Su, did you fall into the toilet? If you're alive, just make a sound, squeak. Su actually squeaked in response. The person knocking outside felt reassured and left. After spending so long in the bathroom, she decided it was time to go out. Thank you for the flowers. Su waved goodbye to the vine as she prepared to leave. You go back to your space. I'll come check on you later. All right? The vine nodded. As she turned to open the door, suddenly, her left hand was snagged by something. Looking down, she saw a slender vine gripping her palm. A bouquet of pinkish-white flowers was thrust into her hand, about 17 or 18 in total, both pink and white, exceptionally beautiful. The vine had even tied a lovely bow. Chirp! A little flower leaned over, tapping her cheek, making the flowers even redder. Here, have some flowers. Chapter 60. It's sweet, how is it? I told you. My grandmother's folk remedy works wonders. Han Xian brought over a meal, wearing a proud expression as he looked at Su. See, your headache gone. Your eyes aren't blurry. Isn't your cold almost cured. Still doubting his words, he added, old sayings hold true. Folk remedies can treat serious illnesses. Wow, where did these flowers come from? Han Xian curiously inquired, noticing a bunch of flowers that had suddenly appeared on the living room table. It smells so good. Ali. Nyo Daba leaned over to take a sniff, grinning widely. What a lovely scent. Really? Upon witnessing the scene, Han Xian also leaned closer to take a sniff. Su meticulously selected the most exquisite vase. Just as she stepped out of the space, to her astonishment, she found two individuals intently inhaling the fragrance of her delicate flowers. Swiftly, she approached and pushed them aside. Move along, don't ruin my flowers. They are treasures, she declared, handing a tiny blossom to Nyo Dabeo. Here, this one's for you. Keep it safe, don't lose it. What about me? What about me? Han Xian eagerly spread his palms. Boss, don't forget me. I'm your favorite little darling, number one. Noticing her reluctant expression, Han Xian understood that this must be something truly precious. He shamelessly edged closer. Su shot him a glance. Placing the flower into the vase and cradling it in her arms, she said, don't even think about it. Come on, just give me one. Just a little flower. Han Xian pleaded, recalling the delightful aroma that had filled him with an unparalleled sense of bliss, far surpassing the comfort of absorbing a crystal core. He was determined to have one for himself. Boss, even Dabao has one. I want one too. He pointed at Nyo Dabeo, adopting a pretentious demeanor. Nyo Dabeo huffed, lifting his chin with a smug expression. Hee, I knew Ali loved me best. Although aware that Nyo Dabeo was deliberately annoying him, Su still felt a shiver run down her spine. Can you compare to him? He is just a child. What right do you have to ask for one? Su retorted, pointing at Nyo Dabeo. You still young, acting like a child. Have some shame. A child. Han Xian's facial muscles tightened imperceptibly as he mechanically turned to look at Nyo Dabeo, who was sniffing a flower near him. How is someone weighing over 200 pounds a child? Boss, you're biased. Yes, I am. What of it? I've always had a soft spot for him, Mudswokai. You're not getting any. Right, I want to give you any. Nyo Dabeo chimed in, presenting a flower to Han Xian with a triumphant expression. Yuli walked away, holding the vase. Han Xian glanced at the small flower in Nyo Dabeo's possession and, feeling dejected, sat down at the dining table. People often say that in a friendship of three, one is inevitably surplus. Your love has always been quiet in exchange for the occasional care you offer. Clearly a film for three, yet I cannot have a name, he sang sorrowfully, his eyes reddening. The melancholic atmosphere resonated with Nyo Dabeo, who glanced at the tightly closed door of Su Li's room, then at the forlorn Han Xian, and finally at the small flower in his hand. Seeing Han Xian so despondent, it reminded him of the time when Ali cried for their mother. Although Ali insisted on not sharing with others, Han Xian was a friend, Wasn't he? He couldn't be considered others, as he was Ali's number one little brother. After much deliberation, Nyo Debeo, though reluctant, slowly approached Han Xian. Old Han, don't cry. You can smell my flower, okay? We can all enjoy the fragrance together. Ali isn't refusing you. She just, well, she likes it too much. Mom said that things and people we deeply cherish cannot be shared. Just like Ali, I adore my sister, so she can't be anyone else's sister. Don't cry, old Han. Nyo Debeo, clearly lacking in consolation skills, spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner. Yet, for some reason, his words touched Han Xian, who was initially pretending to be upset but now felt genuinely moved to tears. Damn it. My emotional threshold is too low. Nyo Debeo, noticing Han Xian's increasing sorrow, wrestled with his feelings before reluctantly offering him the flower. Here, it's all yours. Just don't cry, okay? Woo-woo, damn it. Tears are spilling. Initially intending to trick the Na'vi boy out of his flower, he found himself genuinely giving it away. How could he possibly refuse? Han Xian reached out, his hand almost grasping the flower. Nyo Debeo winced, his face contorting in concern. At that moment, Han Xian's hand was a mere millimeter away from the flower, seemingly within his grasp. Why is my hand shaking? Just take it. If you don't take it, it'll be a waste. After all this acting, I just want to trick him out of his stuff, right? So just take it. Nyo Debeo tilted his head and looked at him. Don't you want it anymore? Your face clearly says I want it. Right? I don't want it. Han Xian haughtily withdrew his hand. I wouldn't want it. A real man only loves swords and blades. Only children and women like flowers. Humph. It's time to eat. Your bowl is in the kitchen. Already served, go get it. Who cares about these childish flowers? He scoffed dismissively. Seeing that he no longer desired it, Nyo Debeo sighed in relief, stuffing the flower into his chest pocket. But then he reconsidered. No. Ali said it should be kept in the safest place. The safest place? Aha! As Han Xian brought out a large bowl of rice, ready to continue his banter, Nyo Debeo suddenly stuffed the flower into his mouth. No? Han Xian gasped in horror. What? Nyo Debeo turned, chewing curiously. Old Han, did you call me? Chomp, chomp. This flower is sweet. It's so delicious, outrageous. Han Xian clutched his bowl, heartbroken. How could you eat it? Such a precious item. The value of that flower must lie in its fragrance. Eating it like this, can it even be fully absorbed? Isn't that a waste? Such a magnificent treasure, one I've never even seen before. No wonder Su Li cherishes it. Even though the waste wasn't his, Han Xian still felt a pang of heartache. Nyo Debeo looked bewildered. Is this flower poisonous? Am I not supposed to eat it? It tasted pretty good and sweet. Why does old Han say it's not edible? If it's not poisonous, then, oh dear. In a moment of confusion, Han Xian couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings, so he merely clutched his bowl, heartbroken. Just as he was trying to recover, the next scene sent him into a state of shock. Su Li opened the door, holding the vase, peering out with an innocent expression. Is it not edible? But it tastes so good. She had clearly heard Han Xian's pained cries and popped her head out. Before anyone could react, she lowered her head and directly bit into a flower from the vase. Chewing and swallowing, she exclaimed, "It really has a hint of sweetness." Han Xian was left utterly stunned. Chapter 61. Calling someone little darling when you need them. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several loud thuds echoed from outside. The commotion seemed to be coming from the balcony. Hearing the noise, the three individuals, who had been indulging in their meal, quickly grabbed their bowls and rushed to the balcony. On the pristine, ivory-white wooden floor, several bulging backpacks lay sprawled. There were 4 in total, 2 black, 1 red, and 1 that was either white or gray. All 4 backpacks were swollen, smeared with dark blood and various noxious, viscous substances. If one were to guess, it must be the blood and brain matter of zombies. Su Li took a hefty bite of her rice. Cheeks puffed out, exclaiming, "Stinky? MMM." The 2 beside her nodded while continuing to eat. Although it was foul-smelling, they seemed accustomed to it, and it didn't affect their appetite. Who threw these? The 3, realizing the mysterious nature of the items, suddenly remembered. Just then, one of the backpacks was tossed inside, landing heavily at Su Li's feet. With a forceful thud, the zipper burst open, spilling out various yellow, white, red, and black liquids, along with bits of meat debris and crystal cores. What is this? Crystal cores. Oh my goodness. Are these all filled with them? Free crystal cores. The three exchanged glances, then scrambled onto the balcony, stretching their necks to look down. Is anyone there? Could it be a secret admirer of mine? Su Li pondered, stroking her chin. Am I destined to be the center of attention? Look over there. Han Exine suddenly pointed. Su Li and Yo Debeo followed his finger to see a person scaling the outer wall, burdened with 3 large backpacks on their back. Ids Chinyong, Su Li exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at the massive bags. Look at what a model worker he is. On his first day, he has already brought in so much, equal to what you two would gather in half a month. Su Li shook her head in amazement, grinning broadly at Chinyong. Or more accurately, at the large backpacks he carried. As Chinyong climbed up, he was covered in grime, with thick layers of black and red goo on his sharp claws, some already dried. These crystal cores must have been excavated using those very claws. Bang, bang, bang. He tossed several large bags at Su Li's feet, emitting a low growl. Xiao Qin Shun, are these all gifts for the boss? Su Li's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly unzipped one of the mountaineering packs. Oh, they are all crystal cores, some first-tier and a few second-tier ones. What a bountiful harvest! He pointed at the crystal cores on the ground and then gestured towards the small fish tank in the living room. The fish tank was devoid of fish, containing only half a tank of water with various shapes of transparent stones resting at the bottom. Purified crystal cores. Su Li kept it in the living room for easy access whenever someone needed them. Chen Yong noticed the contents of the tank and recognized this peculiar human's fondness for them. He felt frustrated after being discarded the night before, yet he understood that in the world of zombies, equivalent exchange was paramount. If he wished to savor the delightful scent emanating from this human, he would have to offer something in return. Perhaps his lack of anything to barter was the reason he had been thrown away. Unlike ordinary zombies, Chen Yong fancied himself quite astute, being the zombie king. Coming to this realization calmed him. After a night of vigorous activity, he had swept through some of the largest zombie factions nearby, resulting in this haul. Humph, foolish humans, now you see my prowess. The zombie, hands on his hips, tilted his head back in arrogance. Having evolved, the zombie king was already tall, and with this gesture, Su Li and her companions caught sight of his chin. Perhaps he was overly narcissistic. As he stood with his hands on his waist, his 10 claws inadvertently sank into his own flesh, yet he remained oblivious. Truly, he was a zombie king, ruthless enough to pierce his own kidneys. Han Exine leaned closer, whispering in Su Li's ear, "Boss, this zombie king seems a bit unwell. His claws are embedded in his own kidneys." Yo Debeo looked astonished, forgetting to chew his food. "Yes, I saw that too. Surely it can't be an issue. For a zombie, I reckon those kidneys are of little use." Su Li's lips twitched. This zombie was rather juvenile. She couldn't help but compare him to the little chubby boy from her old laboratory. Was it possible that she had mistaken him for someone else? No, it couldn't be. After circling around him, she confirmed, "No doubt, it's him." Her obsessive-compulsive tendencies urged her to extract those claws. They were embedded so deeply, their length rivaling that of a fruit knife. She couldn't help but wonder if they had grazed his intestines. Yo Debeo finished his meal and skillfully hoisted several mountaineering bags. He poured their contents into a bucket of water, washed them clean, and handed them over to Su Li for purification. Meanwhile, Han Exine begrudgingly took the new teammate, covered in bits of flesh and blood, for a bath. Why must I be the one to scrub him down? Even my girlfriend doesn't get this treatment. For reasons unknown, Chen Yong suddenly found Yo Debeo's scent quite appealing. While bathing, he gravitated closer, examining him from top to bottom, side to side. Yo Debeo felt a twinge of fear. Although he knew this zombie was unlike the others outside, what if he suddenly wished to sample human flesh? Chen Yong followed closely behind Yo Debeo, his expression one of puzzlement as he scrutinized him. This human exuded an enticing fragrance. Why had he smelled unpleasant yesterday but was suddenly so fragrant today? I can sense a profound connection between him and this vast earth, though I find it difficult to articulate. As the little spicy chick spoke, the tendril inched closer to Su Li, its delicate blossoms brushing against her face. A soft peck, as if a gentle kiss, graced her cheeks. "Kiss, kiss," Su Li exclaimed, feeling the delightful touch. "I want one too," It seems so much fun. Kiss me, kiss me. The little spicy chick observed the tendril bestowing 2 affectionate pecks upon Su Li's cheeks, and it joyfully bounced with excitement. I want one. Hurry, kiss me. It eagerly approached, only to be gently nudged aside by the tendril's slender branch. Though the motion was incredibly soft, as if to avoid causing any harm, it truly did push the little spicy chick away. Stunned for a few moments, the little spicy chick erupted into tears, its plump body trembling with indignation. You actually shoved me. I've been your companion every day, and you dared to push me aside. Boo-hoo, you're terrible. You only like humans, not bugs. No one would fancy a bug, after all. Not even the trees. Su Li bit her lip, stifling a laugh to avoid provoking the little spicy chick further. The tendril enveloped the little spicy chick in a leaf, transporting it elsewhere, while it entwined Su Li's pinky finger, swaying gently. Did it take pleasure in her presence? Was it due to their symbiotic bond? Yet, in her previous life, they had shared a similar connection without such occurrences. Suddenly, Su Li recalled that in her past life, the blood vine had not yet awakened its own consciousness. It had merely been a fierce, mutated plant. When discovered, it had turned the surrounding plains into desolate wasteland, devoid of life. She gazed down at the tendril that swayed around her pinky. She could feel the nascent consciousness within it, untouched and perhaps revealing its true nature. The tendril gently moved its branches, as if attempting to communicate something. Su Li stared for a while, forgiving her own lack of understanding. She truly could not comprehend the sign language of zombies or plants. What do you wish to convey? Su Li inquired. The tendril pointed at her, then at itself, gesturing, I'm sorry. I still don't understand. Su Li blushed, feeling somewhat dim-witted. The tendril circled around her, suddenly lying flat on the ground, tracing lines upon the earth. With each stroke, several characters began to emerge. It was writing. Are you writing? You can write? Wow, that's impressive, Su Li exclaimed, realization dawning upon her, and she couldn't help but give a thumbs up in genuine admiration. The tendril shivered slightly, and its blossoms turned a deeper shade. Jojo? What does that mean? The tendril pointed to itself. That's my name. Chapter 63. Who stole my joyful comfort drink? Jojo. Such a unique name. Su Li mused, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it, yet unable to recall why. After contemplating, she decided that perhaps she was not one to ponder deeply. Now that she knew the name of the blood vine, it could no longer be referred to as such. It was surprising that a tree could possess a name akin to a human's. Calling it out felt rather peculiar. The tendril tilted its branch. Listening to the girl's murmurs, Jojo, may I ask you a few questions? Does your name hold any special significance? The tendril shook its branch, signaling confusion. Do you have parents? What is your species? The branch continued to sway. In your case, would you be classified as a mutant or a monster? The distinction between mutants and monsters was indeed nebulous. The tendril shook its head again. What is a monster? It seemed devoid of memories. As if it were a newly born consciousness, blank yet feeling as though it had existed for an eternity. A myriad of vague images flickered through its mind. It vaguely recalled the first time it heard its name. Exclaimed by a dignified human, the one who first uttered the name Jojo, thus giving it life. Su Li informed it about ancient myths. Upon leaving the space, Jojo clutched a copy of Journey to the West. Its 2 green leaves resembling eyes fixated on the book. Upon encountering certain passages, it would timidly cover its eyes. No one could resist the allure of a good story. A plethora of diverse online novels, cultivation, fantasy, horror, supernatural, tomb raiding, and mystery were laid out before them. Su Li brought the entire bookshelf down to the ground, believing these numerous books would surely keep Jojo engrossed for a while. She could tell that Jojo enjoyed conversing with her, yet she couldn't linger in the space forever. After all, there were so many adorable little zombies awaiting her outside in the city. With their crystal cores shimmering, they eagerly anticipated her affection. Nightfall marked the peak of zombie activity, a hunting ground for certain individuals. The city's humans had largely evacuated, leaving behind only the low growls of zombies and the whispering wind. Su Li leisurely rode her small motorcycle through the city. The moonlight shone brightly, rendering the need for a flashlight unnecessary. Tied to the back of the motorcycle was a square speaker dedicated to square dancing. Boxy and of poor sound quality, yet it boasted high decibels. Finally, You've become someone else's mistress. I know it's not out of love. The city's night is so radiant. It's not that brother doesn't he love you. It's just that he's from the countryside. A year's income barely suffices to sustain himself. How could he possibly care for you? As Suli rode her motorcycle, she cranked the volume to the maximum, the exuberant melodies ringing out deafeningly. Wherever she passed, zombies within a 100-mile radius found their purpose in life, rushing towards her without hesitation. Perhaps this was the essence of a mutually driven love. The small motorcycle sped ahead, with the horde of zombies eagerly chasing after her. Chewing on a large bubblegum, she blew a bubble and caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror. The bubble burst, leaving her face sticky with gum. The road ahead became obscured. Darkness enveloped her vision. Struggling to breathe, she swerved dangerously close to a telephone pole. In a panic, she poked 2 holes in the gum-covered area around her eyes and another 2 for her nostrils, finally regaining her sight. She steadied the handlebars, her small face now resembling a round mask due to the burst bubblegum, reflecting the moonlight. It almost appeared as if she had applied a facial mask. How reminiscent it was of preparing to meet an idol. But fret not, everyone would receive their share. She confidently led the throngs of zombies to the football field, taking her place upon a high platform. The speaker hung from the tendrils in midair, the music continuing to play. The lively rhythm echoed, growing louder as more and more zombies squeezed into the stadium. A concert for 100,000 attendees was about to reach full capacity. Almost there, Sully perched atop the highest point of the canopy, gazing up at the moon. The moon hung high amidst a sky filled with stars. Yes, it was a splendid night. She leisurely retrieved a small table from her space, laden with snacks, potato chips, spicy chicken feet, a bucket of fried chicken, sunflower seeds, peanuts, chocolates, and her beloved comfort drink, served with ice. The table overflowed with treats. Tonight's feature presentation was a special edition of Zombie Nation. It was a private screening. Sully felt quite satisfied. How could one enjoy a movie without soul popcorn? She promptly retrieved a portion of popcorn from her space. With everything in place, they were ready to begin. With her left hand outstretched, slender tendrils surged forth like a multitude of serpents, rushing towards their target, while her other hand busied itself with snacks and soda. Ever since she had accidentally unlocked this idle mode, she felt as if she were floating. This was truly a super cheat, wasn't it? The targets would automatically lock on for attack. She had no need to worry at all. All she had to do was guide the general direction of the tendrils. Indeed, being a cheat was splendid. Had I known there was such a method to harvest crystal cores, why did I bother smashing heads with an iron rod back then? What a fine young lady she was. Yet her elegance seemed to have slipped away. She grumbled. One tendril quietly detached from the main group, wandering over to her little table. It tilted its branch, observing her for a while, before finally locking its gaze on the soda bucket with great curiosity. The slender tendril stealthily wrapped around the soda bucket, climbing upwards, poking a hole, and its branch delved inside. Gulp, gulp. What is this? So marvelous. It's sweet and makes my body tingle. A sensation I cannot quite describe. And there's a strange force trying to burst forth. The 2 leaves tightly covered the tendril's tip. No, no, it must not emerge. Will be discovered? A soft belch was drowned amidst the cacophony of zombie growls. Sully, with one hand clutching a fried chicken leg and the other gnawing on a chicken wing, savored her meal with great delight. After licking her fingers, she reached out, only to be met with confusion. Where is my cola? What was once a half-full cup had inexplicably run dry. Goodness, where has my beverage gone? Who has pilfered my delightful drink? She scanned her surroundings. It was impossible for anyone to breach the encircling vines that surrounded her. Moreover, who would go to such lengths merely to steal her joy? Had they lost their mind? Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in Sully's eyes as she fixed her gaze beneath the table. A slender vine was busily coiling itself into a ball. Attempting to diminish its presence, she poked at the little green yarn-like bundle. Jojo? Is that you? Did you drink my ice-cold cola? Jojo, little darling, come out. I have plenty of ice-cold cola for you to enjoy. The yarn bundle trembled ever so slightly, its disguise having been discerned by the enemy, though it remained blissfully unaware. Sully observed the tiny white flower that had stealthily emerged atop the yarn bundle. And realization dawned upon her. This vine was undoubtedly a manifestation of Jojo's consciousness. She reached out to scratch it, but the yarn remained motionless. Still pretending, huh? Suli chuckled, retrieving a chilled Fanta bottle. She discreetly placed it at the very edge of the table and then fixed her attention on the horde of zombies in the square. The music of Little Apple continued to play, as more and more zombies surged toward the stadium. The zombies, whose cores had been absorbed by the vines, lay on the ground like heaps of rotten flesh. At this moment, the ground had risen several meters high, layered with the corpses of the undead. The stench was overwhelming, yet it did nothing to dampen her appetite. After all, gruesome films are often more appetizing. Thinking it had escaped detection, the yarn bundle remained still for a few minutes. Then, a delicate vine silently extended, boring a hole in the glass bottle. It slipped inside. Gulp, gulp. How marvelous. This flavor is entirely different. Just then, a large hand launched a surprise attack. Suli pinched a vine between her thumb and index finger, pulling it out of the beverage bottle. Aha! I caught you red-handed. Chapter 64. Are you happy with the gift I gave you? Caught in the act, the vine ceased its struggle, flopping limply on Suli's arm, occasionally twitching. Evidently, it had overindulged in carbonated drinks and was now bloated. Poor little Jojo, despite your formidable strength, you've never tasted the joys of sugary beverages. No worries, dear sister will show you the source of human gluttony. Drink to your heart's content. Even if it leads to osteoporosis, it matters not, for you are but a tree and need not fear high uric acid. Jojo? The source of happiness? What is uric acid? The vine stood upright, attentively watching as Suli retrieved cup after cup of colorful drinks from her space. This is all stockpiled from before the apocalypse. My space doesn't fear expiration, and I have plenty. Today, dear sister will treat you to something sweet. This is Fanta. This one is Sprite. This is Vital Forest, and this, the Piscida Assistance. My favorite, bubble tea. Wow he tang s milk burnt grass jelly, 7 parts sugar, exquisite. Suli joyfully counted her collection. How satisfying it is to recommend her favorite foods to others. The 2 little leaves atop the vine twirled with glee at each item she produced. Eventually, the little table brimmed with dozens of drinks in an array of colors. With a grand gesture, Suli proclaimed, Behold, this is the empire I have built for you. The shy little vine sprouted a small flower. Swaying gently in the breeze, It tentatively sampled each colorful drink, exclaiming with joy as it twirled around. Today was undoubtedly the happiest day of its life, although the space's cellar was filled with resources. Since the little troublemaker had caused chaos, Suli had locked it up. For Jojo, that lock was meaningless. However, it had never thought to venture inside for a snack. After all, today was its first taste of the human world's flavors. Truly, it was astonishing. Suli watched as the little vine, seemingly unworldly, twirled joyously after a sip of soda. It was quite a sight. Was this the great entity of the space? Perhaps not, just a little sprout. As dawn broke, the number of zombies near the stadium visibly dwindled. Suli realized that the resources in North City had been nearly exhausted. In the coming days, she would venture elsewhere for more. Yet before that, she needed to ascertain that Han Xian was not also directionally challenged. Tonight had been perfect. She had watched a zombie movie while munching on popcorn and sipping cola, all while having an enthusiastic little companion to enliven the atmosphere. Quite delightful, but wait, is this the gift you have presented me? Suli's lips twitched in disbelief as she gazed at the pot of flowers thrust before her. To be precise, it should be called a flower. But what sort of aesthetic did this little vine possess? What girl would fancy such an unsightly bloom? Suli smiled awkwardly, but the little vine appeared eager, radiating joy as it sporadically sprouted flowers from its body. All right, it's evident that you are sincere. Thank you for your gift, but please refrain from such extravagance in the future. With a polite smile, Suli accepted this peculiar offering. It was a pot of flowers. As large as a foot basin, the round petals and central disc resembled a sunflower. If one could overlook the thick, sausage-like center and the jagged teeth surrounding it, along with the roots. Goodness, these roots resembled octopus legs. Crawling all over her hands, her fear of clusters was about to trigger. This must be a man-eating flower. Those teeth clearly did not belong to a herbivore. With one hand clutching the flower, Suli used the other to pry off the writhing roots attempting to coil around her. She struggled to maintain a neutral expression, suppressing her distaste. The roots were persistent, twisting and turning, making it impossible to untangle them all. Jojo tilted its branches, observing for a while. Though it could not speak, it sensed the conflicting emotions of the human before it. Despite her smile, she was not truly happy. Such a contradiction. After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on Jojo. It must be because there was no flower pot, which made her unhappy. It had read in books that human females adored beautiful flowers. Thus, it had exerted great effort to bear this unique bloom for her. Yet, the books did not mention that flowers also required pots. As Suli wrestled with the peculiar, ugly flower, a sudden flash caught her attention. A vine shot forth, and moments later, a fresh, steaming zombie head appeared before her. The vine had tied a charming bow around its neck. With a pop, it even thoughtfully removed the skullcapped AT that moment. The zombie-esque black and yellow brain was less than a centimeter from her nose. Exuding a noxious, warm breath that invaded her nostrils, Suli froze, stiffly swallowing. Goodness, I feel nauseous. Is this thing trying to treat me to a meal? A reciprocation of gifts? Suli hesitated before speaking. Jojo, our human preferences for food might differ from yours. After all, you plants must enjoy such fertilizer. But we only relish fresh, piping hot delicacies. Ugh, I certainly do not fancy brain matter. Jojo tilted its vine. Puzzled by her words, it simply pointed at the prehistoric man-eating flower in Suli's hand. Understanding dawned on Suli. She assumed it had noticed her distaste and sought to present a more appropriate gift. She hurriedly handed the flower back. Thank goodness, this little creature still had a chance. However, just as a delighted smile began to form on her lips, it abruptly froze. The slender vine thrust the flower toward the zombie-esque skull with a decisive jab. Splatter. Immediately, the brain matter exploded forth. The ugly flower's roots writhed chaotically, quickly taking root in an instant. All that remained of the zombie's head was a withered skin and skeleton. The roots extended from its eye sockets, nostrils, ears, and mouth, writhing in a grotesque dance. Suli instinctively swallowed again. Goodness, this is too shocking. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never witnessed such a young man. You have no future. Suli bit her lip tightly, striving to suppress the urge to weep with overwhelming joy. After all, it would be too disheartening, not only for her, but for the tree as well. This was the child's first attempt at gift-giving, only to be met with rejection. What a significant psychological burden to bear. Yet, if she were to accept it, her own psychological scars would be just as extensive. Jojo, trembling, presented a new flower pot along with a flower before Suli. She was elated. Now that she had a flower pot, surely it would bring her immense happiness. After all, Jojo knew of her fondness for the crystalline cores found within zombie heads, which she had been diligently collecting. Thus, rounding it off, it was reasonable to surmise that she must also have an affinity for zombie heads. Do you like this flower pot? Were you surprised to receive a gift? Are you happy? Chapter 65. The great-faced man-eating flower at 7 in the morning, bang. Han Xian, lost in a delightful dream, suddenly felt a heavy weight upon him. An immediate sensation akin to a mountain pressing down, causing him to gasp for breath. Struggling, he pried his eyes open. What the hell? Nyodaba, can't you sleep quietly for once? You've fallen on me again. Are you trying to crush me? With great effort, he pushed aside the substantial mass of flesh that was Nyodaba. Using both hands and feet, he clambered out. Nyodaba, still half asleep, received a kick but remained utterly undisturbed. Grunting and flipping over to resume his slumber. Ever since a zombie king had taken up residence in his home, Han Xian dared not sleep alone in a room. He shamelessly moved in to share a space with Nyodaba. Laying on the floor, however, he had not anticipated that this creature would possess an innate remote targeting attack system, and no matter where he sprawled on the ground, every morning, he would invariably be struck by the unfortunate soul who tumbled out of bed. Don't ask him why, at times. He could be sleeping far away yet still be hit. He couldn't fathom how a person could roll off the bed in their dreams and instinctively perform a somersault.